Hello friends, hi, this is Alok Ojha. Welcome to StudyIQ IAS English. So guys, now we are going to begin with the marathon session of ancient Indian history. As I've told you previously that we are going to study or we are going to go through the marathon session of ancient Indian history, medieval Indian history and modern Indian history. In these marathon sessions, I am going to cover the important topics which are quite relevant from the exam perspective. Okay? For the aspirants or the students who are new to the platform, let me tell you one thing. I have already covered the major parts of ancient India as a part of full-length videos. You can check the playlist, you can check the StudyIQ IAS English website or the YouTube channel where you can get all my sessions of ancient India and modern Indian history. Okay guys, and in these marathon sessions, like the session of ancient Indian history would be approximately around 9 to 10 hours session. And here I am going to cover important topics, particularly of prehistoric culture, Indus Valley civilization, Vedic civilization, Mahajanapada, Buddhism and Jainism, Maurya's Sangam Age, apart from this, the Gupta Empire and the Pushyabhuti dynasty or the Harshvardhan. Okay guys, apart from this, I'll have a request to you guys, and that is, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you can jot down the important points. Apart from this, there's one homework for you guys. Like in the prehistoric culture and Indus Valley civilization, we are going to study different sites. So probabilities that there could be a question in the UPSC examination as a part of map-based questions. So note down these sites on a piece of paper. Along with that, it's a request to you guys, please have a political map along with you so that you can note down these sites on the political map. Clear? Okay guys, so as I've told you, here we are going to cover the important topics of ancient India. Okay guys, so let's begin with today's session, marathon session, approximately 8 to 9, maximum 10 hours session. Okay, so now prehistoric culture. We'll go a bit faster. As I've told you previously, I have covered all these sessions in quite depth and detail, and you can search these sessions in the YouTube playlist of StudyIQ IAS English. Okay, prehistoric culture. My first question to you guys, what is the age of Earth? Any idea? I'll give you a rough figure about this. Like, it is believed that Himalayas are the youngest fold mountains of the world. And how young are they? Approximately 70 million years ago. And secondly, Aravallis are the oldest fold mountain of the world. And how old are they? Approximately around 4.2 billion years ago. Okay, so many historians do believe that the evolution of human beings started approximately around 23 to 24 millennium BC. Okay, and the evolution of humans can be basically divided into 3 different stages. Okay, now let's understand these stages in quite depth and detail. There are 3 stages: Pliocene age, Miocene age, Pliocene age and Pleistocene age. I repeat, Miocene age, Pliocene age and Pleistocene age. Miocene age roughly extends between 23 million or 24 million BC to 5 million BC. Okay, humans appeared for the first time, but they were in the form of apes. They usually used to walk on 4 legs. The temperature was moderately warm and the slow global cooling started. And Miocene age is referred as the first geological epoch. Got it? I'll repeat the points again. It roughly extends between 24 or 23 million BC to 5 million BC. Humans appeared for the first time, but they were in the form of apes. Their backbone was completely inclined. Okay? Temperature was moderately warm and the slow global cooling started. Now with the passage of time comes a new age in the form of Pliocene age. Okay? Now what all things occurred in the Pliocene age? Let's check out. In Pliocene age, it is believed that we have observed Homo erectus for the first time. Now, what is Homo erectus? Like with the passage of time, the backbone that was initially inclined started getting straight. So such humans are referred as Homo erectus. And this was observed in the second geological epoch in the form of Pliocene age, which roughly extends between 5 million to 2 million BC. Got it? Apart from this, continental drifting occurred during the second stage or the Pliocene age. Now, what's continental drifting? Let's go in a very simplified manner about this. Like the entire earth is made up of different plates. These plates are either continental plates or oceanic plates. And these plates are continuously in motion with each other. Some plates are sliding against each other. Okay, some plates are moving apart from each other. When the two plates strike against each other, due to the pressure at the rear end, it leads to creation of mountain bodies. But when two plates are moving apart from each other, it leads to creation of valley or water bodies. So this phenomena, in very simplified manner, in very simple language, is referred as continental drifting. And this particularly occurred in the second stage, that is Pliocene age. I'll give you a few examples. Initially, Europe and Asia were the part of a single plate. Europe, Asia and Africa. So Africa got separated from Europe and Asia, which led to creation of Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. North America and South America got linked to each other through Panama Canal. You might have heard about this. Andes Mountain, the extension of the South America. Getting the points clear? So particularly, in simple words, these phenomena are referred as continental drifting, and it occurred in second stage, which is referred as Pliocene age. Then comes the third stage, Pleistocene age. This age is also referred as, yes, Ice Age. Apart from this, we can observe for the first time Homo sapiens in this age. Now, what is Homo sapien? Try to break this etymology into two parts. Homo, every one of us have a similar anatomical and morphological structure. Every one of us have 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 ears. I'm just giving an example. Okay, guys? So that is Homo. And sapiens, it's a Latin word, which basically means a thinking man. The size of the body has started reducing and the size of the brain has started increasing. Humans have started using their brains for different activities. Since this is an ice age, here the human body requires warmth, so they discovered fire by rubbing stones. They wanted to protect themselves from the wild animals, so they started hunting the wild animals by using stone tools. So discovery of stone tools, this occurred in the Pleistocene age. So what is the basic crux here? Humans started using their brain for different activities, and such humans are referred as sapiens. Sapiens basically resembles a thinking man. So Homo sapien basically means a thinking man. It's a Latin word. And this occurred in the third stage, which is referred as Pleistocene age. Okay? I'll repeat the points again. The first geological epoch is referred as Miocene age. The second one is referred as Pliocene age. The basic continental drifting and Homo erectus came up during the Pliocene age. Apart from this, the Pleistocene age. Pleistocene age, also referred as Ice Age. Okay? Now moving further. Pleistocene age is basically divided into 4 parts. Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic and Chalcolithic. Correct, guys? You'll observe one word is common, and that is lithic. So what is the meaning of the word lithic? Lithic basically means stone. Hence, this age is also known as Stone Age. So it roughly extends, like I'll give you a small example, the Paleolithic age. It approximately extends between 2 million to 10,000 BC. Mesolithic age, which is also, paleo means old. Lithic means stone. So it is an old stone age. Meso means middle. Lithic means stone. So it is a middle stone age. So Paleolithic age roughly extends between 2 million to 10,000 BC. Whereas Mesolithic age, it extends from 10,000 to 8,000 BC approximately. Neolithic age, that is new. Neo means new. Lithic means stone. New stone age, 8,000 to 4,000 BC approximately. And Chalcolithic age, approximately 4,000 to 2,000 or 2,500 BC. Clear till here, guys? Question, query, doubt, please feel free to ask me. Okay? As I have told you, the students who are new to the platform, I have already covered the sessions previously as a part of the Ancient Indian History series. Here I am going to cover important points from the exam perspective in this marathon session. Okay? Let's move ahead. Now let's understand about the basic features of all the four stages: Paleo, Meso, Neo and Chalco. As I've told you right in the start of the session, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you can note down the important sites. Probability is that the questions could be asked in the form of match the following. Which among the following sites are correctly matched? Which among the following sites are incorrectly matched? Okay? So now let's understand about the stages of Paleolithic age. Okay. As I've told you, Paleo means old, Lithic means stone. So it is old stone age. Now Paleolithic age is further divided into three stages: lower, middle and upper. Now let's understand the striking feature and the developments of all the three stages. Very simple words, in lower Paleolithic age, we saw the development of stone tools. Hunting and the food gathering was one of the major activities of the people. Now, what kind of stone tools were being discovered? Hand axes, cleaver, chopper and digger. Now, particularly, chopper basically means to chop the meat of the animals that were being hunted. Diggers, to dig what we say, holes. Now, why they wanted to dig holes basically? I'll give you a small example about this. Like usually, I'll give you an example of Neolithic site called as Burzahom, which is located in Kashmir. Now, one of the striking features of the Neolithic site of Burzahom in Kashmir is that usually the people lived near the lakeside inside the pits. Why? Because in the Neolithic age, people started practicing agriculture so that they can easily channelize water from the lakes. First thing. Near the lakes, the wild animals used to come for quenching their thirst. And they can easily hide themselves from the wild animals and hunt them. So usually the people lived near the lakeside inside the pits. So for digging the pits, they required diggers. So chopper, cleavers and diggers were the stone tools that were being discovered. My friends, please note this down. This is a small mistake in the PPT here. Fire was not discovered in the lower Paleolithic age. It was particularly discovered in the Mesolithic age. Okay? So please correct this fact. So lower Paleolithic age saw the development of what? Choppers, cleavers and diggers. In simple words, stone tools. Okay? Middle Paleolithic age. Now what is Middle Paleolithic age? In Middle Paleolithic age, one can see the development of flakes. And what is flakes? Flakes' basic purpose was sharpening the principal tool. Like I'll give you a simple example. Flakes are like a structure, a flat structure on which the tools are being rubbed. Why? So that they can easily sharpen these tools. So the flat structure usually is referred as flake. Flakes have a pointed tip. Okay? And this is one of the striking, the characteristic feature of the Middle Paleolithic age. Then comes the Upper Paleolithic age. Okay? Now, Upper Paleolithic age, we saw the development of burines, and the basic purpose of burine was fishing. How do we come to know about the lifestyle of the people? Like they had hunting and food gathering as a part of major activity. They developed stone tools. These people lived inside the pits. How do we come to know about this? We come to know about these things, these evolution from the paintings. And the evidence of painting for the first time comes from Bhimbetka caves in Raisen district of Madhya Pradesh. And they date back to Upper Paleolithic age. Got it? I'll repeat the points again in short. Please note down, please pay attention carefully. First one is Lower Paleolithic Age. It saw the development of stone tools. Middle Paleolithic Age, it saw the development of flakes. The basic purpose was to sharpen the principal tools. And the Upper Paleolithic Age, here we observed painting. The painting was usually monochrome, which means single color. And the evidence of the painting for the first time comes from Raisen district of Madhya Pradesh, from Bhimbetka caves. So what are the important sites associated with Paleolithic age, particularly Lower Paleolithic age? Hungsi in Gulbarga district of Karnataka. Sohan Valley, Punjab, Pakistan. Hiran Valley, Gujarat. Belan Valley, one more additional site, you can note down, Belan Valley, Mirzapur district, Uttar Pradesh. Thar, Rajasthan. Pahalgam, a very famous place, quite in news these days. Pahalgam, Kashmir. So these are the important Lower Paleolithic sites. Okay. Middle, Narmada River Valley, Tungabhadra River Valley, Sanghao Caves, Pakistan, Potwar Plateau, Pakistan, Purulian Bankura, West Bengal, Malprabha and Ghatprabha, Karnataka. So these are Middle Paleolithic sites. And one of the most important, as I've told you about the Upper Paleolithic site was, yes, Raisen district, Madhya Pradesh, Bhimbetka caves. So please do remember this site. Apart from this, I have noted down certain important sites which are important from the exam perspective. These are the sites associated with Paleolithic age. Okay. As I have told you, there could be a probable question on match the following, their locations. So you can note them down. Kibanhalli, it's a site in Karnataka. Palakkad, site in Kerala. Okay. Athiripakkam, it is a site in Tamil Nadu where one can observe Acheulean tools. Now, what are Acheulean tools? Acheulean tools are the tools that are actually found on the banks of Somme River in France. It was found, like, these are not the tools actually which are found in India, the tools of France. But for the first time, these kind of pointed tools were observed for the first time and on the banks of Somme River in France. I mean to say, these kind of tools. And the place where it was found, it is referred as Acheulean. So, these pointed tools, Acheulean tools, have also been found in India. Hence, the tools are referred as Acheulean tools. Found in Athiripakkam, Tamil Nadu. Dari Dongri, it is located in Sambalpur district, Odisha. Paisra, Bihar. Didwana, Rajasthan. And Daraki Chattan, it is located on Indragarh Hills, Mandsaur district, Madhya Pradesh. Okay, like Neemach and Mandsaur are very famous places of the region of Madhya Pradesh. They are also referred as the extension of Malwa. So there is a Daraki Chattan located on Indragarh Hills as a part of Mandsaur. Paleolithic age clear, guys? Okay. Mesolithic age. Now let's understand about Mesolithic age in depth and detail. As I have told you about Mesolithic age, Meso, middle, lithic, stone. It is also called as Middle Stone Age. And for the first time, we can observe microlith, pointed tools. Like for example, the tools in this manner, pointed tip, approximately 2 to 5 centimeters. So microlith was observed for the first time in the Middle Paleolithic age. And the microlith tools were majorly made up of agate, jasper, quartzite. One more important fact that you guys need to note down is, majority of the tools at that time were made up of quartzite. Hence, the Stone Age men of that time were also referred as quartzite men. Okay. So, particularly speaking, here, the tools were pointed, microlith, and these tools particularly were made up of jasper, agate, quartzite, and so on. Okay. Now, the evidence of microlith for the first time comes from a place called as Bagor in Rajasthan on the banks of river Kothari. Okay. First important fact that you need to remember about Mesolithic age. Second important fact that you need to remember. For the first time, animal domestication have been observed in Mesolithic age. And the first animal to be domesticated was a wild dog. And the evidence of domestication of wild dog in India comes from a place called as Adamgarh in Hoshangabad district of Madhya Pradesh. Guys, I'll make myself clear. It is Adamgarh, not Azamgarh. Adamgarh is in Madhya Pradesh. Azamgarh is in UP. So, for the first time, the evidence of animal domestication comes from Adamgarh, Hoshangabad district, MP. Correct? Third important thing. We have observed bone ornaments for the first time in Mesolithic age. And the bone ornaments have been observed from a place called as Mahadaha. Sometimes, okay, I'll give you a small example about this. Like there's a book in Hindi called as Ghatna Chakra. It is Hindi and English both. Okay. So particularly speaking, it is a compilation of past 25 years of question papers of UPSC, NDA, CDS and many other examinations. Okay. Like state PSCs and so on. So in Ghatna Chakra, it has been mentioned that bone ornaments have been observed on the site of Mahadaha. On the other hand, the Ghatna Chakra also mentions that the evidence of bone ornaments during Mesolithic age for the first times come from the site of Sarai Nahar Rai. Same Ghatna Chakra and same, what we say, question, but two answers. Both the answers are true. Okay? Why? Because Sarai Nahar Rai and Mahadaha, these are the places located in Pratapgarh district of UP. So just remember in simple words, the evidence of bone ornaments for the first time comes during Mesolithic age from Pratapgarh district of UP. Okay? If you want to remember it precisely, then go for remembering these places, Sarai Nahar Rai and Mahadaha. Got it? Apart from this, horn-made implements. As I've told you, usually the animals were being hunted. And when animals were being hunted, their horns were used basically for tearing the skin of the other animals by pointing these horns. So horn-made implements have been observed from Damdama. And where is Damdama? It is located in Meza Tehsil of Allahabad, presently Prayagraj. Okay? And painting now became polychrome, multiple colors. I'll repeat the points again. Please listen to me carefully. Note down these points. What are the characteristic features of Mesolithic age? Okay. Now, Mesolithic, Meso, middle, lithic, stone. In Mesolithic age, particularly, as I've told you, microlith have been observed 2 to 5 centimeter approximately. Evidence of microlith comes from the Bagor region of Rajasthan, located on the banks of river Kothari. Animal domestication observed for the first time. Evidence comes from Adamgarh, that is in Hoshangabad district, MP. Horn-made implements. Apart from this, bone ornaments, painting became polychrome. Got it? Now, other important sites associated with Mesolithic age. I have noted down these sites again. You can also note them down. As I've told you, please also note these, sites. Apart from this, please jot down them on the political map. Okay? Like many of you you might have a question in mind, sir. Does UPSC really ask questions or map-based questions, particularly from the historical perspective? Guys, just observe the papers of history, particularly the prelims examination of approximately 2000 era. You can see that, or you can observe that UPSC has a tendency to ask map-based questions. And I usually say in all my sessions, hope for the best and prepare for the worst. So we need to be prepared for everything. Okay? Hence, I've told you, please note down these places in maps as well. So other important sites are Loteshwar in Gujarat. Apart from this, Tarsang in Gujarat, Tilwada in Rajasthan, Baridi in Jharkhand, and Gambharia in Odisha. These are other Mesolithic sites. Clear? Moving ahead. Neolithic age. As I've told you previously, lithic means stone, neo means new. Okay? So, for the first time, we have observed that people are now living a sedentary life. In simple words, Not completely nomadic, but semi-nomadic life. Now, people have started settling down near the plain areas. Why? I'll give you a small example so that it becomes quite easier for you to understand the concept. Why people have now started living in the plain areas. Suppose if any river comes from the mountains, now this river has to go through different jumps. When a river takes a small jump, okay, it is referred as a rapid. When it takes a bit higher jump, it is referred as a waterfall. Then it is referred as a cataract and so on. So what happens in that case, river is collecting a lot of sediments. And when the river comes in the plain area, it starts depositing its sediments. And these sediments are rich in all kinds of nutrients. In simple geographical language, they are referred as khadar and bangar. You might have studied them in geography or the NCERT of the geography. Correct? So these sediments are rich in all kinds of nutrients which are conducive for agriculture. And in Neolithic age, people started living in the plain areas because these people started practicing agriculture. Agriculturally, the most advanced site of that time, particularly of the Neolithic age, was Mehrgarh. I repeat, was Mehrgarh. You can note this down as I've mentioned here somewhere. Yes, Mehrgarh. Okay. It is located in the Balochistan region of Pakistan. It is highly agriculturally developed. You can imagine that people at that time in Mehrgarh used to live in mud brick houses. So you can imagine the development of that site. Okay. Now, with the development of agriculture, people started developing earthen vessels. Simple words, this age also saw the development of pottery. Why? Because people required something for cooking, eating, drinking, and storing the food grains. So in that case, development of pottery took place in Neolithic age. And the evidence of pottery for the first time comes from Chopani Mando in UP. You can note this down, guys. I repeat, Chopani Mando in UP. So agriculture, apart from agriculture, we saw the development of pottery. Okay. Another important site, that is Burzahom, which is located in Kashmir. It has a very striking feature here. Now, what's the striking feature that we need to understand about Burzahom? Burzahom, it's an Urdu word, which basically means bark of birch trees. Here, we have observed two striking features. And what was that? The master, as I've told you, in Mesolithic age, people started domesticating animals. And the first animal that was being domesticated was a wild dog. Okay. So at a site of Burzahom, a very striking feature have been observed. And what was that? The master and the dog both were buried in the same grave. And another striking feature, people at the site of Burzahom lived inside the pits near the lakeside, as I've told you in the start of the session. Why? Because since these people have started practicing agriculture, water could be channelized for irrigation purpose. And second major aspect here is, apart from channelizing water, they can easily hide themselves from the wild animals and they can easily hunt them. So this was one of the striking features observed at the site of Burzahom in Kashmir. Okay, I'll give you one more example that clicked my mind right now. During Indus Valley civilization, the people of Indus Valley civilization used to practice trephination. Trephination basically means it was a technique to cure diseases like migraine or body pain. And here local herbs were being used. Okay, I was reading this fact in one of the research papers that trephination was a technique that was used by the people during the Indus Valley civilization time. And the evidence of trephination comes from the site of Lothal and Burzahom. So Burzahom is one such site in Kashmir. Okay. Other important sites which are related to Neolithic age are Maski and Brahmagiri, Karnataka, Payampalli, Tamil Nadu, Giyak and Kiari, Ladakh. Another important site, Napchik, it is located in Manipur. Kuchai and Golbai Sasan, please note them down. Kuchai and Golbai Sasan, Odisha. And other Neolithic sites are, here I have mentioned other important site, Mundigak, which is located in Afghanistan, Sarutaru, Assam, Daujali Hading, Assam, Sangankallu, Karnataka. Okay, so these are important Neolithic sites. So my one question is, guys, if somebody asks you, please define Paleolithic age in one sentence, Mesolithic age in one sentence, and Neolithic age in one sentence, what would be that probable sentence? Yes? Yes, guys, answer this in the comment section. Paleolithic age, simple words, development of stone tools. Mesolithic age, the most striking feature was domestication of animals. And Neolithic age, the most striking feature was development of agriculture. Correct? Moving ahead with Chalcolithic age. Chalco, a Latin word. Lithic, ample of times we have discussed. Lithic means stone. Chalco basically means what? Copper. So for the first time, the first metal to be discovered by man was copper. Simple words. So, although metal was being discovered by man, people did not stop using stone. Hence, this age is also referred as stone copper phase or Chalcolithic age. Majority of the Chalcolithic sites are found in the Jorve region of Maharashtra, Pune, Inamgaon, Nasik, Ahmednagar, and so on. Other important sites where copper is found is in Rajasthan, Ahar and Gilund. Then comes what we say Malwa and Iran region of Madhya Pradesh. What is Malwa? Malwa is the western part of Madhya Pradesh. Correct? Like basically saying Madhya Pradesh, it is divided into 4 to 5 geographical features. The northern part is referred as Chambal and Bundelkhand. The western part is referred as Nimad. Eastern part is referred as Baghelkhand. Okay, sorry. The northern part is referred as Bundelkhand. Okay, and Chambal. Southern part is referred as Nimad. Eastern part is referred as Baghelkhand and western part is referred as Malwa. I'll give you a few examples. You might have heard about places like Indore, Ujjain, Dhar, Mandu. All these are the regions of Malwa. Correct? So, Chalcolithic sites are found in the Malwa region, particularly western part of MP, and Iran. Iran basically are Sagar and Damoh districts of Madhya Pradesh. So, I'll repeat the points here again. Majority of Chalcolithic sites are found in Jorve region of Maharashtra, Ahmednagar, Pune, Inamgaon, Songaon, Nasik, and so on. Apart from this, Ahar and Gilund region of Rajasthan. Apart from this Ahar and Gilund region. Okay. Apart from Ahar and Gilund region, where are the other places where it is being found? Malwa and Iran. Okay. Now, probability, people might have worshipped Sakambari. Now, what is Sakambari? Sakambari is goddess of fertility. Got the points clear, guys? Okay. Now, I'll tell you few important facts that you guys need to remember. Like Robert Bruce Foote, he is referred as father of Indian prehistory. The term Neolithic was being coined by John Lubbock. I repeat, the term Neolithic was being coined by John Lubbock. And the term Neolithic Revolution was being coined by Gordon Childe. I repeat, Gordon Childe. Clear, guys? The first chapter. Again, for the people who are new to the platform, for the aspirants who are new to the platform, I have covered this chapter in quite depth and detail as a part of Ancient Indian History series. Correct? Now let's move ahead with another important chapter, Indus Valley Civilization. Around 5th to 4th millennium BC, there were 4 civilizations which were contemporary to each other. And all these civilizations have one striking feature in common. All these civilizations developed on the banks of some or the other river. Some or the other river. Like as the name itself suggests, Indus Valley civilization, it developed on the banks of river Indus and its different tributaries. Correct? Similarly, there were 4 civilizations which were approximately contemporary or parallel to each other. Okay? Mesopotamian civilization. Mesopotamian civilization, it developed around the Central Asian region, Iran, Iraq, Syria, southeastern Turkey, Kuwait, and so on. Sumerians and Akkadians, they dominated Mesopotamia. They developed, like specifically the Mesopotamian civilization, it developed on the banks of Tigris and Euphrates River. Correct? Now, Mesopotamians, it is believed that they were the first to develop the spoken language. They were the first to develop religion, the concept of religion. It is believed that these people developed different sports. Like you might have heard about a sport called as polo. In that sport, usually we see that a man is sitting on a horse back. Here, the polo was played in a different manner. A man used to sit on another man's shoulder. So, this was the contribution of the Mesopotamians particularly. And one of the striking features of Mesopotamia was Guenol Linus statue. If you observe the statue is made up of limestone. Half body is of a human and half body is of a lion. A beautiful example of sculpture at that time. Correct? So I'll repeat the points again. Mesopotamian civilization, it developed around the Central Asian region, particularly Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, southeastern Turkey. Okay? Syria. Apart from this, it is located on the banks of Tigris and Euphrates River. Sumerians and Akkadians, they dominated Mesopotamia. First to develop religion, first to develop the spoken language, first to develop sports like major, that is rugby and polo. Apart from this, they were also, they also developed intoxicants. These people, the Mesopotamians. And one of the finest example of sculpture is Guenol Linus statue. The body, half body is of a human and half body is of a lion. Correct? Moving ahead. Egyptian civilization. Egyptian civilization, now tell me, is this statement correct? Egyptian civilization is located on the banks of the largest river of the world. Yes, guys? Am I true? It is located on the banks of longest river of the world, not the largest. So, Egyptian civilization, it is located on the banks of river Nile. If, like it is believed that river Nile, it's a gift to Egypt. Why? Because Egypt is an extension of the largest desert of the world, approximately 8 to 10 lakh square kilometers. That is Sahara Desert. Isn't that so? If river Nile could haven't been there, entire Egypt could have been desert. Even today, there are maximum part of Egypt is a desert. But due to river Nile, specifically it is believed that it is a gift to Egypt. Correct? So it is also one of the important civilization. Now, Egypt at that time, like I'll give you a small example. You might have heard about a concept called as oasis. In desert region, you might have observed one thing, that in desert region, there are certain, when a river is flowing, it gets broken up into small water pockets. And there are different settlements. Like suppose this is a water pocket, a small lake. Now, around these lakes, there would be different settlements. Correct? So, this is referred as oasis. And the soil around the oasis is quite conducive for cultivation of date palms, for cultivation of cotton. In simple words, it is quite fertile. And Egyptian civilization, cotton at that time was quite famous. Indus Valley civilization's cotton was also very famous. Correct? Apart from this, in Egyptian civilization, date palm cultivation was also done. And these people followed elaborate burial practices. Okay. One more thing I'll tell you guys, I forgot to tell you specifically in the Chalcolithic age. Just it clicked my mind right now about Chalcolithic age. The people of Chalcolithic age also followed elaborate burial practices. How? Particularly, as I've told you, maximum number of Chalcolithic sites were found in Maharashtra. And there was a very different striking feature observed in Maharashtra. And what was that? people in the region of Chalcolithic sites of Maharashtra buried the dead under the floor of their own house. In fact, it is also believed that apart from burying the dead, they also buried the belongings of the dead. How? I'll give you a small example of Chalcolithic site of Madhya Pradesh, and that site is referred as Kaitha. This point just clicked my mind right now, hence I'm elaborating this. So there is a site called as Kaitha, and this site is located near Ojha. Okay, so it's a Chalcolithic site of Madhya Pradesh. Here, a human skeleton have been observed, and in the left hand of that skeleton, there are approximately 29 to 30 bangles. And apart from this 29 to 30 bangles in this skeleton, we can observe one more thing. And what was that? Few copper axes, 2 copper axes have been there. So in simple words, apart from burying the people or apart from burying the dead, belongings were also being buried. Probably, these people might have believed that these things are useful to the person in this life and would be useful to him in the next life. Hence, it might be buried along with the dead. Probability, correct? It's not surety, it's probability. Got the points clear? Now coming back here, so elaborate burial practices was also being followed by the Egyptians, like pyramids, sphinx, and so on. Okay. Chinese civilization. Name suggests, located in China, located on the banks of river Wangho or Yellow. And particularly, the soil of Wangho or Yellow River was quite fertile and was referred as loess. Very fertile soil. And Indus Valley civilization, like name suggests, it is located on the banks of river Indus. Okay. So this is the detailed elaboration of the Mesopotamian civilization, Egyptian, Chinese, and let's understand about the Indus Valley civilization now. Guys, now try and understand, just give me few seconds, just give me 30 seconds, 1 minute maximum, so that I can draw certain things. Yes, you guys might be thinking about what are these diagrams associated with this. So please do not worry. Listen to me very carefully about in general features of Indus Valley civilization. Okay. Now, if I talk about the extent of Indus Valley civilization roughly covers approximately around 8,50,000 square kilometers of Indian subcontinent. Now, the northernmost site of Indus Valley civilization is Manda, which is located in Jammu and Kashmir. Many historians do believe that Shortugai in Afghanistan is the northernmost site, and excavations are still going on. Okay? The southernmost site of Indus Valley civilization is Daimabad, which is located in Ahmednagar district of Maharashtra. The easternmost site of Indus Valley civilization is Alamgirpur, which is located on the banks of river Hindon near Meerut and Ghaziabad. And the westernmost site is Sutka Gendor, located on the banks of river Dasht on Pakistan-Iran border. If one has an aerial view of Indus Valley civilization, it is roughly quadrilateral or triangular in shape. I'll repeat the points again. Carefully listen to me about the extent of Indus Valley civilization. The northernmost site of Indus Valley civilization is Manda, Jammu and Kashmir. Many historians do believe that Shortugai in Afghanistan is the northernmost site. The southernmost site of IVC is Daimabad, which is located in Maharashtra, Ahmednagar district. Then comes the westernmost site, Sutka Gendor, Pakistan-Iran border, on the banks of river Dasht. Then comes particularly Alamgirpur. Alamgirpur, it is located on the banks of river Hindon. Okay? Extent. Now come back to this concept. I'll explain you in a general feature of Indus Valley civilization site. I'm saying you in general features, guys. Okay? Now, Indus Valley city is roughly divided into two parts. Okay? Upper citadel or upper town, lower citadel or lower town. Now, what is citadel? Citadel is a wall-like structure or a wall-like fortification or a slope-like structure which protects the city from getting flooded. Simple words. Now, let me give you a small example. Suppose this is the lower part of the city, lower town. Upper part of the city, upper town. Now, you can observe this wall-like structure or a slope. Correct? What is this? Citadel. Now, what's the basic purpose of citadel? The basic purpose of citadel is to protect the city from getting flooded. Correct? Now, I'll give you a small example. Mohenjo-daro, a very important site from the region of Pakistan. Mohenjo-daro, particularly, it is believed that Mohenjo-daro, it is a site which has been destroyed by flood. In simple words, the citadel has been destroyed. Hence, Mohenjo-daro is also referred as Mound of Dead. Another important site of Pakistan is Chanhu-Daro, probably an industrial site. And this is the only Indus Valley site without a citadel. There's no wall-like fortification in Chanhu-Daro. Hence, this site was also destroyed by floods. Clear? So, citadel is a wall-like structure or a slope-like structure which protects the city from getting flooded. So, Indus Valley cities were majorly divided into two parts, upper citadel and lower citadel. Now, many historians do believe that the categorization or classification upper and lower might be class-based. Correct? Like the common people usually used to live in the lower citadel. And the elite section of the society usually lived in the upper part of the citadel. Got it? Now, upper part was usually divided into two parts, eastern and western. Now, eastern was a residential sector where people used to reside, where people used to live. And this western part was a public works sector where people used to work. So, this is the in general structure of the city. Clear? I'll explain again. City was usually divided into two parts, upper and lower. Citadel. Citadel specifically means a wall-like structure or a wall-like fortification or a slope-like structure which protects the city from getting flooded. Correct? The upper citadel was majorly divided into two parts, eastern and western. Eastern was the residential sector, whereas the western was the public works sector. Got it? 2 rows of 6 granary have been found at the site of Harappa. Now, what is granary? Granary, in simple word, is silos or go down for storing the food grain. Now, in simple words, you can just imagine, in Neolithic age, the food grains were stored in earthen vessels. They were stored in pots. And now, people are requiring go downs for storing the food grains. People are requiring silos for storing the food grains. you can imagine the surplus amount of food grain production that was prevalent at that time. Correct? And this concept is referred as Great Granary. And this was found for the first time at the site of Harappa. Now let's understand about the structure of the granary. Now this is approximately around 14.7 meter and this is 15.23 meter. Okay. Divided into 4 parts. The agricultural field where the crops were being produced. The working floor or threshing floor where the grain was separated from the chaff. Granary. The basic purpose of granary was storing the food grains. And then comes barrack. Barrack basically means the laborers who used to work in the agricultural field. The laborers who used to work particularly in the threshing floor. In the godowns or the granaries, where will they stay? They will stay in the barracks. So basic purpose or utility of barrack was housing the laborers. And this entire structure is referred as Great Granary. Correct? Now, this is the in general layout of the city. Okay? Like if one has an overview, that is the upper view of the city, we can observe that the city is divided, it looks like a chessboard. It is divided into rectangular blocks. The main road is quite broader. Just listen to me carefully. The main road is quite broader and the side lanes are narrower in comparison to the main roads. The side lanes are cutting the main roads at 90 degrees. Okay? One can observe lamp posts at equal distance, which suggests that trade might be taking place through these routes. The houses particularly are in the side lanes or alleys. Okay? Now, suppose if a person enters from here, where should be particularly the entrance door of the house? Here, correct? But the entrance door of the house usually is not here. The entrance door of the house is here. Why? Because in lower citadel, the well is located between 2 houses. And in upper citadel, the well is located within the courtyard of the house. I repeat, in lower citadel, the well is located between 2 houses. Whereas in the upper citadel, the well is located within the courtyard of the house. The wells are made up of burnt bricks, usually circular in shape. The houses are made up of wood and burnt bricks. Apart from this, houses might be single story or double story. How do we come to know that houses are double story? Because the evidence of staircase in the region of Mohenjo-daro suggests that houses might be multi-story or a double story. There's a vertical drainage plus horizontal drainage. The drains are covered by stone slabs, which simply suggests that people were aware about hygiene. Correct? People were aware about hygiene, stone slabs. Apart from this, the houses, there are more number of doors in comparison to the windows. Correct? At specifically equal distance on the main road, one can observe manhole. Why? Suppose if any filth or garbage gets collected, a person enters there and cleans it. So one can observe manhole at equal distance on the main road. This is in general structure of the city. The main road, as I've told you, is comparatively broader in comparison to the side lanes or alleys. The main road is approximately 13 to 35 feet and 9 to 11 feet is what? Approximately what? The side lanes or alleys. Clear? Okay. This structure is found at Mohenjo-daro and this is referred as Great Bath. Okay. Now what's a Great Bath structure looks like? Now there are 2 entrances to the bath. It resembles like a modern day swimming pool. Okay. There are 2 entrances of the bath. Now there is an inlet. This bath is approximately around 8 feet deep. One can find inlet approximately around 1.5 feet and outlet around 7.5 feet. Through inlet, the fresh water enters the bath. through outlet, the filthy water is drained out of the bath. There is no use of a single stone in the entire great bath. No use of a stone. The entire great bath is made up of burnt bricks. Okay? And here one can observe cubical columns, probably changing rooms. So what is this great bath concept? The concept of great bath probably might be associated with the ritualistic practice of the Indus Valley people. Got the points clear? So this is in general about the Indus Valley civilization and its features. Clear, guys? Yes. Now let's understand about important Indus Valley civilization site. And this year in 2025, there was a question from the site of Mohenjo-daro. I'll tell you what kind of questions usually crop up in the examination. Okay. Now, anyone who knows about the person who is responsible for discovery of Harappan civilization? Any idea? Yes. Now, I'll tell you about two characters. One is James Lewis and the second one is Richard Potter. A very famous name associated with Harappan civilization is Charles Mason. Correct, guys? But do you know the actual name of Charles Mason was James Lewis? Now, James Lewis, he was a part of the British Indian Army at that time. And James Lewis, although being a part of the British Indian Army, in around 1820s, approximately around 1822, he was posted in Bengal artillery. So, although he was a part of Bengal artillery, although he was a part of British East India Company's army, but he had a very different inclination towards archaeology. He was interested in studying the ancient artifacts and so on. So he had a very different inclination. In 1827, James Lewis, he was posted in the region of Agra. And one fine day, he deserted the army. He left the army. And at that time, desertion, it was a very big punishment. It was a very big crime at that time. And it basically means if you have deserted the army, the only punishment that would be given to that person would be capital punishment directly, like not life imprisonment, hanged to death. So James Lewis and one of his companion, whose name was Richard Potter, they both deserted the army. So now if army shouldn't find them, so what happened in that case? These people changed their name. Now this person, James Lewis, he named himself Charles Mason. And secondly, Richard Potter, he named himself John Brown. And now they started moving towards the northwestern part of India. Finally, they reached Punjab. And when they reached Punjab, they met an American explorer whose name was Harlan Messiha. I repeat, whose name was Harlan Messiha. Okay. He was an American explorer in the court of Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji at that time. So he met them, and James Lewis, that is Charles Mason, he was quite interested in knowing new things, understanding new things from the different places. And since this person, Harlan Messiha, he was also there in the court of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, he had come from the he has traveled to different regions of Central Asia. So he had a lot of knowledge about the cultural vicinity of the Central Asia. And at that time, James Lewis or Charles Mason collected all the knowledge from Harlan Messiha. Now, as I've told you, the British Indian Army was finding these two, and these two had changed their name, Richard Potter to John Brown. So John Brown or Richard Potter, he stayed in the court of Maharaja Ranjit Singh himself. Okay, but this person, James Lewis or Charles Mason, he further moved towards the northwestern part. And finally, he reached a place called as Harappa. Here he observed diversified things. And finally, this was the first thing, we can say that this was the first actual discovery of the Indus Valley civilization or Harappan civilization. So this is the story of James Levis or Charles Mason. Getting the points clear, guys? So, as I have told you guys, there are many stories, like our books are full of stories. And I personally believe that sometimes there are many stories which are actually not given in our books, and that should be portrayed in these books. Correct? Like on the day I was explaining the decoding the syllabus of UPSC, I have did one video and I've told you one story about Samuel Evans Stokes, also referred as Satyanand Stokes. Isn't that so? Like this person, he was an American Christian missionary who came to India to spread Christianity, and he himself got converted into Hinduism under the aegis of Arya Samaj. He played a very pivotal role, a very crucial role in the non-cooperation movement. Satyanand Stokes or Samuel Evans Stokes. There are ample such examples. Getting the points clear, guys? So, coming back to the what we say important sites of Indus Valley civilization. So, hope you understood the story of James Levis, Richard Potter, and so on. Okay? Now, Harappa. Indus Valley civilization is also referred as Harappan civilization. Now, why it is referred as Harappan civilization? Because Harappa was the first site to be discovered. What kind of questions can crop up in the examination? Where is the site located? It is located on the banks of which river? And what are the key or important findings from these sites? These are the questions that can be cropped up in the examination. Okay. So now let's understand about the site of Harappa. Now, Harappa was discovered in 1921. Indus Valley civilization is also referred as Harappan civilization because Harappa was the first site to be discovered. Now, the key findings from the region of Harappa, which is located on the banks of river Ravi, a tributary of river Indus, are Nataraj bronze image. Correct? You might have seen the dancing statue of Lord Shiva, Nataraj. So, Nataraj bronze image have been observed at the site of Harappa. Excuse me. Copper scale have been found at the site of Harappa. Vanity box, which looks like a makeup box, found at the site of Harappa. Apart from this, dice have been found at the site of Harappa. So what does the evidence of dice suggest? Gambling might be the source of entertainment of the people, probably. Correct? Apart from this, R and H 37 cemetery have been observed at the site of Harappa. So I'll repeat the points again. Important key findings are Nataraj bronze image, dice which suggest the evidence of gambling or gambling might be the source of entertainment for the people, copper scale, vanity box, R and H 37 cemetery have been found at the site of Harappa. Getting the points clear? And these people might have believed in symbolic worship, particularly phallic and yonic worship. Clear? Moving ahead. Mohenjo-daro. Mohenjo-daro, second Indus Valley site to be discovered in 1922 by Rakhaldas Banerjee. It is located on the banks of river Indus, and this year there was a question from Mohenjo-daro. And what was that? Bronze image of a nude dancing girl. So coming back here, so Mohenjo-daro, it was discovered in 1922 by Rakhaldas Banerjee. It is located on the banks of river Indus. It is a second Indus Valley civilization site to be discovered. It is located in Pakistan. Now, what are the key findings from the site of Mohenjo-daro? First thing, a multi-pillared assembly hall. There is a hall which has multiple pillars. So, probably it might be a temple or a meeting place for a nearby village assembly. And the evidence for meeting place stands more strong. Why? Because we do not have any evidence of temple worship or idol worship. So, multi-pillared assembly hall. Then comes bronze image of a nude dancing girl. This year's question, 2025 prelims. Okay. Now this girl, she is standing in a Tribhanga posture with one of her hands on her waist. You can observe here. So what is Tribhanga posture? Tri means three. Bhanga. Bhanga means what? Posture. So, three features specifically here are the neck part, the knee part, and the waist part. And you can observe Tribhanga posture in the Indian classical dances as well. One of the classical dances, Odissi. You can observe this Tribhanga posture in Odissi, Indian classical dance as well. So, the bronze image of a nude dancing girl have been found from the site of Mohenjo-daro. Statite image of a bearded man. Now, particularly if you observe, statite, it's a powder-like mineral which is majorly used for making statues, it is used for making coins and so on. If you observe the statue of a bearded man, you'll come across that this bearded man, he has a shawl from the left part of his shoulder and it is going in this manner. He has a perfectly combed hair, and he has a perfectly stylized beard, which simply exemplifies that people cared about aesthetics. And secondly, he might be a priest. Getting the points clear? So, statite image of a bearded man. Another important finding from Mohenjo-daro. Seal of Pashupati Mahadev or Proto-Shiva. Now, if you observe the seal, this is the seal of Pashupati Mahadev or Proto-Shiva. Now, in this seal, a man is depicted sitting in Padmasana position. He is surrounded by few animals, tiger, elephant, bull, buffalo, and 2 deer are seated near the feet of Shiva. So this is referred as Proto-Shiva because it resembles like Lord Shiva. And it is also referred as seal of Pashupati Mahadev. So it has been found at the site of Mohenjo-daro. So these are the key important findings from the site of Mohenjo-daro. I'll repeat the points again. Multi-pillared assembly hall. Just explained one concept while back. Great bath have been found from the site of Mohenjo-daro. Third important thing. Bronze image of a nude dancing girl. Statite image of a bearded man. Okay. Seal of Pashupati Mahadev. All these are the key. Then ivory weight balance. All these things have been found from the site of Mohenjo-daro. Clear, guys? Dholavira, another important site. Now, I'll tell you one important fact, guys. If there is a site particularly located in Gujarat, and if the question crops up in the examination that this site might have trading contacts with the other civilizations of the world, 90% cases, this what we say statement would be true. Why? Because Gujarat is a coastal state. Getting the points clear? So, Dholavira. Dholavira in local language is referred as Kotada Timba. It is located on Khadirbet Island in Gujarat. As I've told you, as we have discussed previously, that Indus Valley civilization sites are roughly divided into 2 parts. Upper Citadel and Lower Citadel, or Upper Town and Lower Town. The site of Dholavira, it is divided into 3 parts. Upper Town, Middle Town and Lower Town. Water conservation have been observed for the first time at the site of Dholavira. Small water cisterns have been observed. So what might be the purpose for conservation of water? Since these people have started practicing agriculture, water from these tanks might be channelized into the agricultural field. Simple words, might be used for irrigation purpose, or water might be stored for some unseen situations. Correct? So water conservation have been observed for the first time at the Indus Valley city site of Dholavira. Tropic of Cancer passes through the site of Dholavira. Apart from this, Iranian seals have been found at the site of Dholavira, which simply exemplifies one thing. The site of Dholavira might have trading contacts with Mesopotamian civilization. Why? As discussed right now, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Kuwait, southeastern Turkey were the part of Mesopotamian civilization. So Iranian seals simply suggest that, particularly they might have trading contact with the other civilizations of the world. Got it? Now, signboard have been found, which simply exemplifies another important thing, that it might be again, trading center. So I'll repeat the points again. Dholavira, it is located in Gujarat. City divided into 3 parts, upper, middle and lower. Water conservation system have been observed for the first time, probably for unforeseen situations like famine or for what we say irrigation purpose. Then Tropic of Cancer passes through this site. Iranian seals found at this site suggest that they might have trading contacts with the other civilizations of the world. Okay. Lothal, discovered by S.R. Rao. Now, Lothal is also referred as Manchester of Indus Valley civilization. Just we have discussed right now that the cotton of Egyptian civilization was quite famous. Similarly, the cotton textile and the quality of the cotton of Indus Valley civilization was also very famous. And the cotton of Indus Valley civilization was referred as Sindon. And it was exported to the other civilizations. Correct? Sindon. It was being exported to the other civilization. Hence, Lothal, which is a site located in Gujarat, is also referred as Manchester of IVC. I repeat, it is referred as Manchester of IVC. First artificial brick dockyard have been observed at the site of Lothal. Iranian seals have been observed, which simply exemplifies one thing, that these people might have trading contact with the other civilizations of the world. As discussed, in general, the city is divided into two parts. Dholavira was divided into 3 parts. Lothal is divided into 6 parts. And all the parts are made on unripe bricks. Okay. First artificial brick dockyard have been found at the site of Lothal. Now, a vase or a jar has been found which depicts the crow and a fox on it. So, it becomes the basis for the further coming Panchatantra stories. You might have heard about the story of a thirsty crow, cunning fox. Correct? The Panchatantra stories written by Pandit Vishnu Shankar Sharma in the later years. So, there was a jar that was being found at Lothal which depicted a fox and a crow. Correct? So, Lothal, I'll repeat the points again. It is a site located in Gujarat. Apart from this, the town or the city of Lothal is divided into 6 parts, and all these parts are made on unripe bricks. First artificial brick dockyard have been observed at the site of Lothal. Might have trading contacts with the Mesopotamian civilization or the other civilization. Cotton was being exported, and hence the site of Lothal is also referred as Manchester of IVC. The cotton was referred as Sindon. Points are clear? And here, the most important aspect, another, a vase or a jar depicting fox and a crow have been found at the site of Lothal. Clear, I guess, guys? Okay. Apart from Lothal, I'll tell you one more site of Gujarat, that is Surkotada. This is also a site in Gujarat. And here, 2 features are very important. And what is that feature? For the first time, remains of horse bones have been found at the site of Surkotada. And my friends, please remember one fact. Horse is not a native animal to India. It's an animal of Central Asia. So for the first time, remains of horse have been found at the site of Surkotada. One more important fact. Indus Valley civilization is not at all horse-centered. Correct? Another striking feature of the site of Surkotada here is what? Another striking feature here is oval grave have been observed at the site of Surkotada. Getting the points clear? Oval grave. Correct? Kalibangan. It is located in Rajasthan. Kalibangan, see, there are 2 sites of Indus Valley civilization which exhibits Proto-Harappan and Harappan cultural phase. And these 2 sites are Kalibangan in Rajasthan and Balavali in Haryana. There are 2 sites, I repeat, which exhibits Proto-Harappan and Harappan cultural phase. One is Kalibangan in Rajasthan and the other one is Banavali in Haryana. Kalibangan, particularly, it is believed that it is located in Rajasthan. The remains of horse bones have been found at the site of Kalibangan. Now, at the site of Kalibangan, here we have observed fire altars for the first time. You might have heard about something called as Agni Kund, Havan Kund like structure. So fire altars have been observed for the first time at the site of Kalibangan, which means black bangles. In simple words, black bangles have also been found at this site. Okay, so have been observed for the first time at the site of Kalibangan located in Rajasthan. Hope so the points are clear, guys. Correct? These people might have believed in worship of Murukan. Murukan specifically, like they believed in worship of Murukan, fire god. So I'll repeat. There are two sites which depict Proto-Harappan and Harappan cultural phase. One is Kalibangan, the other one is Banavali. Kalibangan, it is located in Haryana. Kalibangan, it is located in Rajasthan. Banavali, it is located in Haryana. Fire altars have been observed at the site of Kalibangan. Fields were ploughed before sowing the seeds at the site of Kalibangan and Banavali both. Okay. Then, apart from this, camel bones have been observed at the site of Kalibangan. Then, at the site of Kalibangan, there are no wooden slabs. There are no stone slabs. There are wooden slabs. Okay. So, this is major and striking feature about the site of Kalibangan located in the region of Rajasthan. Surkotada, just discussed a while back. Remains of horses have been found at the site of Surkotada in Gujarat. One more striking feature, as I have told you, oval-shaped burial. Other striking feature, Indus Valley civilization is not at all horse-centered. Clear? Rakhigadi. Rakhigadi, it is located in Haryana and it is the largest Indus Valley civilization site. If we have studied the largest Indus Valley civilization site, let us also know about the smallest Indus Valley civilization site. The smallest Indus Valley civilization site is Ala Hindo, and Ala Hindo, it is located in Pakistan. It is the smallest Indus Valley civilization site. Okay. Sutka Gendor, as discussed earlier. The northernmost site is Manda, Jammu and Kashmir. Southernmost is Daimabad, Maharashtra. Easternmost is Alamgirpur, UP. Westernmost is Sutka Gendor, Pakistan-Iran border on the banks of Dasht River. Here, we have observed copper axe and ashful pot. So, what does ashful pot suggest? That people here practiced fractional burial system. Now, majorly there are 2 to 3 kinds of burial system, or there are 2 to 3 kinds of particularly systems after post-death. That is cremation. Second one is burying the dead body, and third is after cremating, collecting the ashes in a pot and burying that pot. That is referred as fractional burial. And this was observed at the site of Sutka Gendor, located on Pakistan-Iran border. Clear, guys? So, it is located in Pakistan-Iran border. This is one of the important findings. Now, let me tell you about few other sites as well, which are important from the exam perspective. Like, as I've told you, Daimabad. You have to note down these sites. Apart from this, you have to note down these sites on map as well. Daimabad, it is located in Ahmednagar district of Maharashtra. Bronze buffalo statue have been observed at the site of Daimabad. Then, Alamgirpur. This site, easternmost site, located on the banks of river Hindon, UP. Striking feature, cloth impression on a trough have been observed at the site of Alamgirpur. Banavali, just discussed right now. Fine quality barley have been observed at the site of Banavali, located in Haryana. Okay. Another important site located in Haryana, Mitathal. And the site of Mitathal, it is located on the banks of 2 rivers, Yamuna and Chautang River. I repeat, Yamuna and Chautang River. Other important site, Balu. It is also located in Haryana. Another important site, Hulas. This site, it is located in Saharanpur district of Uttar Pradesh. I repeat, Saharanpur district of Uttar Pradesh. Shortugai, we have discussed previously that many historians do believe that Shortugai in Afghanistan is the northernmost site. So Shortugai, it is an Indus Valley civilization site located in Afghanistan. Then Sinoli. You might have heard about this place. There was a series of Manoj Bajpayee, Secrets of Sinoli. Correct? So Sinoli, it is located in Bagpat region of Uttar Pradesh. Hope so the points are clear, guys. Bagpat region of Uttar Pradesh. Ropad or Roopnagar, located in Punjab region. Correct? So these are the important Indus Valley civilization sites that you guys need to remember. Hope so the points are clear, guys. Any question, any doubt, any query? Yes? Now let's understand in simple words about the society of Indus Valley civilization. Now let's speak about the religion. My one question is, was the religion polytheistic? Was it secular? Now let's explore this. One site of Indus Valley civilization was Kot Diji. And the site of Kot Diji, it is located on the banks of river Indus in Pakistan. Statue of bull and mother goddess have been found at the site of Kot Diji in Pakistan. First thing. Now, mother goddess was also referred as Saptamatrika. I repeat, she was also referred as Saptamatrika. Second important finding from the region of Mohenjo-daro, just discussed right now, seal of Pashupati Mahadev or Proto-Shiva. He is sitting in Samadhi position, surrounded by few animals, tiger, elephant, bull, rhinoceros, buffalo, and 2 deer are seated near the feet. Third, these people believed in symbolic worship. They worship trees, particularly the peepal tree, animals, snakes, and birds. They wore seals as amulets around the neck and the wrist so that they can ward off evils. So there are multiple practices. Hence, Indus Valley religion was polytheistic and no single practice was more dominant. Hence, it was secular in nature too. So these people also believed in something called as animism. Animism basically means love and respect for nature. They believed in symbolic worship. One of the finest example I have given you about Harappa. They believed in something called as phallic and yonic worship as well. Correct? So this is majorly about the religion of Indus Valley civilization. If we talk about, apart from religion, agriculture and animal husbandry. Agriculture was highly developed. How can we infer that agriculture of Indus Valley people was highly developed? As I've told you, in the Neolithic age, people used to keep their crops, particularly in earthen vessels, in pots. And here, godowns are required for storing the food grains. We have studied the example of great granary that was found for the first time at the site of Harappa. 2 rows of 6 granaries were found at the site of Harappa, which simply exemplifies one thing: surplus amount of food grain production that was being prevalent. Apart from this, these people might have practiced irrigation practices. How do we come to know about this? The site of Dholavira, where water cisterns have been observed for the first time. Water conservation system have been observed for the first time, probably which might be utilized for the purpose of irrigation. Third important thing, Kalibangan we have seen and Banavali we have seen in Haryana. Kalibangan, Rajasthan. The fields were plowed before sowing the seeds. Correct? Apart from this, they cultivated multiple crops like wheat, barley, rice. They also cultivated different fruits like lemon, muskmelon, watermelon, and so on. Evidence of garlic comes from the site of Balu in Haryana. So there are multiple crops. Apart from what we say crop rotation, these people also practiced mixed farming. Simple words, agriculture plus animal husbandry. Like camel was being domesticated in the region of Kalibangan. Bull was basically used for the purpose of agriculture. Like in the NCERT, you will find the mention of humped bull as well as humpless bull. Correct? Humped bull, if you observe the seal, if you go through the NCERT, you will see the picture of a seal where there is a humped bull as well as a humpless bull that have been found. Correct? So various animals were being domesticated like goat, sheep and so on. Bronze buffalo statue, as I've told you, have been found at the site of Daimabad. Correct? One thing should be noted down. There is no evidence of cow on Indus Valley seals. Correct? So these people domesticated, what we say, animals as well. Now let's understand about their seals. Now, if we observe the seals of Indus Valley civilization, they are of different shapes. Rectangular shape, square shaped, irregular shape. One can find inscription and carving on square shaped seals, whereas one can only find inscriptions on rectangular seals. Different animals are being depicted on the seal. Like we can find the animals like tiger, elephant, rhinoceros, deer, correct? Then bull, buffalo, humpless bull, unicorn, that is ekshring, on the seals of Indus Valley civilization. But there is no evidence of cow on Indus Valley seals. Correct? So this was majorly about the seals. If we see about the script of Indus Valley civilization, the script of Indus Valley civilization was referred as Boustrophodon, and their language was pictographic. What is pictographic? We are trying to infer things from the pictures. The script of Indus Valley civilization still stands undeciphered. We have just inferred things from the pictures that we have observed. And the language was pictographic and the script was Boustrophodon. Correct? If we speak about the pottery was ochre colored pottery or ochre colored pottery. In simple words, it was particularly light yellowish in color. Okay? It was well baked. Pottery was highly utilitarian in character. In simple words, it was used for multiple purposes. Like there was glazed pottery. In simple words, shining pottery. Then there were perforated pottery. Perforated pottery basically means the pots having holes on the upper structure. And what was the purpose or utility of perforated pottery? The basic purpose was it was usually used for straining the liquor, alcohol, and so on. Correct? So this is majorly about the pottery. I have covered these topics in depth and detail, guys, in Indus Valley chapter. You can go through the playlist as well. Now, this was majorly about the pottery, seals, agriculture, animal husbandry, religion, and so on. Now, different historians have a different opinion about decline of Indus Valley civilization. Some believe that Indus Valley civilization was destroyed by floods. Example, Mohenjo-daro. Example, Chanhu-daro. Some do believe that Indus Valley civilization was being destroyed by change in the course of the river or drying up of the rivers. Some do believe that Indus Valley civilization site was being destroyed by earthquake. Example, Kalibangan. Some believe that it was being destroyed by fire. Example, Kot DG. Excuse me, Kot DG. Many historians also believe that the Indus Valley civilization might be destroyed by different diseases like tuberculosis and other diseases, leprosy and so on. But can you imagine a civilization spread across 850,000 square kilometers approximately be destroyed by one single reason? So one of the widely accepted theory for the destruction of Indus Valley civilization was Aryan invasion theory or Max Muller theory, which is again a disputed topic today. It is a topic of quite dispute, but still it is widely accepted theory. So Aryan invasion theory or Max Muller theory forms one of the major bases for destruction of IVC. And that we are going to look into the new chapter, that is Vedic civilization, a very important chapter again from the perspective of examination. Hope so the points are clear till here. Hope you understood the prehistoric culture. Hope you understood the Indus Valley civilization. Yes, sites are important. Please note down the locations of the sites. I have also mentioned the extra sites of Paleo, Meso, Neo and Chalco. Please note them down. Please note all these sites on map as well. Okay. Now let's begin with another important chapter, Vedic civilization. Guys, hope you understood the chapter of Indus Valley civilization and prehistoric culture. Like as I've told you in the start of the session itself, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you can note down important points. Apart from this, you can also note down the additional sites that we have studied today. Okay? Without wasting any more time, let's move further with Vedic civilization. And here we are going to see different concepts like Aryan invasion theory, the four Vedas, Rig Ved, Samaveda, Yajurveda, Atharvaveda, Aranyakas, which are also referred as forest books. Apart from this, different Upanishads, forms of marriages, particularly 8 different forms of marriages, Vedang. Here also we are going to study the concept of Sola Sanskar. So this part of the topic of the marathon session would be quite important. Okay, I'll repeat one more point. The students or the aspirants who are new to the platform, I have already covered these topics in quite depth and detail as a part of Ancient Indian History series. So the aspirants who are new to the platform can go through there. You can download the PDF of the marathon session from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. I repeat, history_Alok Ojha. Now let's begin. Like we have seen while back, like different historians have different perspective about the decline of Indus Valley civilization. Some believe that Indus Valley civilization declined due to tuberculosis, leprosy and different other diseases. Some believe that it was destroyed by floods. Some do believe that it was being destroyed by fire and earthquake. Some historians believe that there was a change in the course of the river which led to the destruction of Indus Valley civilization. But one of the most widely accepted theory is Aryan invasion theory. Aryan invasion theory again still stands quite disputed these days as well. Okay, so what is Aryan invasion theory all about? Let's understand. The word Aryan had been derived from the Sanskrit word Arya, which means of noble origin, and the term Arya finds mention for 36 times in the Rig Vedic hymns or the Rig Vedic shlokas. It is believed that there were certain tribes of Central Asia. They entered into the northern part of India through Khyber Pass, and Khyber Pass is located in Hindu Kush mountains. They entered into the northern part of India, started subjugating the natives of India. They came up with sophisticated iron weapons, chariots, swords, and so on. Unable to meet their challenges, the natives of India further moved towards southern part of river Narmada and got settled in southern part of India. Correct? So the people who came from Central Asia and who got settled in the northern part of India were referred as Aryans, whereas the people who settled in the southern part of India were referred as Dravidians. Aryans called Dravidians by derogatory name of Das or Dasyus. Now there have been dissenting opinion like where did the Aryans come from? As per Swami Dayananda Saraswati ji, the Aryans they came from Tibet. As per Bal Gangadhar Tilak ji, Aryans came from the poles, they came from the Arctic. As per Germans, the Aryans are Nazis. And particularly, the actual theory that Aryans that came from Central Asia or are Indo-Europeans was given by Max Muller. And this theory is referred as Aryan invasion theory or Max Muller theory. This theory again stands disputed, but still it is widely accepted theory about the decline of Indus Valley civilization. Okay? Now let's understand in step-by-step manner, and I'll tell you what kind of questions can crop up in the examination and what questions have cropped up in the examination from Vedic civilization chapter. Okay? Now let's move ahead. Where do we come to know about the Aryans from? We come to know about the Aryans from different Vedas. And the word Ved has been derived from the Sanskrit word Vidya. Vidya basically means knowledge. Now let's understand about each Veda in quite depth and detail. Now I'll give you a small example about the question that can crop up in the examination or have cropped up in the examination. First statement, consider the following statement, and the first statement is like Rig Ved is composed of 10 mandals. I repeat, Rig Ved is composed of 10 mandals. Second statement, the origin of Varna system finds mention in Purusha Sukta, which is a part of Mandal 9. I repeat, the origin of what we say Varna system finds mention in Purusha Sukta, which is a part of Mandal 9. Which among the following statements are correct? Now let's explore this. Please have a pen and paper along with you so that you can note down the important points. Now, Rig Ved. Try to break this etymology into two parts. Rig plus Ved. Ved basically means Vidya or knowledge. And Rig basically means what? Praising the deity. Praising the deity through knowledge of mantras. Rig Ved is composed of 10 books or 10 mandals. And it has totally 1028 hymns and 10,552 mantras. I repeat, Rig Ved has totally 10 books or 10 mandals. It has 1028 hymns or 10,552 mantras. Mandal 1 and Mandal 10 speaks about the origin of the universe. In Mandal 10 of the Rig Ved, there is a section called as Purusha Sukta. And in that section, it is mentioned that every human being is born out of different body parts of Brahma. For example, Brahman is born out of mouth of Brahma. Kshatriya is born out of shoulders of Brahma. Vaishya out of thighs of Brahma, and Shudra out of feet of Brahma. So this finds mention in Purusha Sukta, which is the part of Mandal 10 of Rig Ved. Correct? Apart from this, Mandal 2 to 7 are called as family books and are the oldest mandals. The famous Gayatri Mantra, it was composed by sage Vishwamitra. And the famous Gayatri Mantra finds mention in Mandal 3 of Rig Ved. The Gayatri Mantra is dedicated to solar deity Savitri. So, the famous Gayatri Mantra finds mention in Mandal 3 of Rig Ved. Like it is composed by sage Vishwamitra. Like in the ancient Indian history series, I have narrated the entire story that how Raja Kaushik or King Kaushik, he became a sage whose name was Vishwamitra. So you can go through that as well. So the famous Gayatri Mantra finds mention in Mandal 3 of Rig Ved. Okay. Now, as I've told you, the entire Rig Ved has approximately around 1028 hymns. Maximum number of hymns are dedicated to Indra. Like approximately 250 hymns are dedicated to Indra. And Indra is referred as Purandar, warlord. Indra is referred as rain god. Correct? Like 250 hymns are dedicated to Indra. The second most important deity in Rig Ved is Agni. Now 200 hymns are dedicated to Agni. Okay? Now what is the significance of Agni? Like Agni is acting as an intermediary between the Yajman. Yajman is a person who is performing that ritual and the deity. So it is acting as an intermediary between the Yajman and the deity for which for whom the mantras are being recited. Correct? Now moving ahead. The third most important deity is Som, that is god of plants or intoxicants. And 120 hymns are dedicated to Som. And there is a separate mandal for Som, that is Mandal 9 of Rig Ved. Okay? Now there are different Brahmanas associated with every Ved. So what are Brahmanas? Brahmanas are the texts that explain the actual content of that particular Veda. So there are two major Brahmans associated with Rig Ved. These are Aitreya Brahman and Kaushtaki Brahman. Okay? I'll repeat the points again in short. Pay attention carefully. Rig Ved. Try to break this etymology into two parts. Rig plus Ved. Rig means praising the deity. Ved means Vidya. Praising the deity through knowledge of mantras. Rig Ved is composed of 10 mandals or 10 books. It has 1028 hymns and 10,552 mantras. Mandal 1 and 10 speaks about the origin of the universe. In Mandal 10, you will find a section referred as Purusha Sukt, which speaks about the origin of the Varna system, which says that every human being is born out of different body parts of Brahma. Brahman out of mouth of Brahma, Kshatriya out of shoulders, Vaishya out of thighs, and Shudra out of feet of Brahma. Maximum number of hymns are dedicated to Indra, approximately 250 hymns. Second most important deity is Agni, 200 hymns. Third most important deity is Som, god of plants or intoxicants, 120 hymns. And there's a separate mandal dedicated to Som, Mandal 9. The famous Gayatri Mantra finds mention in Mandal 3 of Rig Veda, which was being composed by sage Vishwamitra, whose original name was Raja Kaushik. And the Brahmanas, or the text that elaborate the Rig Veda, are Aitreya Brahman and Kaushtaki Brahman. Hope so the point is clear. Okay. Now let's come back to the question. Like I have told you one question, and there were two statements. The first statement was the Rig Veda is composed of 10 mandal. Statement 1 is true. The mention of Varna system or caste system finds in Purusha Sukta, which is a part of Mandal 9. That was the second statement. So second statement is wrong because it is a part of Mandal 10 of Rig Veda. Clear? Moving ahead. Samved. Samved. Try to break this etymology again into two parts. Saman plus Ved. Saman means music. Ved means Vidya or knowledge. The origin of Indian music can be traced back to Samved. You might have heard about one of the musical instruments. You might have seen a pic of Goddess Saraswati ji, and you might have seen a musical instrument in the hands of Goddess Saraswati ji. That is Veena. True? So the musical instrument Veena finds mention for the first time in Samved. Correct. Now I'll give you a few examples about the concept of stoma, and second concept is stobha. Now what is stom and what is stob? I'll give you a small example for easier understanding of the concept. Okay. For example, you are performing Maharudra Abhishek of Lord Shiva, and you have invited 11 Brahmins to perform that Abhishek. Now when these 11 Brahmins will start reciting the mantras, it will sound like a musical melody. Isn't that so? So there is a proper process for recitation of that mantra. And the proper process for the recitation of the mantra is referred as stoma. I repeat, the process for recitation of the mantra is referred as stoma and finds mention in Samved. Correct? Then, second concept is stob. Now, let me tell you something about stom in detail. Now, if you talk about stom, just a second. Now, the process of stom is further divided into four parts: Prastavna, Pratihar, Upadrav, and Nidhan. Now, what is this process all about? In Prastavna, all the priests will start reciting the mantras in a low pitch. In Pratihar, the pitch will become high. In Upadrav, the chief priest will recite certain stanzas or certain part of that shloka or mantra. And Nidhan, that is conclusion of that stanza or mantra, and it would be recited in high pitch. In very simple words, Prastavna, low pitch, Pratihar, high pitch, then Upadrav, repetition, and then Nidhan. Nidhan means again high pitch. So in simple words, this is the process for recitation of the mantra. Then comes the process of stob. Now what is stob? Stob basically means repetition of the certain part of the mantra. And that finds mention again in Samved. There are certain Brahmanas, there are certain texts that elaborate Samved. And these texts are Panchvish, Sadvish, Jaiminya, Tandamaha, and Talvakar. Yes, guys, I can understand that to an extent these names are in the initial In the initial part, it becomes quite difficult to memorize them. But I'll tell you one thing, at least go through all the terminologies at least 4 to 5 times. Even though if you do not remember the terminology, in the examination, you will be able to eliminate them easily. Hence, I would suggest you, rather it be ancient India or medieval India, at least go through major part of the terminologies 4 to 5 times. Even though if you do not remember them, you would be able to eliminate the other options. Okay, so I'll repeat the points again. The Brahmanas associated with Samved are Panchvish, Sadvish, Jaiminya, Tandemaha and Talvakar. Got it? I'll repeat the points again. If somebody asks you, define Samved in a single sentence, so that statement would be, in simple words, the origin of Indian music can be traced back to Samved. Okay? Now there are certain priests associated with Samved as well, and these priests are referred as Udgatri. I repeat, Udgatri are the priests associated with Samved. So please remember this terminology. Hope so the point is clear. Moving ahead. Guys, this chapter is full of terminologies. So I'd always suggest you please have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down these terminologies. Okay? Let's speak about Yajurveda. Try to break this etymology again into two parts. Yajus plus Ved. Yajus means Yagna and Ved means Vidya or knowledge. Now, what is the significance of Yagna? I'll give you a small example. As per mythological scriptures, there was a Rishi, there was a Maharishi whose name was Uddalak Rishi. Now, once upon a time, Raja Dashrath, the father of Lord Ram, he had performed Ashwamedh Yagna. And he had invited all the Rishi Munis, all the Brahmanas of the northern part of India. And they were moving towards the region of Ayodhya. Now, Uddalak Rishi was not being invited. And he was sitting besides the river and he was sitting under a tree. Now, he saw that all the Rishis are going in a particular direction. So, he stopped one of the Rishi and asked him, "Where are you guys going?" He said that Raja Dashrath has invited us to perform Ashwamedh Yagna. Now, Uddalak Rishi, he was very curious about this. He was very curious to know about Ashwamedh Yagna. So, although uninvited, he visited the place. Now, before the beginning of the Yagna, Uddalak Rishi stopped and asked one question. And he said that before the Yagya begins, I would like to ask a question, 2 to 3 questions. And I hope the Rishis would be answering these questions. Immediately, Raja Dashrath's eyes fell on Uddalak Rishi. And he begged his pardon. He said that I forgot to invite you. It was unintentional completely. I did not had any intention to humiliate you. He said that's not an issue, but I want few of my answers before starting the Yagna. Raja Dashrath, he was quite confident enough. Why? Because he had invited all the scholars, best priests, best Rishi Munis and so on. Somebody or the other will answer these questions. So he said, yes, carry on, you can ask your questions. So Uddalak Rishi asked one question. What is the soul of Yagna? First thing. What is the crux of the Yagna? What is the mouth or face of the Yagna? Nobody was able to answer these questions. So finally, Uddalak Rishi gave the answer. The Atman or the soul of Yagna is Swaha. The face or mukh of the Yagna is Agni. And the crux or the sar of the Yagna is charity or Dan. So that is the significance of Yagna. So Yajurved, basically, Yajus means Yagna and Ved means Vidya. Now, Krishna, basically, Yajurved is divided into 2 parts. Krishna Yajurved and Shukla Yajurved. Krishna Yajurved is also referred as Black Yajurved. And Shukla Yajurved is also referred as White Yajurved. And again, there's a very interesting mythological story associated with Black and White Yajurved. Now, many Vedic scholars believe that it's a mythological story. Many Vedic scholars believe that it might be a hypothetical story. So let's explore the story, what it is all about. Just a second. Now, Gurukul. You might have heard about a pratha, a tradition called as Gurukul tradition. Now, as per Gurukul tradition, the students learn from the Guru. And after learning from a Guru, it is the responsibility of the student to disseminate or to spread the knowledge that they have acquired from the Guru to the other people or to the other disciple. So Vyas Rishi, he had learned all the 4 Vedas and he had given this knowledge to his disciple. One of his disciple was Vaishampayan Rishi. So now Vaishampayan Rishi decided to spread all his knowledge or disseminate all his knowledge to his disciple. So Vaishampayan Rishi gave all his knowledge that he learned from his Guru Vyas Rishi to other disciples. One such disciple was Rishi Yagnavalakya. Okay. Now as per mythological scriptures, it is believed that Vaishampayan Rishi had one curse from the past life and he just wanted to test his students. And he said his students or disciples that, is anyone ready to bear my karma? Now everyone knows about this, that nobody can bear somebody else's karma. But still, here Vaishampayan Rishi was trying to check his, what we say, disciples. He was just trying to check the patience or the, what we say, rather than saying patience, the dedication of the students towards his Guru. So everyone accepted except one student or one disciple whose name was Yagnavalakya Rishi. He said that although you are my Guru, although you are my teacher, but I cannot bear your karma. Now, Vaishampayan Rishi got quite infuriated. He got annoyed. And he said that whatever knowledge of the Vedas that you have taken from me, return it back to me. As per mythological scripture, Yagnavalakya Rishi vomited Yajurveda. Story sounds a bit hypothetical, but it finds mention in what we say mythological scriptures. So Yagnavalakya Rishi vomited Yajurveda, which was black in color. Hence that is referred as Krishna Yajurveda or black Yajurveda. Now Yagnavalakya Rishi was quite annoyed by this behavior of his Guru, whose name was Vaishampayan Rishi. And now he went to Lord Surya and he requested Lord Surya to teach him the Vedas again. Lord Surya taught him Yajurveda again, and that Ved is referred as White Yajurveda or Shukla Yajurveda. So that was one of the mythological stories associated with the Krishna and Shukla Yajurveda, that is black and white Yajurveda. Okay. Now there are different yagnas that has been mentioned in Yajurveda: Ashwamedha Yagna, Rajasuya Yagna, Vajpeya Yagna, Som Yagna, Sarvamedha Yagna, and many such different yagnas. Correct. Ashwamedha Yagna, it is usually performed to establish supremacy over the ruler. Like I'll give you one of the simple example. In the coming years, Ashwamedha Yagna would be performed by different rulers of the ancient India. One of the finest example is Samudragupta, who is also referred as Napoleon of India by Winston Smith, and he has performed a lot many Ashwamedha Yagnas. Kumar Gupta, who laid the foundation of Nalanda University, which in medieval period was being destroyed by Bhaktiar Khilji, one of the slaves of Muhammad Ghori. Correct? So Kumar Gupta, he also performed a lot many Ashwamedha Yagnas to establish supremacy over other kingdoms. Correct? So there are different yagnas. Som Yagna, it is a prayer to Lord Vishnu, specifically to bless the people. Then Sarvamedha Yagna, it is usually performed for moksha. And the Brahmanas that are associated with Yajurveda are Taitreya, Maitrani and Satapatha Brahmana. I repeat, Taitreya, Maitrani and Satapatha Brahmana are the Brahmans associated with Yajurveda. Hope so the points are clear, guys. Any question, any query, any doubt till here? Yes. As I have told you, this chapter is full of terminologies. So guys, you have to go through the terminologies. We cannot help it out in that case. Correct? So this is majorly about Yajurveda. Moving on to Atharvaveda. Okay? Now, many Vedic scholars believe that Atharvaveda is not a Vedic book. It is not a part of the Vedas itself. Why? Because many Vedic scholars do believe that Atharvaveda is a book on black magic. But this is one of the partial truths. Correct? Now, Atharvaveda is actually referred as Atharva Angira Ved. Why? Because Atharvaveda was being composed by two rishis, Atharvan Rishi and Angira Rishi. But the major part of the verses were being composed by Atharvan Rishi, hence this Ved is referred as Atharvaveda. Okay? Now, Atharvaveda, it comprises of 20 books. As I've told you, many Vedic scholars believe in Vedatrayi. Vedatrayi means there are only 3 Vedas, Rig, Sam and Yajur. They do not consider Atharvaveda as a part of Veda. Why? Because they do believe that Atharvaveda is a book on black magic. Now, Atharvaveda mentions about different diseases and its cures. It mentions about diseases caused by krimi. Krimi means diseases caused by insects, protozoa, virus and so on. Example, dengue, corona and so on. Dosh, diseases caused by vat, pitta and kapha. Witchcraft, witchcraft means black magic. And finally, hereditary. You might have heard about there are various diseases which are hereditary. Example, sickle cell anemia, found in the tribes of the Madhya Pradesh particularly. So it's a hereditary disease. Baldness, it's a hereditary disease. So all these diseases and its cure finds mention in Atharvaveda. Apart from this, our national motto is Satyameva Jayate Nanritam. I repeat, Satyameva Jayate Nanritam. Truth alone triumphs and not the falsehood have been taken from Mundaka Upanishad. And on the other hand, Mundaka Upanishad has been derived from Atharvaveda. I repeat, our national motto is Satyameva Jayate Nanritam. Truth alone triumphs and not the falsehood have been taken from Mundaka Upanishad, which has been derived from Atharvaveda. And the Brahman associated with Atharvaveda is Gopath Brahman. I repeat, Gopath Brahman is a Brahman associated with Atharvaveda. Hope so the points are clear, guys. Okay. Now, please note down one more thing. I forgot to tell you about this. The term Gau. Gau means cow. Like cow had a lot of significance during the Vedic age. The term Gau appears for 176 times in Rig Vedic hymns. I repeat, the term Gau appears for 176 times in Rig Vedic hymns, whereas the term Ashwa, it's a Sanskrit word for horse, appears for 315 times in Rig Vedic hymns. I repeat, the word Gau appears for 176 times and the word Ashwa appears for 315 times in Rig Vedic hymns. Clear? All the 4 Vedas, Rig Ved, Samved, Yajurved and Atharvaved. Let's move ahead. Aranyakas. Go through the PYQs. You will come across a question and that's direct question. There's nothing like consider the following statement. There was a direct question in the UPSC examination. What are Aranyakas? Direct question. Okay, guys? So, now what's the question all about? What it is all about? Let's understand Aranyakas. Like I'll give you one of the finest example of one Upanishad, and that Upanishad is Jabal Upanishad. As per Jabal Upanishad, there are 4 stages of life. First stage is Brahmacharya. And one's prime responsibility in Brahmacharya is to acquire knowledge. Second stage is Grihastha Ashram. In Grihastha Ashram, one has to fulfill all his worldly responsibilities. Third ashram is Vanaprastha Ashram. In Vanaprastha Ashram, if one feels that he has completely fulfilled all his worldly responsibilities, he relinquishes them. Renounces his worldly life and start moving towards jungles. When he starts moving towards jungle, he starts meditating so that he can know himself. Correct? Now, knowing oneself is one of the basic practices and a very important one. Correct? Now, I'll give you one of the simple examples. Just a story clicked my mind right now. And although it's a story associated with the Buddhism, but it has a very deep message and deep significance. And the story goes like, now there was a Gurukul and there was a Buddhist scholar who used to teach different students. So there were many students. And there was one student, one disciple, who was a prince. But like this prince, he was quite talkative. Okay, he was a bit egoistic. So one fine day, like he was quite argumentative as well. He used to, he always got involved in some or the other sorts of arguments with his, fellow mates. So what happened one fine day, the Guru called all his disciples and said that, I want every one of you to observe one sankalp for 1 month. You have to take one vow for a month and you have to, go for completing it. Like you might have heard about these days on Instagram, 21 days challenge, 75 days challenge, correct? Similarly, the Guru gave 1 month challenge to every disciple that you have to decide or you have to take a vow for a month. So every disciple took a vow. Somebody took that I will have less food. Somebody took a vow that I won't be sleeping in the afternoon. Somebody took a vow that I would wake up early in the morning. So now this this prince who was quite arrogant, who was quite, he was arrogant apart from this, who was like, some or the other, like he was feeling that he was quite different from the other. He came to his Guru and said that, I feel that every vow is easy for me. And I want you to give me some or the other vow. Now Guru said him one thing. You are quite talkative. I want you to observe one vow. And what is that? Just shut your mouth for next 1 month. In simple words, I mean, just shut your mouth in that say, I mean to say that, just keep quiet for 1 month. You won't be speaking for a month. He said, just a simple vow. He said that I'll observe this vow. Okay. Now what happened? Since he had a nature of being talkative, for one day, he kept silent. The other day, he came to his Guru and said that, now I'm not feeling good. Why? Because when I am silent, my, friends know about this. And now they are teasing me and I cannot answer them. So the Guru was like, if you want to break or you want to breach the vow, you can break the vow. He said, no, I request you. Like he was talking to his Guru in sign language. Now it said to his Guru that I want a small hut to be constructed in the jungle. I want the daily necessities and food to be provided in that hut. And I won't be coming here for the next 1 month. Guru agreed to this. He went there. After a month, Guru visited that hut. He was not there in the hut. Now, Guru was quite calm, cool and composed. All his friends were disturbed. Like, where did he go? Isn't that so? Like, any wild animal has eaten him? Or whatever might have happened. After 3 months, this student came back to his Gurukul. He had a very different kind of a positive aura around him. He had a very different kind of aura on his face. Now, Guru asked him, what is the reason behind this aura? He said that when I used to talk a lot, correct? When I used to talk a lot, I used to hear the voices from outside. But when I chose to remain silent, I came to know about one thing. There is a lot that is going inside me. There are thousands of voices that is going inside me that is making me impatient. And I started keenly listening to them. So one of the basic things, this is in simple word referred as meditation. Isn't that so? So here, the basic thing that I need to say you about the Aranyaka years is, like when the people renounce everything and move towards jungles, they stay in the jungle, they meditate. They try to know themselves. And after knowing themselves, they write down certain books. And these books are referred as Aranyakas. Aranyakas are basically forest books. Correct? Now, Aranyakas are also referred as book of secrets, book of Rahasya. And who is going to explain that Rahasya? These Rahasya would be explained in Upanishads by a Guru. Correct? Like I'll give you a very simple example. There is a practice called as Arghyam. Arghyam. You might have heard about this, or you might have seen that there are people like we people offer what we say jal or water to Lord Surya. This practice is called as arghyam or arghya. This finds mention in Aranyakas. Correct? This the concept of Dvij. Dvij basically means the people who are twice born. Correct? Like the first time the birth is from the mother's womb, and second time there is a process called as Yagyopavit, the sacred thread ceremony. That is called as what we say Yagyopavit. So these people are referred as Dvij. So Brahmins and Kshatriyas were referred as Dvij. So this finds mention in the Aranyakas. In very simple words, Aranyakas are nothing but forest books. Clear, guys? Yes. Hope you understood the Aranyakas, guys. Now let's understand about another important concept, Upanishads. Now let me give you a few examples about different Upanishads. Just a second. If you want to note down, guys, these Upanishads, you can note down them along with me. Time and again, questions have been asked in UPSC examination about these Upanishads. Okay. Now, what is Upanishad? Guys, like if you understand a bit of Hindi, I would suggest you, if you have a inclination towards philosophy, and if you want to understand a bit of Upanishads in quite depth and detail, there are few episodes on YouTube. Like approximately there are 40-50 episodes on YouTube on the channel Upanishad Ganga. You can also get the subtitles there, Upanishad Ganga. Correct? Just watch these small episodes and you'll come to know about the crux of different Upanishads. Okay? Now, what is Upanishad all about? Let's understand. Now, the word Upanishad is derived from the two words Up plus Sad. Up means nearby. Sad means sit. Sitting near the Guru's feet to acquire knowledge. Upanishad. So, Up means nearby. Sad means sit. Okay? So, now, particularly speaking, there are totally 108 Upanishads. Among them, 11 are the most important ones. Correct? Now, the central theme of all the Upanishad is soul or Atman. Now, there are different Upanishads which reveal different things. Like Chanda Yoga Upanishad and Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad are the oldest ones. I repeat, Chanda Yoga Upanishad, like this one, Chanda Yoga Upanishad and Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad are the oldest one. The concept of karma doctrine finds mention for the first time in Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad. There is another important concept called as Tattvamasi. I repeat, there is another important concept referred as Tattvamasi, and this concept finds mention in Chanda Yoga Upanishad. Chanda Yoga Upanishad also comprises of beautiful stories. Like one such beautiful story, it rotates around two important characters. One character is Janushruti, a Vedic king, and the other character is Raikva. Now, Janushruti, he was a Vedic king. Like he used to perform all sorts of yagnas. Apart from this, he also used to perform all sorts of philanthropic activities. Like he used to perform all sorts of charitable activities. Like he gave like food to the people, he gave homes to the needy ones, he built shelter home for the people, for the destitutes and so on. So particularly speaking, Janushruti, a Vedic king, he was involved in all sorts of philanthropic activity. Apart from this, he was quite knowledgeable as well. One fine day, he heard somebody saying that there is a person named as Rekva, although he is quite poor, but he is more knowledgeable than Janushruti. Now, Janushruti, he became quite curious to know about Rekva, like he wanted to know that who is more knowledgeable than me. So he asked all his courtiers to go and find this person Rekva. Rekva, he had only one cart. He had torn clothes on his body. That's it. So now, Janushruti, he goes to Rekva and he says that, I actually want to learn something from you. Now, Rekva questioned him one thing and he said that, what would I get in return? Janushruti said that, I'll give you thousands of horses. I'll give you thousands of cows. I'll give you lots of gold. I'll donate villages to you. Correct. So Rekva said that all these things are worthless for me. Tell me something that you can give me instead of all these worldly things. He said, like, at this point of time, Janushruti couldn't think about something. So Janushruti, he asked Rekva, you only tell me what do you want. Now Rekva actually wanted to test Janushruti. Now Rekva was a poor person. He had only one cart. He had torn clothes on his body. And particularly speaking, he was suffering from a skin disease. Vedic scholars do believe that he was not that smart enough. So, he was an ugly person. So, he said one thing. Rekva said that, I want you, King Janushruti, to marry your daughter to me. Janushruti got very shocked. And he asked, like he started pondering, he started thinking, how can I marry my beautiful daughter to this person Rekva? But after some time, he had a second thought, isn't that so Rekva is trying to test me? So in that case, Janushruti accepted. And when Janushruti accepted, Rekva agreed to provide him knowledge. Like the basic purpose of Rekva here was to test Janushruti, like if you want something, you have to give up something. Correct? So there's a moral story. There is a crux of this. There is a crux in every Upanishad. Correct? So this incident finds mention in Chand Yog Upanishad. Another important concept, ahimsa. Like you might have heard about Mahatma Gandhi. Like majority of the movements associated with Mahatma Gandhi, rather it be the non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement, Quit India movement, or different other peasant movement, the core principle of Mahatma Gandhi was Satya and Ahimsa. Buddhism and Jainism also have one of the core principles as ahimsa. Ahimsa basically means non-violence. And violence is not only in deeds. In simple words, it is not only physical violence. There are different kinds of violence. For example, violence in thoughts, violence in words, violence in deeds. I'll give you one of the finest example. Violence in thoughts means continuously thinking ill will about others, which is disturbing your mental peace. So that is also a kind of violence. Violence towards self. Correct? I'll give you a small example about this. Like for example, you are calmly, coolly studying in your room. Okay? And sometimes it might happen that your parents come up, and when your parents come up, they start yelling at you. Like you guys have been studying, like you have been studying for past 2 years, but still there is no result. Now your mood gets completely disturbed. Correct? Now, you will completely forget about your studies, and throughout the day you'll be thinking about that thing what is happening, like that episode that occurred while your parents were yelling at you. Correct? So that thing will continuously keep on clinging in your mind. So that is violence in thoughts. Violence in words, speaking in abusive manner to anyone, speaking in slang language to anyone is also kind of violence. And physical violence is also violence. So one should shun, one should stay away from all the kinds of violences. That is ahimsa. So this finds mention in Chand Yoga Upanishad. So I'll repeat the point again. The concept of karma doctrine finds mention in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, whereas the concept of ahimsa or non-violence finds mention in Chand Yoga Upanishad. The concept of Tattvamasi finds mention in Chand Yoga Upanishad. Now, apart from this, Jabal Upanishad, just now we have discussed in the Aranyakas, there are 4 ashrams of life. First ashram, Brahmacharya, second, Grihastha, third, Vanaprastha, and fourth, Sannyas ashram. All these ashrams of life, the 4 stages of life, are mentioned in Jabal Upanishad. A dialogue between 13-year-old boy Nachiket and Yam, god of death, finds mention in Katha Upanishad. This have been asked in the examination. Mundaka Upanishad, our national motto. This has also been discussed when I was discussing about the Atharvaveda. Our national motto, Satyameva Jayate Nandritam. Truth alone triumphs and not the falsehood, finds mention in Mundaka Upanishad, which is derived from Atharvaveda. So Mundaka Upanishad is Satyameva Jayate. Mandukya Upanishad, it is the shortest Upanishad among all the Upanishads. There is a concept called as Par Vidya and Apar Vidya, which I have covered quite in depth and detail in the Ancient Indian History series. So the concept of Par and Apar Vidya finds mention in Muktika Upanishad. Okay? As I've told you, the soul or Atman is the central theme, is the central concept or the core concept of all the Upanishads. Correct? Now, there was a Mughal prince whose name was Dara Shikoh. He is said to have translated more than 50 Upanishads into Persian language. And the title was Sir-e-Akbar, the translated version of the Upanishads. Sir-e-Akbar. Yes, guys, hope you understood the concept of Rigved, Samved, Yajurveda, Atharvaveda, Aranyakas and the Upanishads. Clear, guys? Yes. Now let's understand another important concept, and that concept is Vedanga. Now what is Vedanga all about? Let's understand these concepts. Ved, Ang. Try to break this etymology into 2 parts. Ved and Ang. Ved, Vidya. If Ved is the structure of the body, backbone of the body, the Vedang is the limb of Vedas. Hands, eyes, ears, nose of the Vedas, feet of the Vedas. So Vedang, that is different limb of Vedas. So there are 6 limb of Vedas. First limb is Siksha, second one is Vyakran. Siksha and Vyakran both are correlated to each other. Correct? Now what is Siksha, what is Vyakran? Siksha basically means correct pronunciation of the mantras. And when there can be the correct pronunciation of the mantra? When you know the correct grammar behind it. Correct? So the first book on Siksha was Pratisakya Sutra. I repeat, the first book on Siksha was Pratisakya Sutra. And the first book on grammar was Ashtadhyayi. To be very precise, the first book on Sanskrit grammar was Ashtadhyayi, which was being composed by Panini, who was also a graduate of Takshashila University. Correct? So, as I have told you previously as well, like the first book on Sanskrit grammar was Ashtadhyayi composed by Panini. Correct? And there was a direct question in UPSC examination, what is Tolkapiyam? Tolkapiyam, it's a book on Tamil grammar. So Ashtadhyayi, it's a book on Sanskrit grammar, whereas Tolkapiyam, it's a book on Tamil grammar. And it was composed by Tolkapiyar. Correct? So coming back here, Siksha and Vyakaran both are correlated to each other. Siksha is correct pronunciation of the mantra. The first book on Siksha was Pratisakya Sutra. And Vyakaran basically means what? Vyakaran means correct grammar. First book on Vyakaran was, yes, Ashtadhyayi composed by Panini. Ashtadhyayi means 8 chapters. Nirukta. Etymology, the origin of the mantra. So, here it is Nirukta, Chand. Like I'll give you a simple example. While reciting a particular mantra, when to take a short pause, when to take a long pause, when to stop, all these things are mentioned in Chand. I'll give you a small example. The Gayatri mantra is divided into 3 parts or 3 padas. That is referred as Chand. Jyotish. Correct. These days, Jyotish has become one of the most important topic of everyone. Isn't that so? And in fact, these days, whenever you open a YouTube, I won't be telling the name, but there's an app that continuously pop-ups everyone's phone. Correct? So this has become one of the most important topics these days for the people. So Jyotish, like the planets, the sun, the moon have an impact on an individual's life. So that is nothing but Jyotish. And finally comes Kalp. Now there is a book called as Griha Sutras. And in that book, it has been mentioned that the person who is born right from his birth, that is from his mother's womb, till his tomb, that is till his death, everyone has to go through 16 processes. And these 16 processes are referred as Sodhash Karmas or Solah Sanskars. I repeat, Shodhash Karmas or Solah Sanskar. So what are the important sanskar? Let's understand. First one is Garbhadan. Second one is Pumsavan. Like it is when the lady gets pregnant, this ceremony is performed. And Pum, it's a Sanskrit word for male. Now this ceremony is performed because that couple should be blessed with a male child. So Pumsavan. Third is Simantonayan. As per different Vedic scholar, this ceremony is either performed in 4th, 6th or 8th month of the pregnancy, where certain hair of a woman or a lady who is pregnant is cut. Then Jatak Karma, birth of that child. Then comes Namkaran, which is performed on the 11th day after the birth of that child. Then Nishkraman, the child is taken into the daylight after 4 to 5 months. He is taken out of home for the first time. Nishkraman. Annaprashan, where the child is fed with a solid food for the first time. Then comes Chuda Karma. After 1 year, 3 years or 5 years. Chuda Karma basically means tonsure ceremony, shaving the head. Karnabhed, piercing the ears. Correct? Then comes Vidyaram, commencement of formal education. Yagnopavit. Yagnopavit basically means what? The sacred thread ceremony. It is majorly performed for the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas. Correct? As I have told you about the concept of Aranyakas, in Aranyaka there was a concept called as Dvij. Dvij means twice born. Who are twice born? The Brahmins and Kshatriyas. Why? One, they take the birth from the womb of their mother, and second is when they go through the process of Yagyopavit, Janeo Sanskar, or the sacred thread ceremony. Like, it is believed that the thread has 3 strands, and these 3 strands, as per different Vedic scholar, it is believed that they represent Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. Some Vedic scholars do believe that these 3 strands actually depict the 3 Rin, Guru Rin, Pitra Rin and Atithi Rin and so on. So it represents different Rin, and some believe that it represents Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. So there are 3 strands of that sacred thread. Simple words, this process is referred as Yagnopavit. Ved Arambh. In Ved Arambh, the student goes to Gurukul and acquire the knowledge from a Guru. Keshant. Now after acquiring the knowledge from the Guru, he has to come back to his home. And before coming back to his home, he has to give Guru Dakshina. And after giving Guru Dakshina, he also needs to donate his hair to the Guru. That is Kesh Ant. Then comes Samavartan. Samavartan basically means coming back to home, living a life of Grihastha. Previously, there was a life of Brahmacharya where one's prime responsibility or duty was to acquire knowledge. Now he enters into Grihasthashram after Vivaha. Vivaha means marriage. The same process continues for his child. And finally, Antyesti, death or final rites and rituals. And these concepts are referred as Sodhash Karma or Solaha Sanskara. And these are a part of Kalp, which is a part of what we say Vedang. Hope you understood, guys. I'll repeat the points again in short. Pay attention carefully. Siksha, correct pronunciation of the mantra. Vyakran, correct grammar. And the first book on grammar was, yes, Panini's Ashtadhyayi. Nirukta, etymology. Chand, what is Chand? Vedic metrics. Jyotish, the planetary movements, and Kalp, Vedic rituals. And these are the Sola Sanskar. Hope so the points are clear. I have covered again these sanskars in quite depth and detail as a part of Ancient Indian History series. Okay, here I am only covering the important topics from the exam perspective, rather it be the mains or it be the prelims. Hope so the points are clear, guys. Okay. Types of marriages. Now, as per Vedic Shastras, there are 8 different kind of marriages. But the Vedic Shastras have sanctioned only 5 different kind of marriages. They have not sanctioned 3 different kinds of marriages. Now, what are these 8 kind of marriages? Brahma Vivah, marriage along with dowry. Prajapate Vivah, marriage without dowry. Daiva Vivah, marriage of a girl to a boy, particularly who is a priest or who is a scholar. Daiva Vivah. Arsha Vivah, here a bride prize is being given, like a cow and a bull couple. That is Arsha Vivah. Gandharva Vivah, a sort of Swayamvar or love marriage. Then Asur Vivah, Rakshas Vivah and Pishach Vivah, these marriages have not been sanctioned by the Vedas. Correct. Asur Vivah, marriage with a purchased girl. Rakshas Vivah, marriage with the daughter of a defeated king or forcefully marrying a lady. And Pishach Vivah, eloping with a lady, and that is Pishach Vivah. So these marriages have not been sanctioned by the Shastras. So Brahma Vivah, particularly along with dowry. Prajapate without dowry. Daiva, marriage with a priest or a scholar. Arsha Vivah, marriage after giving a bride price. Gandharva Vivah, a sort of love marriage. Now, these 8 forms of marriages have been classified under 2 categories, Anulom and Pratilom. Now, in Anulom, the groom, he is of higher caste, okay, and the bride, she might be of a higher caste or the specifically lower caste. That is Anulom. And Pratilom, it is exactly the reverse case. The bride here is of higher caste and the groom might be of the same caste or the lower caste. So this is Anulom Vivah and Pratilom Vivah. I'll repeat. Anulom, the groom is of higher caste and the lady or the bride, she might be of the equal caste or the lower caste. Whereas in Pratilom, the case is exactly the reverse. The lady, the bride, she is of higher caste and the groom, he might be of the same caste or the lower caste. That is Pratilom Vivah. Clear? These are 8 kinds of marriages. Hope so the points are clear till here, guys. Now let's understand about the society, early Vedic society and later Vedic society in general. Now let's go for a comparative analysis, and UPSC usually asks questions on comparative analysis, particularly in the mains examination. Rather it be comparative analysis on social, political and religious grounds. Now let's compare the early Vedic society and the later Vedic society on social grounds. In early Vedic period, Sati system was absent. Guys, there's a difference between Sati system and Johar system, which was quite prevalent during the medieval period. Sati is a forced immolation, whereas Johar, it's a voluntary immolation. Okay? So Sati system was absent during early Vedic period. Child marriage was absent. In fact, women were active participants in decision-making process. Like there were different village assemblies. Like I'll give you a small example. Sabha, Samiti, Gan and Vidhata. Sabha was the assembly of village elders. Women were a part of it. Samiti, it was an in general assembly of the village. Vidhata, it was the earliest folk assembly of the Aryans. And the term Vidhata finds mention for 122 times in Rig Vedic hymns. And women were active participants in decision-making process. Women, to an extent, might be educated. How do we come to know about this? In simple words, it is believed that Apala, Vishwavara, Lopamudra were the famous women poetess of that time. In fact, Lopamudra, she was the wife of Agastya Rishi. So, to an extent, it is believed that women had freedom. Apart from this, caste system was prevalent, but it was not rigidly followed. Like the role of Brahman is to teach, the role of Kshatriya is to protect the society. The role of Vaishya is to carry on the business in the society, but it was not strictly followed. So caste system was not fundamentalistic or rigid. Correct? Apart from this, there was a drastic change in the later Vedic period. Now what happened in the later Vedic period? Things got exactly reversed. Sati system became prevalent. Child marriage became prevalent. Women were not the active participants in decision-making process. Sabha and Samiti lost its importance. Caste system became more rigid. Correct? Women could not inherit property. Women could not get education. And women and Shudras were denied education at that time. But still there are few examples where famous women poetess who were educated. Like example, Maitri and Gargi. They were educated. So, speaking in simple words, in later Vedic period, there was drastic decline in the dignity and the status of the women. Now, what might be the major reason for decline in the dignity and status of women? Any major change in the social setup of the society depends heavily on the political setup of the society. How? Let's explore this. During early Vedic period, it is believed that, now I'll give you a small example. During early Vedic period, king was just a king in the name. King was referred as Rajan. He was not completely independent. Now he has to completely recon to the advice of Sabha, Samiti, Gan and Vidhata. King did not follow the policy of imperialism. Correct? King was the ruler of the people. Hence he was referred as Janasya or Gop. And he heavily dependent on Sabha, Samiti, Gan, Vidhata on decision making. So in simple words, king did not enjoy unlimited power. King did not maintain regular standing army. Okay? The basic unit of life was family. And family was referred as Kul, which was headed by Kulpati. Now when major families come together, they create a village. Village was referred as Gram. Gram was headed by Gramini. Correct? So the basic unit of administration here was family or Kul. But in later Vedic period, what happened? Entire northern part of India became battleground for 16 great kingdoms, referred as Mahajanapada. Correct? Now in early Vedic period, let me tell you one more point. The person who had landed property did not had that much importance. At that time, the most important form of wealth was cattle. A person having many cattle was considered as wealthy. And such a person was referred as Gomat. Simple words, having many cattle. But in later Vedic period, land became one of the most important source of property. Most important source of income. Kings started following the policy of imperialism. And as stated, entire northern part of India became the battleground for 16 such great kingdoms, also referred as Sodash Janpad or Mahajanapads. Correct? Kings started maintaining regular standing army. Kings started imposing taxes on the people, such as Shulk, Bhaga, Bali, and so on. So these political structure actually led to changes in the social structure as well. Now, coming back to, now one more thing, many students might be thinking about the time period. The time period of early Vedic period is approximately from 1500 to 1000 BC, whereas the time period of the later Vedic period is approximately from 1000 to 600 BC. Okay? Now, coming back here on the religion, in early Vedic period, majority of the gods were nature gods. Indra, god of rain. Purandar, that is god of war. Agni, fire god. Som, god of plants or intoxicants. Surya, sun god. Vayu, wind god. Aditi, mother of all goddess. Aranyayani, goddess of forest. Nriti, goddess of death and decay. Usha, goddess of dawn. Correct? Yam, god of death. So all these gods are actually nature gods. Varun, water god. So these people revered and respected nature a lot. But still there is no evidence of temple worship. There is no evidence of idol worship. In later Vedic period, there was more importance on sacrificial rites and rituals than on prayers. There were gods like Prajapati, Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra. Like many yagnas were being performed. So that was a change in the religious practices from early to later Vedic period. Hope so the points are clear, guys. There have been ample of times question asked on the terminologies. So these are the list of key terminologies that have been mentioned. King was referred as Rajan. Purohit was chief priest. As I've told you, Udgatri were the priests associated with Samved. Hota were the priests associated with Rigved. Gramini was the head of the village. Then, rice was referred as Akshat, Tandul or Vrihi. I repeat, rice was referred as Akshat, Tandul or Vrihi. Wheat was referred as Godhum. Barley was referred as Yava. Sugarcane was referred as Ikshu. I repeat, Ikshu. Apart from this sugarcane, so this is barley. It is not Yova, it is Yava. Barley was referred as Yava. Then, Ayas was copper. Sham Ayas or Krishna Ayas was iron. Nishak was gold coin. Nishak Greave was gold ornaments. Okay, Nishak was gold coined, Nishak Greave was gold ornament. So there were different rivers as well. Like Indus was referred as Sindhu, Jhelum Vitast, then Chenab Askini, it is Askini. Parushini Ravi, Sutudri Satlaj. Okay, so these are the important rivers. Vipas Byas. Okay, then Wap means to sow the seeds. Srini means sickle. So these are the Vedic terminologies. So time and again, UPSC has a tendency to ask the question on Vedic terminologies. The concept of Gotra has been taken from Atharvaveda. Okay, so this is majorly about the chapter of Vedic civilization. Hope you understood the chapter, guys. Yes. Did you understand the chapter? Now let's move on with the next important chapter, Mahajanapad. Okay. So what were the causes for rise of different Mahajanapads? I have already discussed about that. How? Now let me go back to the prehistoric culture. Like during the prehistoric culture, people initially were living a nomadic life. They were wandering from place to place in search of food and shelter. But when they started practicing agriculture, they started living a semi-nomadic life or a settled life. With the passage of time, there were civilizations that developed in different parts, across different parts of the world. Like one of the civilization was in India in the form of Indus Valley civilization. Correct? So here, with arrival of Indus Valley civilization, here we saw an urban culture. Correct? Now, apart from this, when there was Mahajanapad era, what happened? As I've told you, land became the most important form of wealth. King started maintaining regular standing army. For maintaining regular standing army, king started taxing the people in the form of Bali, Bhaga and Shulk. True? So what happened? There was flow of money. Land became the most important form of wealth. And the northern part of India became the battleground for 16 such great kingdoms. And they were referred as Mahajanapad. Maha means great. Jan means people. Pad means feet. Wherever the feet of the people fell, it led to the creation of great kingdoms in the form of Mahajanapadas. Correct? Among 16 Mahajanapad, 15 Mahajanapads are located in the northern part of India, whereas one Mahajanapad is located in southern part of India, particularly in the region of Deccan, to be more precise in the region of Maharashtra, that is Asmak Mahajanapad. So there's only one Mahajanapad which is located in Maharashtra or southern part of India. that is Asmak Mahajanpad on the banks of river Godavari with its capital at Paitan or Pratishthan. These Mahajanpads find mentions in different historical texts, different mythological texts, different Buddhist texts, different Jain texts. It finds mention in Ramayana, Mahabharata, Vedas, particularly Rigveda and Atharvaveda. These Mahajanpads find mention in Buddhist texts like Anguttara Nikaya and so on. These Mahajanpad finds mention in Panini's Ashtadhyayi and Kautilya's Arthashastra. Kautilya's Arthashastra, a very important book. Arthashastra. If we go by the literal meaning, it's a book on economics. But yes, it is not only just a book on economics, it is a political statecraft. Arthashastra, it is actually divided into 15 adhikarnas or 15 books, which comprises of 6,000 shlokas, which comprises of 150 chapters, which covers 180 topics, 380 karikas, 34 departments. So Arthashastra is not just a book on economics, it is also political statecraft. Arthashastra also mentions about different Mahajanapadas. So hope you understood the causes for rise of different Mahajanapadas. Now let's understand in quite depth and detail about the different Mahajanapads. Okay. Yes guys, I have also covered Mahajanapads as a part of Ancient Indian History series. For the aspirants who are new to the platform, you can download the PDF of the previous session from my Telegram channel history_Alok Ojha, and you can download the PDF of this session, the marathon session, from this channel history_Alok Ojha. Okay? Please have a pen and paper along with you so that you can note down the key points about every Mahajanpad, its location, its capital. And yesterday itself, we have talked about recently about what? We have talked about one thing, and that is what? Here we have to note down all the Mahajanpad on political map. We have to note down the Indus Valley civilization sites on the political map. We have to note down the prehistoric sites, particularly Paleo, Meso, Neo and Chalco on the map. Like since past 5 to 7 years or maximum 10 years, there haven't been any map-based questions. But yes, as I've told you, hope for the best and prepare for the worst. Correct? So please note down these Mahajanpad on maps as well. Okay? Now let's begin with Mahajanpads, their etymology, their location, their capital, their important specification. The first Mahajanpad, Anga. Anga Mahajanpad. It is located on the borders of Bihar and West Bengal. The capital is Champa or Malini. Now, different historians have different perspective about the origin or the etymology of Anga Mahajanpad. Different mythological scriptures reveal a different story. Like one such story says that there was a king named as Sutap and had a queen named as Sudeshna. Now Sutap and Sudeshna did not had any son. So they requested one rishi whose name was Dhrigtamas to perform a yagna for them. The rishi Dhrigtamas performed yagna for Sutap and Sudeshna. And after the performance of yagna, it is believed that one after the other, the couple was blessed with 5 children. And these children were Ang, Vang, Kaling, Simha and Pundra. I repeat, Ang, Vang, Kaling, Simha and Pundra. Since the eldest son was Ang, this Mahajanpad was referred as Anga Mahajanpad. Ramayana narrates another story. As per Mahabharata, the most important ruler of this region was Duryodhan. And Duryodhan gifted this region to one of his close ally whose name was Karna. You might have heard Angaraj Karna. Correct? So this was majorly about the story about the etymology of what we say Anga Mahajanpad. Now, it is believed that since it is located on the borders of Bihar and West Bengal, and West Bengal being a coastal state, it is believed that the traders of Anga Mahajanpad had trading contacts with the traders of Swarnabhumi. Swarnabhumi is Thailand. It's not Swarnagiri. Swarnagiri is in Karnataka. Swarnabhumi, Thailand. Ashapur and Bhadrika were the two important cities of Anga Mahajanpad. And it is believed that Buddha delivered his sermons at Ashapur, which is a part of Anga Mahajanpad. Okay? Anga Mahajanpad, like it is believed that Anga Mahajanpad, Kosla Mahajanpad and Kashi Mahajanpad were very strong Mahajanpads during the time of Buddha. But after Buddha's death, the most strongest Mahajanpad was Magadha because of its strategic geographic location. Okay, so this is about the Anga Mahajanpad. Please locate this on map as well. What's the Mahajanpad? What's Mahajanpad? It is located in eastern part of UP and its capital is Kaushambi. I repeat, it is located in eastern part of UP and at that time it covered districts like Prayagraj and Mirzapur. Its capital is Kaushambi and the name Kaushambi is derived from Kausam. Kausam are the trees. So, what's the story behind Vatsa Mahajanpad? Like many historians believe that Vats was offshoot of Kuru Mahajanpad. Okay, so what's the story behind this? It is believed that Kuru was one of the Mahajanpad located in the region of western UP, Delhi and Haryana with its capital at Hastinapur. Okay, now there was a ruler whose name was Nikasu. And during the time of Nikasu, there was a flood in the region of Hastinapur. So he had to transfer the capital from Hastinapur to the region of Kaushambi. After some time, when the situation got normalized, he wanted to retransfer the capital from Kaushambi to Hastinapur. But there were dissenting opinion. And at this point of time, Vatsa Mahajanpad got separated from Kuru Mahajanpad. And this is how the Vatsa Mahajanpad originated. So in simple words, Vatsa Mahajanpad located in eastern part of UP, Purvanchal, with its capital at Kaushambi, was an offshoot of Kuru Vansh or Kuru Mahajanpad. The most important ruler of Vatsa Mahajanpad was Udayan. My friends, it is Udayan, not Udayin. Udayin was ruler of Haryanka dynasty of Magadha. Udayan is the ruler of Vatsa Mahajanpad. Udayin was credited with creation of the city called as Patliputra, modern day Patna. So that was Udayin, not Udayan. Udayan is the ruler of Vatsa Mahajanpad. And there's a very beautiful story that I have narrated in the Ancient Indian History series about how Udayan was very fond of taming angry elephants. He was quite fond of playing flute and veena. It is also believed that there's a beautiful story that is referred as Swapna Vasav Dutt. And this story was written during the Gupta period, and it was written by Bhas. And this is the love story of Udayan and Vasav Dutt, the daughter of what we say Chandapradyot, the ruler of Malwa. So a beautiful story, Swapna Vasav Dutt, written by Bhasa. It's a love story of whom? Udayan and Vasav Dutt. Hope so the points are clear. Like it is believed that Udayan initially was a staunch follower of Hinduism, particularly worshipper of Lord Shiva. Later on, he became the follower of Lord Buddha. Hope so the points are clear about Vatsa Mahajanpad. Kashi, very famous place. Kashi, it is located in eastern part of UP and the capital is Varanasi. The name Varanasi has been derived from two rivers, Varuna and Asi. It is believed that Kashi was also one of the strongest Mahajanpads at that time. Now, Kashi has a lot of historical significance. Many historical scholars believe that Kashi is older than legends. Kashi is older than history. Correct? Like in medieval period, Guru Nanak ji started Sikhism from the region of Kashi. Ravidas ji or Raidas ji, who was a cobbler by profession and one of the most revered bhakti saint, he belonged to Kashi. Kabir ji, he belonged to Kashi. Chandragupta Maurya, it is believed that during his reign, he constructed a road from Patliputra to Takshashila. and the road passed through the region of Kashi. And Kashi at that time was known for trade in horses, slaves, and cotton textile. So Kashi has lot of historical significance. So Kashi Mahajanpad, it is located in which region? It is located in eastern part of UP, Purvanchal, with its capital at Varanasi. Clear? Kosala. Now, just a second. Now guys, I have a question, and that question is like, just a second. Suppose there's a pond, and in the pond, the resources are very scant. The resources are quite less, and there are 16 fishes in that pond. 15 are small fish, and 15 are small fishes, and one fish is a big fish. And since the resources are scant, what will happen? Obviously, the big fish will consume the small ones. Here, the biggest fish was Magadha. The most biggest fish, it was Magadha. And it was trying to conquer all the other territories near to the region of Magadha. So one such was Kosala. So what happened at that time? One of the basic strategy is like entering into matrimonial policy to safeguard one's position. This has been followed since the ages. Like I'll give you one of the finest example in the Gupta period as well. Like the Gupta rulers, Chandragupta I. Chandragupta I, he married specifically Lichavi princess, and he got Patliputra in dowry. Apart from this, in medieval period, Akbar followed the policy of matrimonial alliances, and he had many Rajput wives. Forget about that. English East India Company. In fact, English East India Company got Bombay in dowry because Prince Charles II got married to Catherine Braganza of Portuguese. So matrimonial alliances is one of the policy to strengthen one position. Correct? So now let's understand how Kosala strengthened its position by entering into matrimonial alliances with the kingdom of Magadha. Now, as per mythological scriptures, the kingdom of Magadha, the kingdom of Kosala, it is located in eastern part of UP. It has its capital at Shravasti, and second capital is Kushavati. Okay? The longest ruling dynasty as per mythological scriptures was, yes, Raghuvansha dynasty, and the ruler was Raja Dashrath and Maryada Purushottam Bhagwan Shri Ram or Lord Ram. Got it? Now let's come historically. As per historical evidences, the most important ruler of Kosal Mahajanpad was Mahakosala. Now Mahakosala, he had one son named as Prasanjit and a daughter named as Kosala Devi. And as I have told you, Magadha was one of the strongest Mahajanpad at that time. It was following a brutal policy of imperialism. And at this particular point of time, it was a duty of Prasanjit to save his kingdom. So what happened at this point of time? At that time, the ruler of Magadha, particularly of Haryanka dynasty, was Bimbisar. Prasanjit, in a very diplomatic move, married his sister Kosala Devi to Bimbisar. And when he married Kosala Devi to Bimbisar, what happened in that case? They both became relatives. And in that case, he protected the kingdom of Kosala from the wrath or attack of Magadha. He himself married Central Indian princess and had a son named as Vidudhaba. And Vidudhaba in many scriptures is also referred as Shudrak. Okay, I'll repeat the points again for your easier understanding. The founder of Kosala Mahajanpad was Mahakosala. He had a son named as Prasanjit and a daughter named as Kosala Devi. Now, after the death of Mahakosala, the responsibility of the entire kingdom fell upon the shoulders of whom? Prasanjit. Now, Prasanjit wanted to protect his kingdom from Magadha. So, what did he do? He married his sister Kosala Devi to to Bimbisar, the ruler of Haryanka dynasty of Magad. Okay, he himself married Central Indian princess and had a son named as Vidudhaba or Shudrak. Correct. Now it is believed that many historians also believe that Shudrak might be responsible for killing his own father Prasenjit to acquire the throne of Koslan Empire. This is about the kingdom of Kosla. Now let's speak about Malla Mahajanpad. Mallas. Mallas, they are again located in eastern part of UP. Capital is Kushinagar or Pawa. Now, what is the most important significance of Malla? Now, Buddha attained Mahaparinirvan in the kingdom of Malla. Now, what is the concept of Mahaparinirvan? I'll talk about that in quite depth and detail when we go through the points of Buddhism, but still I'll explain certain points here as well. Buddha's original name was Siddhartha. Okay, his father's name was Shuddhodhan, his mother's name was Mahamaya. He was born at a place called as Lumbini, under a sal tree. Immediately after his birth, his mother Mahamaya passed away. He was being raised up by his aunt, whose name was Prajapati Gautami. At the very young age of 16, he was married to Yashodhara and had a son named as Rahula. At the age of 29, once upon a time, he was driving down his town along with his charioteer Channa and his horse, whose name was Kantak. He observed four things which drastically changed his life. Old man bent with age, sick man groaning with pain, corpse or a dead body, and finally, apart from corpse or a dead body, an ascetic or a vairagi. As soon as he saw an ascetic or a vairagi, he was very much fascinated towards him. When there is so much of pain, dukh, suffering in this world, how come this ascetic is so calm, cool and composed? He went to the ascetic. After some time, at the age of 29, he completely renounced his worldly life. And this process in the history of Buddhism is referred as Mahabhinishkraman. After renouncing his worldly life, he goes to the Rajgriha. Here he meets King Bimbisar. Later on, he moves towards Vaishali. Here he meets two spiritual gurus, Alara Kalam and Udak. He learns the practice of meditation from these two spiritual gurus. After some time, he moves towards the region of Gaya, and finally at the age of 35, he reached Gaya and continuously meditated for 49 days under a peepal tree on the banks of Niranjana or Falgu river. And on 49th day, he attained Nirvana, that is enlightenment. And from now onwards, Siddhartha was referred as Buddha. Siddhartha is also referred as Sakya Muni because his father was head of Sakya clan. Siddhartha is also referred as Tathagat. Tathagat basically means pathfinder of truth. Siddhartha delivered his first sermon at a place called as Sarnath near Varanasi. And that process is referred as Dharma Chakra Parivartan. And the mudra that was being performed by Buddha here was Dharma Chakra Mudra. Buddha delivered many sermons across different parts of India. And finally, at the age of 80, Buddha died at a place called as Kushinagar or Pava, which was the capital of Malla Mahajanpad at that time. So in simple words, Mahaparinirvan, it simply signifies death of Buddha. So Buddha attained Mahaparinirvan at a place called as Kushinagar or Pava, which was the capital of Malla Mahajanpad. Clear, guys? Chedi. There are two Mahajanpads that are located in Madhya Pradesh. Okay? As I've told you, as we have discussed in the earlier part of the session today, that particularly the northern part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Bundelkhand and Chambal. Southern part is referred as Nimad. Western part is referred as Malwa. Eastern part is referred as Bagelkhand. Madhya Pradesh, there are two Mahajanpad. One Mahajanpad, it is located in Bundelkhand, and second Mahajanpad, it is located in Malwa. So the Mahajanpad that is located in northern part of Madhya Pradesh, that is Bundelkhand, is Chedi Mahajanpad. And the Mahajanpad that is located in the western part of Madhya Pradesh or Malwa is Avanti Mahajanpad. Okay? So Chedi, it is located in Bundelkhand region of MP. Capital is Sukti Mati or Sohitwati. Okay? Now, according to the famous epic Mahabharat, the most important ruler of this Mahajanpad was Shishupal. And Shishupal, he was son of Dhammaghosh and Shrutasurva. And they were relatives of Lord Krishna. Okay. Now, mythological scriptures do believe that when this person Shishupal was born, his body was completely asymmetric. Completely asymmetric. So, at this point of time, his parents, Dhammaghosh and Shrutasurva, decided to discard the child. But somebody suggested that, an astrologer suggested him, call all your relatives and one by one keep the child on the lap of every relative. And when he's kept on the lap of one person, his body will become symmetric. But there's one condition. That same person would be killing your child in the coming years. Everyone was being called. Lord Krishna ji and Balram ji also visited there. The child was kept on everyone's lap. But the body did not become symmetric. Like his body was asymmetric. Like he had 4 hands and 3 eyes. So when he was kept on the lap of everyone, body did not become symmetric. But when the boy was kept on the lap of Lord Sri Krishna, his body became symmetric. And now, as soon as his body became symmetric, immediately Shrutasurva, she took a vow from Lord Krishna that you won't be killing my child. But Lord Krishna said that I will pardon his mistakes for 100 times. And after that, I cannot change the fate. I have to kill him. It is believed that Shishupal, he was an ally of Duryodhan. And he kept on humiliating Lord Krishna for multiple times, particularly for 100 times. And finally, Lord Krishna, through his Sudarshan Chakra, killed Shishupal. This is the mythological part of Shishupal, the ruler of Chedi Mahajanpad. As per historical scriptures, Uparichar Vasu was one of the most important rulers of Chedi Mahajanpad. And Uparichar Vasu, he started a festival dedicated to Lord Indra. So this is majorly about the Chedi Mahajanpad. Hope you understood, guys. Let's move on with another important Mahajanpad, that is Kuru Mahajanpad. Okay. So where is the Mahajanpad located? Let's explore about Kuru Mahajanpad. The Kuru Mahajanpad, it finds mention in Rigved. Kuru Mahajanpad, it finds mention in Mahabharat. Okay. So now let's explore the history of Kuru Mahajanpad in short. Now the name or the genesis of the Kuru Mahajanpad goes back to Das Rajan battle. I repeat, it goes back to Das Rajan battle, which was fought on the banks of river Ravi or Parushini. Okay. Kuru Mahajanpad, it is located particularly in the region of Haryana. And it also covers certain parts of Delhi, also referred as Indraprasth. The capital of Kuru Mahajanpad was Hastinapur. Now the genesis or the origin of the Kuru Mahajanpad dates back to Puru Bharat family. Okay. Now, what is Puru Bharat family all about? Let's explore about this. Okay. So, the genesis, it goes back to Puru Bharat family. Now, let's explore about this. Now, there were 2 families, Puru versus Bharat. Okay. And the Bharat tribe specifically, they belong to, or the Bharat family, they basically belong to Trustu tribe. And the entire battle from the Trustu tribe was being led by the king Sudas. So in simple words, Puru family and Bharat family. There was a fierce battle that was fought on the banks of river Ravi or Parushini. Okay. Now the Puru family was being guided by sage Vishwamitra, whose original name was Kaushik, as we have seen a while back in the Vedic period. Correct. And this, what we say, the tribe Bharat or the tribe Trustu, it was being guided by whom? Sage Vasisht. Now, since the 2 families are fighting, so why it is not called a battle between the 2 families? Why it is called as Das Rajan battle or battle of 10 kings? Because the Puru family which was being guided by sage Vishwamitra, was being supported by 8 to 9 other tribes, which included Alinas, Anu, Bhalanas, Vishanin, Yadu, Turvasu, Sivas, and so on. Hope you're getting the points clear, guys. In very simple words, I'll explain the point again. True families, Puru family, Bharat family. Puru family was being supported by 8 to 9 other tribes. Okay? And these included Turvasu, Sivas, Anu, Bhalanas, then Alinas, and so on. Correct? Bharat tribe or Turstu tribe, it was being led by King Sudas and were guided by sage Vasishtha. And this fierce battle was fought on the banks of river Ravi or Parushini. And this battle is referred as Das Rajan battle or battle of 10 kings. Correct? And in this battle, the Trustu tribe led by King Sudas or Bharat tribe emerged victorious. And since the battle was fought on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, the Bharat tribe further came to be referred as Kuru tribe. Points are clear, guys? Let's move ahead. Panchal. Now, where is Panchal located? Guys, time and again, I've been telling you one thing. Have a pen and paper along with you so that you can note down the important sites, important Mahajanapads and their location, their capital, and so on. Correct? And apart from this, you have to locate these Mahajanapads on the political map. Correct? See, as I've told you previously in the start of the session itself, that majority of the Mahajanapads are located in UP and Bihar. One Mahajanapad, it is located in Maharashtra, and that is Asmak Mahajanapad. Two Mahajanapads are located in Madhya Pradesh. One is Chhedi Mahajanapad, located in northern part of Madhya Pradesh, referred as Bundelkhand. And the other one is the Avanti Mahajanapad, located in western part of Madhya Pradesh, referred as Malwa. So there are two Mahajanapads located in MP. One major Mahajanapad, it is located in Rajasthan, and that is Matsya Mahajanapad. In Haryana, one Mahajanapad is located, that is Kuru Mahajanapad. In Kashmir, there are specifically, rather than saying two, there is one Mahajanapad, Kamboj Mahajanapad. And the rest other are located in eastern UP, western UP, and Bihar. Okay? So now, let's explore the Panchal Mahajanapad, which is located in Paschimachal, also referred as western UP. So, where is this Panchal? What is the capital of Panchal? The capital of Panchal is Ahichatra and Kampilya, because this kingdom of Panchal, it is basically divided into two parts, Uttar Panchal and Dakshin Panchal. Uttar Panchal has its capital at Ahichatra, whereas Dakshin Panchal has its capital at Kampilya. Now Panchal, as the name suggests, it is derived from the name of 5 tribes. Okay? These tribes are Somak, Krivi, Keshi, Srinjaya, and Turvasu. I repeat, Somak, Krivi, Keshi, Srinjaya, and Turvasu. These 5 tribes amalgamate together to form Panchal Mahajanapad. Okay? And now, the most, like it is believed that this Panchal Mahajanapad, like there was one of the characters from the Panchal Mahajanapad and also the characters of Mahabharat, Draupadi. Now Draupadi, she was daughter of Drupad, who was the head of all these 5 tribes. So the head of all these 5 tribes was Drupad. And he had a daughter named as Draupadi. And Draupadi was married to whom? Draupadi was married to the Pandavas, who belonged to the Somak clan. So this was the mythological part of the Panchal Mahajanapad. I'll repeat the points again, pay attention carefully. Panchal Mahajanapad, it is located in western UP. It is divided into 2 parts, Uttar Panchal and Dakshin Panchal. Uttar Panchal has its capital at Ahichhatra, whereas Dakshin Panchal has its capital at Kampilya. Now, Panchal, as the name suggests, is amalgamation of 5 tribes: Somak, Krivi, Keshi, Srinjaya and Tiruvasu. These 5 tribes were being headed by whom? Drupad. And Drupad had a daughter named as Draupadi, who was married to the Pandavas, who belonged to the Somak clan. So this was the mythological part. Historically, the most important ruler of the Panchal Mahajanapad was Achyut, and he was finally being defeated by the Gupta ruler Samudragupta, who is also referred as Napoleon of India or Indian Napoleon by Vincent Smith. Correct? There's another important fact about the kingdom of Panchal. Like, the kingdom of Panchal had one place or one city which is also referred as city of fragrances, and that city was Kannauj, one of the most important centers of trade and commerce at that time. Clear? Let's move ahead. Sursen Mahajanapad. Now, where is this Mahajanapad located? Yes, a small hint, Krishna Ji ki Nagari in Hindi, a place of Lord Krishna. Yes, you got it right, guys. It is Mathura. So, particularly speaking, the kingdom of Sursen, it is located in western part of UP. The capital is Mathura. Okay. Now, the capital of this place is Mathura. Now, let's understand about how Vasudev Sri Krishna was one of the most important rulers of this place. Okay. Sursen was a founder of Sursen Mahajanapad, and he married Marisha, a serpent lady, and had a son named as Vasudev. Okay, he had a son named as Vasudev. Like, you might have heard about the name of Lord Krishna, Vasudev Sri Krishna. In simple words, Vasudev was father of Lord Krishna, biological father of Lord Krishna. Okay, so I'll repeat the points again. The founder of Sursen Mahajanapad was Sursen. He married a serpent lady whose name was Marisha, and he had a son named as Vasudev. Now, he also had, like, Sursen also had a daughter whose name was Pritha. Pritha, also referred as Kunti in Mahabharata. Correct? So, in simple words, Vasudev and Kunti both were brothers and sisters. Both were siblings. Okay? Now, Vasudev had 6 wives: Rohini, Madira, Devaki, Vrikdevi, Bhadra and Purvi. Okay. Now, Vasudev married Devaki. Okay. Now, Vasudev, he married Devaki. And Devaki, she was sister of Kans. Now, some astrologers have told Kans, this is a story as per the legendary Mahabharata, some astrologers have told Kans that you would be killed by your own nephew. So what happened in that case? Kans, the brother of Devaki, and specifically the brother of Devaki, he initially killed 6 sons of Vasudev and Devaki. Okay? I'll repeat the points again. Pay attention carefully, guys. The kingdom of Sursen was being founded by Sursen. Now, Sursen had a son named as Vasudev. Vasudev, he had 6 wives: Purvi, Rohini, Bhadra, Vrikdevi, Devaki and Madira. And Devaki, she was who? She was what we say sister of Kans, one of the cruel rulers of Mathura. Now, somebody had told, some astrologers had told Kans that you would be killed by your own nephew. So what happened? Kans killed 6 sons of Vasudev and Devaki. 7th son was Balramji. Okay, so when Devaki got pregnant, it is believed that Rohini, his first wife, what we say Vasudev's first wife, she was disciple of goddess Kali. So with the blessings of goddess Kali, it is believed that the womb of the womb of Devaki was transferred to the womb of Rohini. And Rohini gave birth to the 7th child, that is Balram. And then 8th child was born in the form of Sri Krishna or Lord Krishna. And Sri Krishna or Lord Krishna was then given to Yashoda and Nanda. Okay, so mythologically speaking, Sri Krishna was the ruler of the Sursen Mahajanpad with its capital at Mathura. Now, there's a beautiful, another important story. There's another important character. You might have heard about this character, Jarasandh. He had attacked Mathura multiple times. And to save the people of Mathura and Vrindavan, Lord Krishna migrated from Mathura to the region of Dwarka. Hence, he's also referred as Dwarkadhish. So that was the mythological part. Coming to the historical part, it's believed that one of the most important ruler of Sursen was Avantiputra. Guys, here 60 to 70%, we can say 80% of aspirants, if this question come in the examination, Avantiputra was the ruler of. 70 to 80% of the students will mark the answer as Avanti. My friends, Avantiputra was the ruler of what we say Sursen Mahajanpad. And he played a very pivotal role. He played a very crucial role in spreading Buddhism in the region of Mathura. Correct? Moving ahead, it is also believed that Mathura or the kingdom of Sursen was located at Uttarapath and Dakshinapath. So it was located at the junction of Uttarapath and Dakshinapath. So this was about the Mahajanpad of Sursen, located particularly in the western part of UP. Okay. Avanti. Now let's speak about Avanti Mahajanpad. While back, I've told you about what? That there are two major Mahajanpads which are located in Madhya Pradesh. Now Madhya Pradesh is geographically divided into 4 to 5 parts. The northern part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Bundelkhand and Chambal. The southern part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Nimad. Eastern part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Baghelkhand. Whereas the western part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Malwa. So there are two Mahajanpads located in MP. One is located in northern part, that is Bundelkhand, and that is Chedi Mahajanpad. And the second one is the Avanti Mahajanpad located in the western part of MP, referred as Malwa. Ujjain, the Nagari or the city of Mahakal, and Maheshmati was the capital of Avanti Mahajanpad. Now, the most important ruler of this Mahajanpad was Chandapradyot. I repeat, the most important ruler of this Mahajanpad was Chandapradyot. Now, let's understand how Chandapradyot came to power. Okay? Pay attention carefully. The Central India at that time was particularly ruled by a tribe referred as Nagas. Now, Nagas were being replaced by another tribe referred as Hayhayas. Now, Hayhayas was again amalgamation of 5 tribes. Among them, the most important one was Vithihotra. I'll repeat the points again. Pay attention carefully. The Central India at that time particularly was being ruled by Naga tribe. Now, Naga tribe was being replaced by whom? The Hayhayas tribe. And Hayhayas, it's an amalgamation of 5 tribes. Got it? The most important one, the most powerful one among the 5 was Vithihotra. And the last ruler of Vithihotra was Ripunjaya. I repeat, Hayhayas, it's an amalgamation of 5 tribes. The most important one was Vithihotra. The last ruler of Vithihotra was Ripunjaya. And Ripunjaya had his courtier as commander-in-chief named as Pulika. Now, Pulika killed his own master Ripunjaya and placed his son Chandapradyot on the throne of Avanti. So, this is how Chandapradyot came to power. Please do not get confused. Within next 10 seconds, I am repeating the points again. Please note it down. Okay? See, Central India was being ruled by Nagas. Nagas were being replaced by Hayhayas. Hayas, it's an amalgamation of 5 tribes. The most important one being the Vitihotra. The last important ruler of Vitihotra was Ripunjaya, and Ripunjaya was being killed by his own, commander-in-chief, whose name was Pulika. And Pulika placed his son Chandapradyot on the throne of Avanti. Now got it clear? Okay. Now, it is believed that, as we have studied previously, that Magad was the most powerful Mahajanapad. But equivalent to Magad was Avanti during the time of Chandapradyot. It is believed that in the coming years, Bimbisar became friend of Chandapradyot. And Bimbisar's son Ajatashatru, he was so afraid of Chandapradyot that he fortified the entire city of Rajgriha so that he could protect the city in case of any unforeseen attack by Chandapradyot. So that was the power of Chandapradyot. Now, how did Chandapradyot and Bimbisar became friends? Chandapradyot was suffering from jaundice for a very long time. And he called many Bheshaj, he called many Vaidya, many physicians, but no one could cure his jaundice. Finally, in the court of Bimbisar, there was one physician who was the court physician of Bimbisar, whose name was Jivak. So Bimbisar sent his personal physician Jivak to the court of Chandapradyot, and he cured him of jaundice. So in this manner, Chandapradyot and Bimbisar, they became good friends. Okay. Now Chandapradyot, he was being succeeded particularly by his son Palak. He had 2 sons, Gopal and Palak. So he was succeeded by his son Palak. Finally, the kingdom of Avanti was later on being destroyed by Shishunag dynasty of Magadha Empire. Hope so. The kingdom of Avanti is clear. Okay, let's move ahead. Marathon session, quite big, correct guys? Don't worry, the session is approximately around 8 to 9 hour, maximum 10 hours session. The students who have joined late, please watch the previous videos. The student who are listening to me for the first time, I have already covered in quite depth and detail the ancient India as a part of Ancient Indian History series. You can go through the playlist, and modern India as a part of Modern Indian History series. Okay. You can download the PDF of those sessions and the PDF of this session, that is a marathon session, from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. I repeat, history_Alok Ojha. Okay, let's come back. Vajji. We'll move a bit faster, guys. Vajji Mahajanapad. The Vajji Mahajanapad, it is located in the region of Bihar. Now, capital of Vajji Mahajanapad is Vaishali. Vajji Mahajanapad is also referred as Ashtakul. Now, what is Ashtakul? Kul means family. Asht means 8. 8 important families have come together to make this Mahajanapad. So, I'll give you a few examples. Or 8 important clans have come together to make this Mahajanapad. Now, I'll give you a few examples. Siddharth, father of Vardhaman Mahavir, he belonged to Natrik clan. He was a part of the Ashtakul. Hence, Vardhaman Mahavirji is also referred as Nathputra. Why Vardhaman Mahavirji is referred as Nathputra? Because his father, whose name was Siddharth, he belonged to Natrik clan, which was a part of Vajji Mahajanapad. Hence, he is referred as Nathputra. Another important one, Janak, father of Devi Sita, correct? He was the ruler of Videha, part of the Vajji Mahajanapad. And there are many more such examples. Okay. Finally, it is believed that Second Buddhist Council was held at a place called as Vaishali, which was the capital of Vajji Mahajanapad. Totally, there are 4 Buddhist councils. The first Buddhist council was held at Satapani Caves, Rajgriha, and was patronized by Ajatashatru. The second Buddhist council was patronized by Ashok, and it was held at Vaishali. The third Buddhist council was patronized by one of the most important ruler of the Mauryan Empire, Ashoka, and was held at Patliputra. And the fourth Buddhist council was particularly held in Kashmir and was patronized by Kushan dynasty ruler Kanishk. So, particularly speaking, the second Buddhist council was held at the capital of Vajji, Vaishali. Okay, moving ahead. Matsya Mahajanpad. As I have told you guys, that there is one Mahajanpad which is located in Rajasthan, and this is the one. Okay. Matsya Mahajanpad, this is the one. So, the kingdom of Matsya, it is located in Rajasthan and the capital is Viratnagar, the region around modern day Jaipur. Correct? Now, particularly about Matsya Mahajanpad, it is believed that, see, I will give you one of the example. When Pandavas came back from exile, they chose Lord Krishna as their representative who went to Duryodhan. And when he went to Duryodhan, Lord Krishna asked Duryodhan to give 5 villages to the Pandavas so that they can sustain their livelihood. But Duryodhan completely disrespected this request of Lord Krishna. And finally, this led to the battle of Kurukshetra. So the entire planning of the battle of Kurukshetra was held at a village called as Upaplavya. I repeat, the entire planning of the battle of Kurukshetra from the side of the Pandavas was held particularly in the village of Upaplavya, which was a part of Matsya Mahajanpad. Okay, and this city is located on the borders of Rajasthan and Haryana. Getting the points clear? So, and one more important fact about the previous Mahajanpad that we have studied, Avanti. There is a river called as Vetravati. River Vetravati flowed through the kingdom of Avanti. Hope so the points are clear. This is Matsya. Moving ahead. Asmak. This is the only Mahajanpad to be located in south. Correct? As we have seen previously, there are 16 Mahajanpad, the most powerful being the Magadha Mahajanpad, located in the region of Bihar. So, there's only one Mahajanpad. In simple words, there are 15 Mahajanpads located majorly in the northern part of India. And there's one Mahajanpad which is located in southern part, particularly the region of Maharashtra, on the banks of river Godavari. And that is Asmak Mahajanpad or Asaka. The capital of Asmak Mahajanpad was Paithan, Pratishthan or Potana. Paithan, it is known for saris. You might have heard about Paithani saris. Correct? So, its capital was Paithan. Correct? So, this is Paithan, Pratishthan or Potana and it is located on the banks of river Godavari. This is about Asmak Mahajanpad. Gandhar. Gandhar Mahajanpad, it covers certain parts of Afghanistan, certain parts of Pakistan and certain parts of POK, Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So, it is located in a triangular shape. Its capital is Takshashila, one of the most important universities at that time. And the wool of Gandhar region was quite famous at that time. And the wool of Gandhar region finds mention in Rig Veda. So, Gandhar, one of the most important Mahajanpad, with its capital at Takshashila, it covers the area of Afghanistan, Pakistan and certain parts of POK as well. Okay. Now, the wool of Gandhar, it finds mention in Rig Veda as well. And there's a character called as Gandhari. You might have heard about it, which is one of the most important characters of Mahabharat as well. Moving ahead. Kamboj. Kamboj, this Mahajanpad is located on the foothills of Hindu Kush mountains, particularly in the region of Kashmir. And its capital is Rajpur. I repeat, its capital is Rajpur. This Mahajanpad, it finds mention in Atharvaveda because it mentions that the rulers of Kamboj or the rulers or the warriors of Kamboj had good, what we say, fighting skills. This finds mention in Atharvaveda. Apart from this, the kingdom of Kamboj also finds mention in Ashoka's rock edict, particularly rock edict number 13. Here it is mentioned rock edict number 2, which is wrong. It is rock edict number 13, 1-3. Please correct this. Okay. Like I'll give you a small example. Battle of Kalinga, which was fought in 261 BC, completely changed Ashoka's life. It is believed that more than 1 lakh person were killed in the battle and more than 1,50,000 were made as prisoners of war. This completely melted the heart of Ashok. Ashok saw the battlefield. He saw himself. He was completely anointed from head to toe in blood. Like it is believed that somebody has done his abhishekam with blood. So Ashoka, when he saw the battlefield, it was completely full of bloodshed. It was completely red. And Ashoka said that if this is the way to win over the people, I don't want to be a Chakravartin. Okay? I don't want to be a Chakravartin. So he abandoned Bheri Ghosh, that is conquest by war. He embraced Dhamma Ghosh, that is conquest by love and peace. So he embraced Buddhism after the Battle of Kalinga. So there are many changes that have been made Ashoka by Ashok in the administration. Correct? So all these things have been mentioned in various rock edicts of Ashok. Like there are 14 major and 3 minor rock edicts of Ashok. There are 7 major and 3 minor pillar edicts of Ashok. So various messages have been mentioned on these rock and pillar edicts. So there's a rock edict number 13, which is also the largest rock edict. It mentions about the kingdom of Kamboj, Bhoj and Andhra. So in simple words, the Mahajanapada of Kamboj with its capital at Rajpur finds mention in rock edict number 13 of Ashok. Chinese traveler Yun Sang, also referred as Yuan Zhang, okay? He is said to have visited the Kamboj in the coming years. Chinese traveler Yun Sang, he was also one of the ambassadors in the court of one of the most important rulers of Pushyabhuti dynasty, that is Harshvardhan. Okay? So this is about Kamboj. Now let's explore the dynasties of Magadha. There were 3 important dynasties of Magadha which ruled the region of Magadha consecutively, one after the other. The first one being Haryanka dynasty, followed by Shishunag dynasty, followed by Nanda dynasty. Okay? The last ruler of Nanda dynasty was Dhananand, and he was a very greedy ruler. He was a very cruel ruler. He used to impose all sorts of exorbitant taxes on his subjects. And whatever money used to come from the taxes, rather than spending that money for the welfare of his subjects, he used to sponsor his own lavish lifestyle. Finally, this cruel ruler Dhananand was being dethroned by Chandragupta Maurya, and this led to dynastic revolution. And then came up a new dynasty in the form of Mauryan Empire in the region of Magadha, with Chandragupta Maurya as its founder. So the history of Magadha actually begins from the Haryanka dynasty. And the founder of Haryanka dynasty was Bimbisar. Bimbisar, in Jain scriptures, he is also referred as Shreniya or Shrenik. Shreniya or Shrenik basically means a person of noble origin. I repeat, he is referred as Shreniya or Shrenik, which means a person of noble origin, a person of high origin. As I have told you, this person, he emboldened his position by entering into the policy of matrimonial alliances. Okay? Few hours back, we had seen about the kingdom of Kosala, if you remember. Correct? And I've told you about this, that how the kingdom of Kosala strengthened its position by entering into matrimonial alliances with Haryanka dynasty. Correct? The ruler of Kosala Mahajanapad, Prasenjit, married his sister, Kosala Devi, to Bimbisar. So Bimbisar, he also strengthened his position by entering into the policy of matrimonial alliances. Got it? Apart from Bimbisar, or apart from Kosala Devi, he was also married to Lichavi princess. Okay, he was married to Chelana and so on. He entered into friendship treaty with whom? Chandapradyot, one of the strongest ruler of Avanti Mahajanapad. How? By sending his court physician named as Jivak to cure Chandapradyot for his jaundice. Seen while back? Okay. So this was about Bimbisar. Bimbisar, he had its capital at Rajgriha. because by now the city of Patliputra has not been constructed. Okay. Many historians do believe that Bimbisar was being killed by his own son, whose name was Ajatashatru. Ajatashatru's original name was Kunik. Now, why did Ajatashatru kill his father Bimbisar? Many historians, many what we say political scientists have a different opinion on this. They have dissenting opinion on this. So what is opinion? Why did Ajatashatru killed Bimbisar? Now Bimbisar, he was very close to Buddha. And Buddha at that time had started Buddhist Sangha. Now, there was a cousin of Buddha whose name was Devdutt. And Devdutt, he wanted to become the leader of the Sangha, which was not liked by Buddha because Devdutt actually did not had that qualities to become the leader of the Sangha. So Devdutt, he developed a jealousy with Buddha. He developed animosity with Buddha. And he had taken many attempts to kill Buddha, Devdutt, the cousin of Buddha. Okay. Now what happened? This person, Devdutt, knew one thing, that Bimbisar is supporting Buddha. So in that case, what did Devdutt do? Devdutt poisoned the mind of Kunik or Ajatashatru, the son of Bimbisar, to kill his father. So many historians believe that because of this reason, Ajatashatru killed his own father, Bimbisar. But later on, Ajatashatru realized his mistake, and it is believed that Ajatashatru patronized the first Buddhist council, which was held at Satapani Caves, Rajgriha. Ajatashatru is also credited with creation or invention of two important weapons. Mahashilkantak and Rath Musal. I repeat, Mahashilkantak and Rath Musal. You guys might have seen the movie Bahubali. Two important characters, Bahubali and Ballal. There are not two important characters. There are many characters which are important. Three are the most important one: Bahubali, Katappa, and this person, Ballal Dev. So jokes apart, the two important characters, Bahubali and Ballal Dev. You might have seen the chariot of Ballal Dev. It is driven by there is a cart which is driven by there is a chariot which is driven by a horse, and it has spokes in front of it. That chariot, it is referred as Rath Musal. And you might have seen the catapult of Bahubali, which he used to pelt stones on the enemy. That catapult is referred as Mahashilkantak. These are the actual inventions of Ajatashatru. Okay? Coming back to next one, Udayin. During the time of Ajatashatru as well, the capital was Rajgriha. As I have told you, Ajatashatru was so afraid of Chandapradyot, the ruler of Avanti, that he fortified the entire city of Rajgriha. Udayin, the modern day city of Patna, at that time referred as Patliputra, was located at the confluence of two important rivers, Ganga and Son river. So Udayin is credited with creation of the city of Patliputra, and from now onwards the capital was Patliputra. Okay? Shishunag dynasty. The founder of Shishunag dynasty was Shishunag himself. The last ruler of Haryanka dynasty was Nagdashak. I repeat, the last ruler of Haryanka dynasty was Nagdashak. And he was being dethroned by his own commander-in-chief, whose name was Shishunag. And after dethroning Nagdashak, Shishunag founded his independent dynasty in the form of Shishunag dynasty. Shishunag was one to destroy the power of Avanti completely. He captured the region of Avanti completely. Shishunag was being succeeded by one of his sons, whose name was Kal Ashok. Kal Ashok in Puranas and various Ceylonese chronicle is also referred as, yes, any idea? Kaka Varna. I repeat, Kal Ashok is also referred as Kaka Varna. He is credited with patronizing the second Buddhist council, which was held at Vaishali. And the last ruler of Shishunag dynasty was Mahanandina. And this person, he was being dethroned by his own son, whose name was Mahapadmanand. Okay, and which led to the creation of an independent dynasty in the form of Nanda dynasty. Many historians do believe that Nanda dynasty is the first Shudra dynasty of Magad. Okay, and the last ruler of the Nanda dynasty was Dhananand. And as we have discussed, Dhananand was a very greedy ruler. He was a very cruel ruler. He used to impose lots of taxes on his subjects, and rather than spending that money for the welfare of the subjects, he used to spend the money on his own lavish lifestyle. And finally, Dhananand, the last ruler of the Nanda dynasty, was being dethroned by Chandragupta Maurya, who is also referred as Sandrokotas or Androkotas in Greek and Latin literature. And this led to the foundation of one of the most mightiest empires of ancient India at that time, in the form of Mauryan Empire. Hope the points are clear, my friends. Yes. So this is the explanation part. Hope the points are clear. Any question, any query, any sort of doubt? Yes. Now let's start with the topic of Buddhism. Now, here we have to understand one thing. UPSC usually has a tendency to ask a lot of questions particularly related to the terminologies part. Like, what is Mahabhinishkraman? What is Tathagat? What is Anika? What is Mahaparinirvan? What is Dharma Chakra Parivartan? What are the 4 great sites? So here guys, UPSC particularly with Buddhism, Jainism, they majorly have the tendency to ask terminology. Like whatever terminologies that I have narrated right now have been asked by UPSC. You can Google it, you can go through the PYQs. UPSC has asked, what is Tathagat? What is Anika? What is the significance of Bhumi Sparsha Mudra? What is Mahabhinishkraman? So all these questions have been asked previously. Okay. So now, pay attention carefully. For the next 10 minutes, listen to this story, because as I've told you in the very start itself, I follow a very simplistic pattern, that is SFC, story, fact and concept, because it becomes quite easier to remember the fact and concept when it is associated with the help of a story. True? So now, pay attention carefully, listen to the story, because through this story, you'll able to recollect many facts and many things. Okay? Now, let me speak about Buddhism. Buddhism and Jainism are offshoot of Shramana movement. Buddhism and Jainism are not at all against Hinduism. They were against the evil practices that were being prevalent in Hinduism. So the word Shramana, the word Shramana basically means what? One who strives for his own redemption. So there are different schools of Shramana movement, correct? One among them is Buddhism. Second one is Jainism. There's Shramana movement by Gosala, which is referred as fatalism. There's a Shramana movement which is referred by Kesa Kambli as materialism. There's another Shramana movement which is nothing but antinomian ethics. So particularly, Buddhism is the offshoot of Shramana movement. Just remember this in single statement. So let's understand how a young prince named as Siddharth, he became Buddha, or the enlightened one. Okay, let's begin. Buddha, his original name was Siddharth. Siddharth basically means one who achieves his aim, irrespective of the circumstances. Particularly speaking, Siddharth's father, he was the head of Sakya clan. His name was Shuddhodhan. His mother's name was Mahamaya. As per different Buddhist texts, there's a beautiful legendary story associated with the birth of Buddha. One fine day when Mahamaya was pregnant and she was sleeping, she had a dream. And in the dream, she dreamt of a white elephant. This white elephant entered the right ear of Mahamaya. This white elephant had two large tusks. Now, as soon as she woke up, she immediately spoke about this dream to her husband Shuddhodhan. Shuddhodhan then called the court astrologer and asked to decode the dream. After some time, this person, court astrologer, said that you are going to get one good news and one bad news. At that time, this lady, Mahamaya, she said that she wanted to deliver this child at her home place, at her parents' place. And her parents' place was located in Lumbini. Sakya clan's rule was in Kapilavastu. Now, Mahamaya started moving from the Kapilavastu to Lumbini. And as soon as she reached the borders of Lumbini, as soon as she reached the sal tree, she started getting labor pains. And finally, under a sal tree, she delivered a baby boy. Immediately after delivering the baby boy, immediately after 7 days of delivering the baby boy, Mahamaya passed away. After some time, there was a saint who came from Himalayas. And this saint gave the name Siddharth to this child. The name of the saint was Asita. The birth of Buddha in India is celebrated as Buddha Purnima, whereas the birth of Buddha in different Southeast Asian countries is celebrated as Vesakha. So, in various Southeast countries, it is celebrated as Vesakha. Clear till this part of the story? Moving ahead. Now, Siddharth, he was being raised up by his aunt, whose name was Prajapati Gautami. As I've told you, a saint from Himalaya who had come to see him, he said to his father Shuddhodhan that in the coming years, your son would be a great emperor or he would be one of the great religious teachers. Shuddhodhan, at this particular point of time, he became quite disappointed. He felt that if my son becomes a great emperor, that would be quite good for me because I've created such a huge empire for my son. But in case my son becomes a religious leader, in case he becomes a religious guru, what will I do with this empire? Siddharth has never seen what is dukh, pain, suffering in his life. He had a very beautiful and a lavish lifestyle. At the very young age of 16, he was married to Yashodhara, his wife, and had a son named as Rahula. After some time, it is believed that at the age of 29, he was driving down his town along with his charioteer whose name was Channa and his horse whose name was Kantak. He observed 4 things which drastically changed Siddharth's life. A sick man groaning with pain, an old man bent with age, a corpse or a dead body, and an ascetic or a sannyasi or a vairagi. As soon as he saw the ascetic, he was very fascinated towards him. Why? When there is so much of pain, when there is so much of suffering, dukh in this world, how come the sannyasi is so calm, cool and composed? He went to the sannyasi and asked the same question. So there's a hypothetical story associated with this, that it is believed that this story was being narrated in a dialogue between the sannyasi and Siddharth. And basically it goes like, there was a treasure and this treasure needs to be hidden somewhere. So like the legendary gods decided where to hide this treasure, because if we do not hide this treasure, the humans will take this treasure. So one god suggested, like all the gods suggested, that this treasure needs to be hidden beneath the earth. Everyone accepted. But one god said that, or one deity said that, in the coming years, science and technology will develop by leaps and bounds, and in that case, humans can easily reach beneath the earth. Accepted. Somebody suggested that hide this treasure in the space. If humans can reach beneath the earth, It is not impossible for the humans to reach the space. One god suggested one thing. Do not hide it anywhere. Hide this treasure within humans itself, because humans are never going to dive deep inside themselves. And if they do, the treasure belongs to them. All these words actually created a great impact on Siddhartha. And at the very young age of 29, Siddhartha decided to renounce his worldly life. He, along with his charioteer Channa and horse Kantak, they drove him till the jungles, and he finally, renounced his worldly life. The process of renunciation of the worldly life by Siddhartha is referred as Mahabhinishkraman in the history of Buddhism. In simple words, Mahabhinishkraman is the process of great renunciation. Okay. One part of the story. Hope you understood. Hope you are enjoying the story. Moving ahead. As soon as Siddhartha renounced his worldly life, the first place that he went was Rajgriha. And at that time, Rajgriha was being ruled by whom? The Rajgriha was being ruled by the Shrenya or Shrenik, that is Bimbisar. And Bimbisar was a very good friend of his father, Shuddhodhan. So Bimbisar offered him certain part of the empire, to which Siddhartha declined. He said that if actually I had the greed for the empire, why would I have renounced my worldly life? I have a very different purpose in life. And once my purpose is fulfilled, I will revisit your kingdom. Please remember this statement. Siddhartha said to Bimbisar that once my purpose is fulfilled, I will revisit your kingdom. Okay? Now, particularly, Siddhartha, he went to Rajgriha. Now, from Rajgriha, he went to another important place, that is Vaishali. And at Vaishali, he met two spiritual guides. He met two spiritual teachers, Alara Kalam and Udak. He learned the techniques of meditation from Alara Kalam and Udak. And there were different other students, other disciples who were also learning the techniques of meditation from Alara Kalam and Udak. So one of the example was Kaundinya. Kaundinya, he was companion of Siddhartha at that time. Later on, he became follower or disciple of Siddhartha. Okay? So, he learned the techniques of meditation very fast. And at that time, Udak was so impressed by the personality of Siddhartha that he said that instead of me, now you teach people the practices of meditation. Siddhartha again gave the same reply, I have a very different purpose of life. I am in the search of truth. And after that, I'll teach the people, I'll alleviate the people's suffering. Finally, at the age of 35, he reached a place called as Gaya in Bihar, presently referred as Bodh Gaya. From the age of 29 to 35, he penanced his body a lot. He walked barefooted for miles. The torso, the upper part of the body was completely naked. Finally, he reached Gaya. And when he reached Gaya, it is believed that he fell down. And there was a farmer's daughter whose name was Sujata. Her eyes felt on him. She offered him rice milk for the first time. And under a peepal tree, on the banks of Niranjana or Falgu river, Siddhartha meditated continuously for 49 days. And on the 49th day, Siddhartha attained Nirvana. And from now onwards, Siddhartha was referred as Buddha, that is the enlightened one. Immediately after attaining Nirvana, the mudra that was being performed by Siddhartha was Bhumi Sparsh Mudra. This question has been asked by UPSC, what is significance of Bhumi Sparsh Mudra? So this simply signifies that I have attained Nirvana. I have attained enlightenment. Who is the evidence for this? What is the proof of this? Mother Earth is the evidence for this. So that is the significance of Bhumi Sparsh Mudra. He is also referred as Sakya Muni. Why? Because his father, Siddhartha's father, Shuddhodhan, he was the head of Sakya clan at Kapilavastu. He is also referred as Tathagat, which means pathfinder of truth. This is also one of the questions asked by UPSC. You can Google the PYQs. So he is referred as Buddha. He is referred as Sakyamuni. He is referred as Tathagat. Now, Siddharth, he delivered his first sermon at a place called as Sarnath near Varanasi. And here near Varanasi, where the Buddha delivered his first sermon, a stupa was being constructed later on. And that stupa is referred as Dhamek Stupa. Okay? So, the place where Siddhartha delivered his first sermon is called as Sarnath in Varanasi. And he delivered his first sermon to his companion, Kaundinya. If you remember, we have discussed a while back. And this entire process is referred as Dharma Chakra Parivartan. I repeat, Dharma Chakra Parivartan. Now, it is believed that his father Shuddhodhan, he heard that his son has attained enlightenment. His son has attained nirvana. Now his father, he is trying to call his son back to the kingdom of Kapilavastu. 9 times delegations were being sent to take Buddha back to Kapilavastu. During these 9 delegations, it is believed that the delegations that were being sent, all of them became disciple of Siddhartha. And when the delegation was sent for the 10th time, it is believed that many Buddhist scholars believe that Siddhartha decided that he will go back to his place Kapilavastu to see his parents, to see his son, to see his wife. Okay, so now it is said that, if you remember just a while back I have told you, Siddhartha has also promised Bimbisar that once my purpose is fulfilled, I will revisit your kingdom. Siddhartha, now, while going back to Kapilavastu, he comes to Rajgriha. And when he comes to Rajgriha, he starts Buddhist Sangh at Rajgriha. That is monastic order. Okay? A person aspiring to join the Sangh had to take 3 vows. He had to take 3 pledges. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. I take refuge in Buddha. I take refuge in the teachings of the Dhamma. I take refuge in the discipline and the discipline of the monastic order. Okay? And now he reaches Kapilavastu. So, as soon as he reaches Kapilavastu, his father becomes his disciple. His son, Rahula, he becomes his disciple. So, it is believed that Buddha delivered many sermons till the age of 80. Now, at the age of 80, he was at a place called as Vaishali. And one of the favorite disciples of Buddha was Anand. And particularly, he was staying in Vaishali, and his favorite disciple was Anand. At that time, he was being offered food by whom? He was being offered food by a blacksmith named as Kunda. And the food that was being offered by a blacksmith named as Kunda was Sukar Madhav. Now, various Buddhist scholars have dissenting opinion about what is Sukar Madhav all about. So, Sukar Madhav, some Buddhist scholars believe that it is either a yam or a tuber, which grows actually beneath the ground. And some believe that it's a pork meat. So, at that time, a blacksmith named as Kunda, he offered Sukar Madhav to Buddha. And after consuming that, Buddha fell ill. And from Vaishali, he moved towards another place called as Kushinagar or Pava, along with his disciple Anand. And when he moved towards that place, he was started living in a hut. And here he told his favorite disciple Anand that the time of my passing is nearby. And the blame should not go on the blacksmith Kunda. Okay? It is the niyati that decides everything. So, it is believed that Buddha was living in his hermitage, and it was a night time. He saw somebody crying outside his hut. He immediately asked Anand, who is crying outside the hut? Please call him in. He was being called in. So, particularly, that person came in. And as soon as that person came in, Siddhartha or Buddha asked him, why are you crying? He said that, I have heard that you are going to relinquish your body. So, Siddhartha or Buddha replied this, yes, You have heard the right news. So this person said that, who is going to show us the path of righteousness? So many Buddhist scholars believe that these are among the last words of Buddha. And Buddha said, Apadipo bhava. I repeat, Apadipo bhava. Be your own light. And after this, Buddha, he left the soul, left the mortal body. Now, as soon as his soul left the mortal body, there were fight between the 8 different rulers that who is going to distribute the body relics of Buddha. So there was a Brahmin whose name was Drona. He said that I'll help you out to how to distribute this body relics of Buddha. So it is believed that he mediated in that. And the body relics of Buddha were being distributed between 7 to 8 royal families, and one part of the body relic was being kept by whom? A Brahmin named as Drona. So it was being distributed among whom? Ajatshatu of Magad, Lichvis of Vaishali, Sakyas of Kapilavastu, Bulis of Alakapa, Kolyas of Ramagram, then Mallas of Pava, Mallas of Kushinagar, and the Brahmin Drona. And after distributing the body relics of Buddha, a stupa was being constructed over it. So what does stupa signifies? Stupa signifies death of Buddha, which is also referred as Mahaparinirvana. Simple words, Buddha died at a place called as Kushinagar or Pava, and this process in the history of Buddhism is referred as Mahaparinirvana. Yes, guys, hope you understood the story. Hope you understood the key facts and the concepts. Yes? Okay. Now let's move on with 4 Noble Truth and 8-fold Path preached by Buddha. Now what are the 4 Noble Truths and 8-fold Path? Let's explore it. There is suffering. There is dukh. And if there is a dukh, there is cause of suffering. If there is a cause of suffering, if there is suffering, we can come out of that suffering. Correct? That is cessation of suffering. And the path to cessation of suffering is referred as Ashtangika Marg or Madhyam Marg. That is 8-fold path. And this is referred as suffering, dukh. Then cause of suffering. Okay. Then cessation of suffering, nirodh. Then the path to cessation of suffering, patipad. Dukh, nirodh, gamini, patipad. Suffering, cause of suffering, cessation of suffering, path to cessation of suffering. And that is 8-fold path. Now this 8-fold path actually falls under 3 categories: wisdom, ethical conduct, and mental discipline. Now let's understand all these concepts within the next 4 to 5 minutes in very simple format. What is wisdom? Also referred as Vivek in Hindi. Also referred as Chetana or consciousness in Hindi. So wisdom basically in simple words is knowledge plus experience. A very simple example I'll give you. Suppose there's a small child and you ask this child, please do not go near the fire or your hands will get burnt or your fingers will get burnt. Now what happens in that case? Now this child develops an intense curiosity to go near the fire. Now he has the knowledge that if I go near the fire, my fingers will get burnt. My hands will get burnt. But he lacks experience in that case. Correct? So what happens here? So this child goes near the fire, his fingers get burnt. His hands get burnt. So now he experiences things. So for the next time when he will see the fire, he will keep 20 feet away. Isn't that so? That is wisdom. correct? And wisdom protects knowledge. Moving ahead, ethical conduct. There are different examples about ethical conduct. Now, whatever good things we have learned should be reflected in our character. I'll give you few examples about this. You guys are preparing for civil services. Like if you become an IAS or an IPS officer, you'll be trained for your foundation course in Labasna. And what is the prime motto of Labasna? Sheelam Param Bhushanam. Character is the prime virtue. Correct? So, as per M.K. Gandhi, there are many things that you have learned which are ethical in nature. It should be reflected in your character. And as per Mahatma Gandhi, there are various social sins. Like I'll give you a few examples. Education without character is a social sin. Politics without principle is a social sin. For example, here we choose the candidate. I'll give you a small example about this. Like these days, elections, we should choose a candidate on the basis of development that he has done. We should not choose a candidate on the basis of religion, on the basis of caste, on the basis of gender. Isn't that so? But if we do not do that, what will happen? We have lost the principle in politics. Politics without principles is a social sin. Then, simple words, education without character is a social sin. Science without humility is a social sin. Example of Corona. We have seen one of the examples of Corona, correct? During Corona, it is believed that there was one injection. A person who was infected with heavy Corona or pneumonia, he had to take one injection referred as Remdesivir. It's in hardly a syringe approximately of 1200 to 1500 rupees. And in the black market, it was sold for 15 to 20,000 rupees. How a poor person can afford that? Secondly, bed and oxygen cylinder was only given to the person who could pay 2 to 5 lakh rupees. How can a poor person expect to save his life? Science has developed, but where is the humility? So it's a social sin. So whatever good thing that we learn, it should be reflected in our character. And finally comes mental discipline. Now let's understand right understanding and right thought. Now, right understanding, we need to remember one thing. And what is that? There is no limit to the desire. Only sky is the limit. A small example. Suppose you have a keypad phone. Now you have a desire that you want a smartphone. Can you guarantee me one thing, that after having a smartphone, you won't develop another desire to buy an Android phone? Okay. You buy a smartphone. Now you develop a desire to buy an Android phone. You buy an Android phone. After some time, you'll develop a desire to buy an iPhone. After some time, you'll develop a desire to buy the latest version of iPhone. Correct? So desire has no limits. And this becomes one of the causes for sorrow. So one of the major causes for sorrow or suffering is desire. Second major cause, the root cause of sorrow is attachment. Attachment to property, attachment to assets, attachment to a person. That becomes one of the root causes for sorrow. So we need to understand this. Okay? Like I'll give you a small example. Like sometimes we start comparing our life with others. Isn't that so? Like you guys are preparing for civil services right now. And there might be many friends of yours who have like you guys have graduated. After graduation, somebody has joined his family business. Somebody has started his own business. Somebody is working with a good firm. And you are preparing for civil services. After a particular point of time, you will realize one thing. The preparation of civil services, this journey, it is full of ups and downs. Correct? Like sometimes you will feel quite motivated. Sometimes you will feel a bit less motivated. Or sometimes you will feel like nothing is going right. True. Why? Because you start comparing your life with the others. Like one of my friends, he's doing his family business, he's doing well, he's earning well, he's earning 50, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000 rupees a month. And what am I doing right now? So in that case, we need to understand one thing. We cannot compare our life, because comparison also creates one thing. Comparison also becomes one of the reasons for sorrow. Correct? One day I was watching one of the reels on Instagram, and that was a very beautiful reel. we should be thankful for what we have. Yes, we need to do hard work. We need, there's nothing wrong in having good dreams. There's nothing wrong in chasing the dreams. Correct? But in that case, comparing your life is wrong. And secondly, we should be thankful for what we have. Like that reel was in a very simple words. I'll share two of the examples here. One example is there was a person who was in Lamborghini. Then another car came by his side, and in the other car was Honda City. As soon as he saw Lamborghini, he said that I wish I had a Lamborghini. Another car came, suppose I-20, and it saw Honda City. It said I wish I had Honda City. Then comes a bike, and he said, I could have I wish I had a car. Then comes a bicycle. He said that I wish I had a bike. Then comes a person who was walking, and then comes a person specifically who was on a wheelchair, who could not walk. The person in the wheelchair said, I wish I could walk. So we should be thankful for what we have. Correct? I'll give you one of the second example about this. Again, another video on Instagram that I was watching. There was a place in America where a person was begging. He was destitute, he was homeless, and he had a placard in his hand. And on the placard, it was written that, please help me, I'm blind. Okay. So many people were passing by. Somebody gave him few coins. Someone never cared about it. So there was another person who was passing by. He did not have the money to give him, but he did one thing. He took his placard. He wrote something on the placard. He erased that was written on the placard, and he wrote something on the placard. So the person who was sitting, he realized that somebody has written something on the placard, and he has moved on. After 1 week or 2 weeks, so he was passing by the same place, and when he was passing by the same place, he saw the same visually challenged man, same blind man, but in a better condition. So he went there and asked him, are you fine now? So the blind man asked him, I can sense this, you were the only person who wrote something on my placard, and you are the reason for this change. So can I ask you, what did you write on the placard? He said, yes. He said, I wrote the same thing what you had written, but the manner of the thing that I wrote was different. You had written, please help me, I am blind. I have written the same thing but in a different manner. And I wrote it it's a beautiful day and I cannot see. So here I am trying to arouse the empathetic behavior of the people. So we should be thankful for what we have. Right understanding, right thought. The session is becoming like a pravachan, correct? So right thought here basically means stay away from empty rites and rituals. As I've told you here itself like a while back, Buddhism and Jainism are offshoots of Shramana movement, and they are not at all against Hinduism. They are against the evil practices that were being prevalent in Hinduism. Okay, so that is right thought. Then right speech, always speak the truth. Then right livelihood, earn right livelihood and right action. Here earn your livelihood through, or earn your bread and butter through your sweat. Okay, right efforts, right action here. Try to reduce the things that we need. Okay, here comes mental discipline, very important one. Right concentration and right mindfulness. I'll tell you two stories about this. You might have heard about one of the characters, Mahesh Das. Mahesh Das, oftenly referred as Birbal. He was a person who was known for his knowledge, who was known for his wisdom, and he adorned the court of Akbar. He was a part of Navratnas of Akbar. So Birbal's original name was Mahesh Das. So in the kingdom of Akbar, there was a person who was a very wealthy merchant. And he used to do, apart from being wealthy, he used to do all sorts of philanthropic activities for the people. But people criticized him a lot because some people were jealous of him. So this person could not focus on his work. He goes to Birbal. He says that, yes, I earn a lot of money. I'll earn that money through hard work. I believe in God. Apart from this, I'm involved in all sorts of charitable activities and philanthropic activities wherein I help out the people, wherein I help out the needy ones. But still, I face a lot of criticism from the people and I am unable to focus on the work. Birbal said, okay. So Birbal said, do one thing. We'll walk from one end of the village to the other end. And you will have a bowl in your hand. And the bowl will be full of milk or water till the brim. And once we are walking through that road, not even a drop of water should fall from that bowl. This person said, okay. So they started walking from one part of the road to the end of the road. At the end of the road, Birbal said to this person, yes, the people are right. You are actually a greedy person. You are actually so and so. So didn't you hear that people were saying something about you? So now this person, he got annoyed and said to Birbal, like, first thing, you have given this bowl in my hand and you have told that not even a drop of water or milk should fall on the ground. Should I listen to the people, what are they saying, or should I focus on the bowl? Birbal told him, did you get the answer? That's a simple thing. Forget about what people are saying. Focus on your work. Right concentration. Right mindfulness. Like sometimes our thoughts play a very pivotal role, a very crucial role. Correct? You can Google it. Again, I was reading this in one of the research papers or something like in European countries, you have an option. If somebody has done a crime and he is given a death penalty, he has an option to convert the death penalty into milder form of punishment. Like in simple words, the most cruelest form of death penalty is like hanging somebody to death. But he can request the court to commute that in the form of like giving him poison or so on. So there was a criminal who requested the court that I should be given poison. So there were scientists who wanted to experiment on this person. So the scientists were like in the form like that we are going to, we are going to provide him the snake's venom and he will die in that case. So it was agreed by the court. Now on the day on which he was given the death penalty, it is believed that his eyes were being closed by a cloth and the hiss sound of the snake was taken near his ears. And the snake did not bite that person and 2 pins were pinched on his leg. It is believed that after 2 hours, this person died and the same poison was found in this person's body after an autopsy report. To the astonishment of everyone, it is believed that our body has certain hormones which actually reflects our thoughts. And this is not I am saying something for the fantasy of a story. You can Google it. So this is the power of thoughts. So right mindfulness here. Here your thoughts plays a very important role. So these are the 4 noble truths and 8-fold path that was preached by Buddha. Hope you understood Buddha. Hope you loved the stories. Yes, guys. Okay. Now moving ahead. Symbols associated with Buddha. Lotus, it simply represents the birth of Buddha. Horse, as I've told you, at the age of 29, Buddha renounced his worldly life and his charioteer Channa and his horse Kantak left him till the middle of the jungle. And this process is referred as Mahabhinishkraman. So horse simply signifies Mahabhinishkraman or the process of renunciation. At the age of 35, Siddhartha or Buddha reached Gaya and he continuously meditated for the next 49 days under a peepal tree. So peepal tree is referred as Nirvana or it symbolizes Nirvana or enlightenment process of Buddha. Then comes Dharma Chakra. Siddhartha or Buddha has delivered his first sermon at Sarnath near Varanasi in a deer park. So Dharma Chakra is referred as the first sermon of Buddha. Deer represents disciple of Buddha. As I've told you, he delivered his first sermon at Sarnath near Varanasi in a deer park to Kaundinya and 5 others. So the Kaundinya and 5 others, these are the disciples of what we say Buddha. So deer represents disciple. Conch shell means Shank. These represents thoughts of Buddha, which are quite pious, which are quite pure in nature. Okay. Then stupa, as I've told you previously itself, after the death of Buddha, his body relics were being distributed among 8 royal family and a stupa was being constructed over it. So stupa simply signifies death of Buddha or Mahaparinirvana. Clear? Now let's understand again within next 2 to 3 minutes about the different sects of Buddhism. There are 3, rather than saying 3 major, there are 2 major sects of Buddhism and the third one is offshoot of second one. Okay? So now let's understand Heenyana, Mahayana and Vajrayana. Heenyana. Try to break this etymology into 2 parts. Heen, Yan. Yan means vehicle. Heen means lower. So Heenyana basically means lower vehicle for salvation. Correct? So I'll give you a small example. Heenyana, the followers of Heenyana are referred as true followers of Buddha. They do not believe in idol worship. They believe in symbolic worship. They believe in they believed in the path that was being preached by Buddha. Okay. In simple words, they believed in original teachings of Buddha. They believed in eightfold path. They believed in Madhyam Marg. They believed in Ashtangika Marg. Correct? And they believed that Buddha was not a god. He was a normal human being like us. He was a normal human being like us. Okay. And in that case, since he was a normal human being like us, so he followed certain process in life and he attained enlightenment. And one who follows that process, he can also become Buddha. So the followers of Heenyana, they believed in the concept of Pratyek Buddha. Everyone can become Buddha. Majority of the literature of the Heenyana is in Pali language and it is in the form of 3 Pitakas. 3 Pitakas means 3 basket of books. Vinay Pitak, Sutta Pitak and Abhidhamma Pitak. Then comes Mahayana. Maha means great, Yan means vehicle. So it is considered as greater vehicle for salvation. They believe that we can follow the path preached by Buddha, but apart from this, we can also worship the idol of Buddha. So Mahayana followers believed in idol worship. They also believed in one more concept, and that concept is Bodhisattvas. Who are Bodhisattvas? Bodhisattvas are those holy Buddhists who are on the process of attaining enlightenment, but they do stop that process so that they can change the life of others. So they are also referred as, or they are oftenly referred as Buddha in making. So such are referred as, this sect is referred as Mahayana form of Buddhism. So the genesis of idol worship can be traced back to Mahayana form of Buddhism. Nagarjuna and Asang were the propounders of Mahayana form of Buddhism. Then comes Vajrayana form of Buddhism. And Vajrayana form of Buddhism, they believed in tantric powers. So they believed in something called as Tantra, Mantra and Yantra. They believed in the worship of Taras. Who are Taras? Wife of Buddha and Bodhisattvas. So it is nothing but tantric form of Buddhism, which is an offshoot of Mahayana form of Buddhism. Ratna Gotra Vibhag and Manjushri Mool Kalp is one of the major books on Vajrayana form of Buddhism. So these are the 3 important sects of Buddhism: Heenyana, Mahayana and Vajrayana. Hope the points are clear. Yes, please. Hope the points are clear, guys. Okay. Now let's explore the concept of Chaitya and Vihar. Guys, if you go through the PYQs, you will come across one thing, that there have been a direct question in the UPSC examination. What is Chaitya and Vihar? Okay. Now, before we understand the concept of Chaitya and Vihar, now just have an analytical view of this. Okay. Just imagine, suppose this is a cave. Okay. Pay attention carefully. Listen to this concept, a very important one. As I've told you time and again, there have been a question on UPSC on what is Chaitya and Vihar. Okay. Suppose this is an entrance of a cave. This is a cave and this is an entrance of the cave. At the end of the cave, you will either observe a small stupa or a statue of Buddha. Now, a monk or a nun enters the cave. He stands in front of that statue. He circumambulates that statue or stupa. That is, he performs pradakshina along the pradakshina path. And after that, again he comes in a space in front of the stupa or the idol of Buddha and starts meditating. I'll repeat the point again. A person, he enters the cave. At the end of the cave, there's a stupa or an idol of Buddha. He goes there, he prays, he performs pradakshina, comes back and sit in an open space and starts meditating or praying. So, entrance 1. This is the entrance. Okay. The monk or a nun stands in front of the stupa or the Buddha's idol, performs circumambulation and sits here for performing prayer or meditation. The place where prayer or meditation is performed is referred as Chaitya-griha. Simple words, Chaitya-griha is nothing but prayer hall. And just besides Chaitya-griha, you'll find small cubical columns. And these small cubical columns are referred as vihar. And these are nothing but residing place for monks and nuns. In simple words, Chaitya-griha is a prayer hall, whereas vihar is the residing place for monk and nun. Okay? Like guys, you can open up your phone and you can Google the architecture of Karle caves. Okay, you'll get almost similar architecture of Karle caves. You'll observe that there are multiple pillars, and beside these pillars, there are small cubical columns. You'll observe a large Chaitya-griha, that is prayer hall, and in the end, you'll find the stupa. You'll find the same structure in the Karle caves. So simple words, Chaitya-griha is a prayer hall and this vihar is a specifically residing place for monk and nun. In the coming years, Chaitya-griha and vihar became important centers of learning and they got converted into big monasteries. I'll give you one of the finest example about the monastery, the Thikse monastery, apart from this Tawang monastery, Tabo monastery, Futkal monastery and so on. Okay, Vihar, Nalanda Vihar, which was later on being created like Nalanda Vihar or Nalanda University, which was later on being created by whom? Kumar Gupta, one of the rulers of the Gupta dynasty. He laid the foundation of Nalanda University, important center of learning of Buddhism. Finally, in the medieval period, it was being destroyed by one of the slaves of Muhammad Ghori, whose name was Bakhtiyar Khilji. Okay, so this is the concept of Chaitya and Vihar. Now let's explore very fast about the different monasteries. Okay. UPSC, if you Google it, if you go through the PYQs, you'll come across one thing. UPSC has asked questions particularly about the locations of the monastery. On one hand, there are monasteries. On the other hand, there is location of this monastery. And there has been a question that has been asked, that is, which among the following are incorrectly matched or which among the following are correctly matched. Okay, so now let's understand about few monasteries. Like one of the monastery is Tawang Monastery, and Tawang Monastery, it is particularly located in the region of Arunachal Pradesh. Break this etymology into two parts. Tawang. Ta means horse, Wang means chosen. Tawang Monastery is also referred as Chosen Horse Monastery. Now, it is believed that particularly there was a Lama whose name was Merak Lama Gyatso. And once upon a time, he was riding on his horse and he came across a place which was quite serene. It was quite serene and peaceful. And he saw a cave there. So he thought that I should go inside the cave and meditate for some time. So he kept his, horse outside the cave and kept certain fresh grass in front of the horse. After some time, he came back. And as soon as he came back after some time, he saw that particularly that horse, he was not there. And he was quite astonished. And he started searching for the horse. And when he started searching for the horse, he came to know about one thing, that particularly just a second, guys. So, particularly speaking, he started searching for the horse. And when he started searching for the horse, he saw that like on the mountain peak, there was a horse. He went to the mountain peak and he saw that he was grazing the grass, which was dry. But when he saw the ambience from that mountain, it was quite peaceful, it was quite serene. And then he decided to construct a monastery here. And that monastery is referred as Tawang Monastery, Chosen Horse Monastery. This monastery is located in Arunachal Pradesh. There's a library which is referred as Parkhang Hall. And there are many Buddhist scripts in the, Buddhist manuscripts in this library. So one who needs to understand the core philosophical doctrines of Buddhism can visit the Parkhang Hall of Tawang Monastery. Losar festival is a famous attraction of Tawang Monastery located in Arunachal Pradesh. Hope so the point is clear. Okay. Tabo Monastery. Tabo Monastery is also referred as Ajanta of Himalayas. Guys, I'll give you one of the example. One more thing, since the name Ajanta, it cropped up my mind right now. I'll tell you, please also refer the important caves associated with Buddhism. Again, UPSC has a tendency to ask a question, particularly about the caves. I'll give you a small example. One among the cave is Ajanta Caves. Okay, so Ajanta Caves, it is located on the banks of river Vaghora. And it is located in Aurangabad, simple words, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar district of Maharashtra. Okay. Now, Ajanta Caves, it is a group of 29 to 30 caves. And majority of the caves have been patronized by Satwahan dynasty rulers. Ajanta Caves are solely dedicated to Buddhism. Ajanta Caves are known for architecture, sculpture, and painting. Painting that depicts the life of Buddha, and these paintings are done on the walls, and such paintings are referred as mural paintings. Okay, now this is about the Ajanta cave. Similarly, there is one more cave that you should go through it, like Ellora caves. One more thing, please go through certain paintings of Ajanta caves as well, because there could be a probable question in the examination, like there's a painting of a dying princess painting. Okay, so dying princess painting is found in which part of the Ajanta caves? So please go through that as well. Okay, then comes Ellora caves, dying princess painting, Ellora caves. Ellora caves, again, it is located in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar of Maharashtra. Ellora caves, particularly, it is not solely dedicated to Buddhism. It is dedicated to Buddhism, Jainism, and Hinduism. Okay, so it is dedicated to all the three. So Jainism, Buddhism, and Hinduism. Apart from this, Ellora caves were also being patronized by Rashtrakuta dynasty rulers. Cave number 14, referred as Ravan Ki Khaif. Cave number 15, referred as Dashavatar. 16, Kailashnath Temple. All these are the famous attractions of Ellora caves. You can also go through the Bagh caves. Bagh caves are located on the banks of river Baghani in Dhar district of Madhya Pradesh. It is a group of 9 caves. Till now, only 5 caves have survived. Example I had given you just a while back, Karle caves. Apart from Karle caves, you can also go through Bhaja caves, Nagarjuni caves. So all these are the important caves associated with Buddhism. Just go through it once. Okay. Coming back to the monastery part, Tabo Monastery. Tabo Monastery, it is located in Spiti Valley, Himachal Pradesh. And Tabo Monastery, it is known as Ajanta of Himalayas. The reason being, as I've talked about, Ajanta, it is known for architecture, sculpture, and painting. Particularly the mural paintings, which are associated with the life of Buddha. So here you will also find painting associated with life of Buddha. Like, how did he go through the process of Mahabhinishkraman? How did he attain Nirvana? He delivered his maximum sermons at different places. How did he deliver his first sermon at Sarnath near Varanasi? All these have been depicted in the form of a painting. And such paintings are referred as mural painting. Hope so the points are clear. Hence, Tabo Monastery is referred as Ajanta of Himalayas. Then comes Futkal Monastery. It is located in Zanskar Range, Ladakh. Futkal basically means cave. Okay. Rumtek Monastery and Rumtek Monastery and Enche Monastery. Both these monasteries are located on the foothills of Kanchenjunga, Sikkim. Shashur Monastery and K Monastery, it is located in Spiti Valley. So in Spiti Valley, there are three major monasteries: Shashur, K and Tabu Monastery. UPSC has asked Tabu Monastery and the K Monastery, which is located in Spiti Valley, Himachal Pradesh. There's one more monastery that is called as Thikse Monastery. I repeat, there's a monastery referred as Thikse Monastery. So Thikse Monastery, particularly speaking, Thikse Monastery, it is located in Ladakh region, and here it is believed that there's a festival celebrated every year, and this festival is dedicated to Padmasambhav. Padmasambhav is referred as second Buddha in Tibetan culture. So Thikse Monastery is dedicated to Padmasambhav. Padmasambhav is referred as second Buddha in Tibetan culture. Okay? Like it is believed that there was a king in the region of Tibet whose name was Trisong Detsen, and he invited Padmasambhav, who was also referred as Guru Rinpoche in Tibet. I repeat, Trisong Detsen, a king of Tibet, invited Padmasambhav, who is referred as Guru Rinpoche in Tibet. And he constructed a monastery there that was Samye Monastery and spread Buddhism in the region of Tibet. So simple words, Padmasambhav, who is also referred as second Buddha in Tibetan culture, is referred as Guru Rinpoche. And apart from Thikse Monastery, he constructed one more monastery in the region of Tibet, which is referred as Samye Monastery. Okay? Then there is another monastery which is referred as Mindrolling. Okay, there's another monastery which is referred as Namdrolling. Please answer in the comment section, where is the Mindrolling and Namdrolling monastery located? Okay, now moving ahead. Mudras of Buddhism. This particular segment also has a very deep significance in UPSC prelims examination. Why? Directly UPSC has asked a question, what is significance of Bhumi Sparsha Mudra? Direct question have been asked. Okay, so now let's understand how is Bhumi Sparsha Mudra all about. This is Bhumi Sparsha Mudra. Okay, now as I've told you previously, just a while back in the part of Buddhism, that Siddhartha, he renounced his worldly life at the age of 29. And that process in the history of Buddhism is referred as Mahabhinishkraman. After renouncing his worldly life, the first place that he visited was Rajgriha. The second place that he visited was Vaishali, and he learned the techniques of meditation from two spiritual practitioners whose name were Alara Kalam and Udak. In fact, he became so expert in the practice of meditation that Udak said that instead of me, now you teach the disciples. But he said that my purpose of life is completely different. At the age of 35, he reached Gaya. He penanced his body a lot. And continuously, he sat under a peepal tree for the next 49 days on the banks of Niranjana or Falgu river. And on the 49th day, he attained Nirvana. And as Nirvana it simply exemplifies enlightenment. And from now onwards, Siddhartha was referred as Buddha. Simple words, Buddha means the enlightened one. Immediately after attaining Nirvana, the mudra that was being performed by Buddha was Bhumi Sparsha Mudra. I repeat, Bhumi Sparsha Mudra. In simple words, it is like this mudra. Like he's sitting in Padmasana, and when he's sitting in Padmasana, he's touching his hands, he's keeping his hands on the knees and touching it to the Mother Earth. What does that signify? I have attained enlightenment. What is the evidence for this? What is the significance of this? Mother Earth is the evidence for this. That is the significance of Bhumi Sparsha Mudra. Then comes Dhyan Mudra or Samadhi Mudra. As I have told you, Siddhartha or Buddha continuously meditated for 49 days under a peepal tree. And the mudra that he was sitting in is specifically referred as Dhyan Mudra. It is in this manner. So this is nothing but Dhyan Mudra. Siddharth or Buddha, he delivered his first sermon at a deer park, which is located in Sarnath near Varanasi. And that entire process in the history of Buddhism is referred as Dharma Chakra Parivartan. And here he performed a mudra which is referred as Dharma Chakra Mudra in this manner. So what does Dharma Chakra Mudra signifies? Whatever Buddha is saying is directly coming from heart of Buddha. So that is the significance of Dharma Chakra Mudra. So please do remember about Dharma Chakra Mudra. Abhay Mudra. Abhay basically means fearless. Okay. Now what is Bhay? Bhay, it's a Hindi word which basically means fear. Abhay. Abhay means fearless. And who becomes fearless? Person who has conquered his senses. Correct? He becomes fearless. So I'll give you a simple example. What is Nirvan? Nirvan basically means the senses. We are not driven by our senses. Our senses are driven by us. Similarly, the word Jain, it has been derived from the Sanskrit word Jitendriya. Jitendriya simply means what? Person who has conquered his indris. Person who has conquered his senses is Jitendriya, is a Jain. Okay? Similarly here, person becomes fearless when he has conquered his senses. Okay. Now, there's a word called as equanimity. Now, what is equanimity? Like, for example, the conditions or the circumstances around you does not impact your peace of mind. That is equanimity. Okay? In simple words, in Hindi, it is referred as Sukh or Dukh ek saman avastha hai. Simple words, sorrow or happiness, sorrow or bliss are same for him. That is a state of equanimity. And Buddha had reached the stage of equanimity. I'll give you one of the finest examples about this. One of the Buddhist legendary stories says that once upon a time, Buddha was there in a village and he was delivering his sermons. And there was a businessman, he had 3 sons. All his 3 sons, they were completely absorbed in the sermons of Buddha. So leaving their business by side, every evening they used to come to see Buddha and listen to his sermons for a long time. Now this businessman got very infuriated. He came to Buddha, and when he came to Buddha, he started yelling at Buddha. He started abusing him. And first of all, he accused him that you have driven away my children from their business. And they are completely absorbed in the sermons. They are completely listening to your sermons. They have completely neglected their duties. They have ignored their duties. And the reason is Buddha. Buddha was calmly listening to everything. He abused Buddha. Again, there was no reaction from the side of Buddha. Like it is always said, I'll give you a small example. Suppose if you have a fight with somebody else. Okay. So you start abusing that person. And in that case, if you do not get any reaction from that person, you will get more angry. True? So the best answer in such a situation is not reaction. The best answer in such a situation is response. Learn to respond rather than react. So in this case, now what happened particularly? So this person started yelling at Buddha, he started abusing him, he accused him, and finally he went. And that night, he could not sleep. He said, he started thinking about it. I think I have said unnecessary things. Secondly, I have overspoken things. If people are coming every day to listen to Buddha, he might be somebody of a great wisdom and character. I have done something wrong. He could not sleep throughout the night. Early in the morning, he came to meet Buddha. And when he met Buddha, he apologized for what he did. Buddha said, "Why should I forgive you?" Everyone was astonished. And particularly the followers of Buddha were astonished. Like Buddha, he is known for the wisdom. He is known for his character. And now he's saying that, why should I forgive you? So one of his disciples asked a question like, you are known for your wisdom and character. You are known for your quality of forgiving the people. You are known for the quality of equanimity. So, like, why are you saying to this person, why should I forgive you? Buddha gave a very beautiful reply. He said that this person has not committed any mistake. Why should I forgive him? Everyone was astonished. So Buddha said again, yesterday who came to me was a different person. Today whom I am meeting is completely a different person. So there's no need to apologize in that case. So here Buddha, he did a mudra which is referred as Abhay Mudra. Abhay Mudra is a blessing mudra, And Abhay basically means fearless, a person who has conquered his senses. Similar to Abhay Mudra, there's another important mudra, this mudra, which is referred as Vitarka Mudra. I repeat, Vitarka Mudra. Then there's another important mudra, which is not basically for Buddha, but for Bodhisattvas. And who are Bodhisattvas? Yes, like just a while back we have seen, Bodhisattvas are those holy Buddhists, particularly, who are in the process of attaining enlightenment. Simple words, such what we say people are referred, or such monks are referred as Buddha in making. Correct? They are referred as Buddha in making. So, in simple words, Bodhisattvas, this mudra, which I am going to tell you now, Anjali Mudra. Now, Anjali Mudra is in this manner. It is also referred as Namaste Mudra. So, Anjali Mudra is not majorly for Buddha, but for Bodhisattvas. Okay? Another important mudra is particularly Vajra Mudra. Now, Vajra Mudra, it is in this manner. This index finger, it represents knowledge. And this fist, it represents wisdom. So what does this signify? This simply signifies one thing. Wisdom protects knowledge. Knowledge is worthless until unless a person has a wisdom. He has consciousness. So knowledge protects wisdom is the theme of this mudra. Okay, that is Vajra Mudra. Another important mudra is Karna Mudra. Please go through these mudras. Karna Mudra is in this manner. Then another important mudra is Uttar Bodhi Mudra. Uttar Bodhi Mudra, it is in this manner. And this mudra basically signifies supreme enlightenment. I repeat, it signifies supreme enlightenment. So this is nothing but Uttar Bodhi Mudra. Clear? Okay. Now let's move on with the other topic. Yes, for the aspirants, those who are new to the platform, I have already covered major topics as a part of Ancient Indian History series. You can go through the playlist. Approximately there are 15 to 16 lectures on Ancient Indian History. You can go through that. They are in quite depth and detail. Here I am trying to cover the important snippets, important points. Apart from this, you can download the PDF of the previous session from my Telegram channel history_Alok Ojha. And apart from this, you can also download particularly the PDF of this session, the marathon session, from the same Telegram channel history_Alok Ojha. Okay? One more thing. Next week, I'll be coming up with I'll try and come up with a video on Medieval Indian History series. Again, it would be a marathon session where majorly I would be focusing on advent of Islamic invaders in India. Secondly, the rulers of Delhi Sultanate, particularly Slave Dynasty, Khilji Dynasty, Tughlaq Dynasty, Sayyid and Lodi Dynasty, administration of Delhi Sultanate. Then we'll focus on Mughals. Apart from this, we'll focus on the Marathas and their administration, Bhakti movement and Sufi movement. So in marathon session, approximately of 9 to 10 hours again, I'll try to cover the major topics of medieval India. I'm not saying that we'll be covering the entire medieval India, but 70 to 80% of the topics of medieval India comes from this section. So I'll be trying to cover the major topics of medieval India in the marathon session. Okay, and apart from the marathon session, in further coming lectures, I would be covering the entire medieval India. Similarly, I would be coming up with the marathon session on modern India as well. Hope so the points are clear, guys. Now let's move ahead with stupa architecture. Like this is a stupa which is in front of you. Like every one of you might be having a laptop right now in front of you, or you might be having your cell phone in front of you. Just open one more tab and have a pic of Sanchi Stup in front of you. Okay, just have a pic of Sanchi Stupa. So Sanchi Stupa. So basically you'll understand things. Okay. So what is the architecture of a stupa? Now pay attention carefully. As I've told you, Buddha attained Nirvana at the age of 35 at a place called as what we say Gaya, which is also referred as Bodh Gaya. He died at the age of 80 at a place called as Kushinagar or Pava. After the death of Buddha, his body relics were distributed among 8 royal families by a Brahmin named as Drona. Correct? Now, after his death, like it is believed that stupa was being constructed over the body relics of Buddha, over the body parts of Buddha, or certain belongings of Buddha. And particularly, the stupa majorly signifies what? Stupa simply signifies death of Buddha or the process of Mahaparinirvana. Simple words, Mahaparinirvana is nothing but death of Buddha. Now there are 3 kinds of stupas. First stupa is Sharirik stup. Sharirik stup basically are those stupas which are built on the body relics of Buddha. Paribhogika stup. Paribhogika stup are those stupas which are particularly built on the belongings of Buddha. Example, on the alms bowl of Buddha. One of the finest example is Kesariya Stup, located in Champaran district of Bihar. And that stupa is constructed over the alms bowl of Buddha. Simple words, on the Bhiksha Patra of Buddha. And specifically speaking, that stupa is referred as Paribhogika Stup. And third kind of a stupa is Uddeshika Stup, which basically highlights the teachings of Buddha. So there are 3 kinds of stupas: Sharirik Stup, Paribhogika Stup, and Uddeshika Stup. This is in general structure of the stupa. The upper part is referred as Chhatra. Below Chhatra there is a square railing, and this square railing is referred as Harmika. This square railing cannot be entered by anyone. Just below the square railing there is a space, and this space is referred as Tabena. So many archaeologists, many historians believe that the body relics of Buddha were kept in Tabena. Some do believe that the structure of Tabena is also located here in the middle part of this hemispherical dome. Okay, so the upper part is Chhatra. Just below Chhatra, there's a square railing which cannot be entered by anyone, that is Harmika. Just below Harmika, just below it or in the central part, you will find a Tabena. And Tabena is a place where the body relics of Buddha or the body belongings of Buddha are kept. Okay? Then, this is solid hemispherical dome, which cannot be entered by anyone. This solid hemispherical dome is referred as Anda. Just outside Anda, you will find a Pradakshina Path. And the Pradakshina Path is referred as Medhi. So this circumambulatory path or Pradakshina Path, which is referred as Medhi, what is the significance of that? Like for example, we go to the temple. We'll study the temple architecture as well. We go to the temple, we perform the Pradakshina. For example, we go to the temple of Lord Hanuman, Sri Ram, Lakshmi Narayan, different gods. So we perform Pradakshina. So what is the significance of Pradakshina? I keep the teachings of the deity at the center of my life. I keep the deity at the center of my life. That is the significance of Pradakshina. So this Pradakshina Path is referred as Medhi. The outside boundary wall structure of the entire stupa architecture is referred as Vedika. So Vedika is nothing but the boundary wall structure. Like I have told you, please open the tab of Sanchi Stupa. You can observe all these kind of things here. Correct? And this concept is called as Toran. The concept of Toran was not present in original stupa architecture. Okay, so this is nothing but the architecture of stupa particularly. Chhatra, square railing, is referred as Harmika. Just below Harmika, one finds Tabena, where the body relics or belongings of Buddha are kept. There, this is Anda, solid hemispherical core, which cannot be entered by anyone. Pradakshina Path or circumambulatory path, referred as Medhi. Boundary wall, which is referred as Vedika, and this is called as Toran. The concept of Toran was not prevalent in original stupa architecture. Correct? So this is stupa. Now there are important stupas, like you need to remember certain stupas which are important from the exam perspective. Sanchi Stup. Now this stup was being constructed by Ashok. Now what is the significance of Sanchi Stup? Let's explore. Sanchi, it's a place in Madhya Pradesh. So what is the significance of Sanchi Stupa? Now let's explore. Battle of Kalinga was one of the fiercest battle that was being fought by Ashoka in his life. It was fought in 261 BC. More than 1 lakh persons were killed in the battle. More than 1,50,000 were made as prisoners of war. When Ashoka saw himself from head to toe, he was completely anointed in blood. Completely anointed in blood from head to toe. So particularly speaking, it is believed that after the Battle of Kalinga, he embraced Buddhism. He embraced Dhamma Ghosh and abandoned Bheri Ghosh. Bheri Ghosh basically means conquest by war and peace. Dhamma Ghosh means conquest by particularly love. So, Bheri Ghosh means conquest by war. And Dhamma Ghosh means conquest by love and peace. So here Ashoka embraced Dhamma Ghosh. Okay. Now after this, it is believed that Ashoka is said to have constructed more than 84,000 stupas across India. One among them was Sanchi Stup. Sanchi Stup was originally built in bricks. But after the decline of Mauryan Empire, there came another important Brahmin dynasty, that is Shunga dynasty. And the founder of Shunga dynasty was Pushyamitra Shunga. He was a fanatic Brahmin, fundamentalist Brahmin. He destroyed many stupas, and one among the stupa was Sanchi Stup. This stupa was again reconstructed by his son, Agnimitra Shunga. And second time when it was reconstructed, it was built in stone. So originally it was built in bricks. Later on it was being reconstructed by Agnimitra Shunga in stone. Okay. Now, the concept of Toran is not prevalent in original stupa architecture. The concept of Toran was added by whom? The concept of Toran was added by Satwahan dynasty ruler. And the first Toran was particularly constructed in the southern direction. So this is majorly about the Sanchi Stupa. It is also UNESCO World Heritage Site. Then comes Dhamek Stupa. As we have discussed previously, Buddha delivered his first sermon at a place called as Sarnath near Varanasi, and the place where the Buddha delivered his first sermon, a stupa has been constructed which is referred as Dhamek Stupa. Right now we have discussed particularly that there are 3 kinds of stupa: Sharirik, Paribhogika and Uddeshika. So one stupa, that is Kesariya Stup, located in Champaran district of Bihar, it is Paribhogika Stup. It is built on the alms bowl of Buddha. Then comes Ramabhar Stup. Buddha died at the age of 80 at a place called as Kushinagar or Pava. And this process in the history of Buddhism is referred as Mahaparinirvana, that is death of Buddha. So the place where Buddha died, okay, that is referred as Ramabhar. Why it is referred as Ramabhar? Because where Buddha was being cremated, where a stupa was being constructed, there is a pond in front of that place. And that pond is referred as Ramabhar. Hence, this stupa is referred as Ramabhar Stupa. So Ramabhar Stupa particularly represents what? It particularly represents the Mahaparinirvan of Buddha. Okay. Bharut Stupa, it is located in MP. Again, one of the oldest stupas across India. Anantapindika Stup. Now, Anantapindika Stup, there's again a very beautiful story associated with this. Anantapindika Stup is actually not associated with Buddha, but it is associated with one of the disciples of Buddha. So, Anantapindika. Anantapindika means a charitable person, one who gives alms, one who gives bhiksha. So, the original name of Anantapindika was Sudak. He was a very wealthy merchant. Apart from being wealthy, he was involved in all sorts of charitable activities, all sorts of philanthropic activities as well. So, this stupa, Anantapindika Stup, is dedicated to the person named as Sudak. Okay. So, what is Anantapindika Stup? What is the significance? So, he was a wealthy merchant. So, once upon a time, he traveled from the place Shravasti to Magadha, and for a business purpose. And when he visited Magadha, he also visited his in-laws' place. When he visited his in-laws' place, he saw his brother-in-law completely involved in making all sorts of good dishes. Like there was a feast that was being arranged. So he was quite astonished, and surprisingly, he asked his brother-in-law, why are you making so many dishes? Why is everyone so much busy in making so many dishes? He said that Buddha is coming along with his 500 disciples, and I have invited him to my home. Hence, I am making these dishes. So this person was like, okay. So he had heard about Buddha. He had heard about his character. He had heard about his wisdom, consciousness and everything. So he was very eager to meet Buddha the next morning. The next morning, Anantapindika or Sudak, he met Buddha. After meeting Buddha, he requested Buddha to come to Shravasti. So Buddha agreed upon this. But Buddha said that I'll come to Shravasti, but there are 500 disciples along with me. There are 500 monks along with me. And certain place, although a small one, I require certain place where these monks could stay. So he was a very wealthy merchant. So he agreed upon that. He said, don't worry, you come to Shravasti. So he went to Shravasti. Now he knew that he had to lodge these 500 monks. So where should I lodge them? So in that case, at that time, the prince of Shravasti, his name was Jet. And he had a place named as Jetwan. So he asked him that, please sell me this place and I'm ready to pay any amount. The prince was not ready to sell him. He said that I don't need to sell it. He said, just say the amount, I'll pay it. So after some time, the prince got annoyed. So he told a very exaggerated amount. He said that this is the Jetwan. 1/4 of the Jetwan part should be covered with gold coins. To the astonishment of Jet, it is believed that bullock carts full of gold coins came up. And in that case, this person was very astonished, Jet. Who is this person, Anantapindika? Like he is ready to purchase this. Why? So he said that Buddha and his disciples are coming and I want to welcome him. And I want a place for these monks to stay. Hence, I'm purchasing this. So hence this person is referred as Anantapindika, and a stup was constructed in his name, Anantapindika Stup. So his original name was Sudak. Okay, so this is particularly about Anantapindika or the Anantapindika Stupa. So Sanchi Stup, Dhamek Stup, Kesariya, Bharut Stup, Anantapindika Stup, Ramabhar Stup, Amravati Stupa. Then one more stupa that you should study, Chaukhandi Stupa. Chaukhandi Stupa. In March 2019, Archaeological Survey of India has declared Chaukhandi Stupa as area of national importance. So please go through it. This is how history could be correlated to current affairs. Correct? Sometimes, like many students have a question in the mind, sir, how can question crop up from current affairs in history? I'll give you a small example. Okay. Particularly speaking, just 1-2 days back, approximately on 11th of this month, there was a birth anniversary of Ram Prasad Bismil ji. Ram Prasad Bismil ji was one of the revolutionary leaders. Okay, and he popularized the poem Sarfaroshi ki tamanna ab hamare dil mein hai, dekhna hai zor kitna bazuye katil mein hai. You might have heard about this revolutionary poem written by Bismil Azimabadi and patronized or popularized by Ram Prasad Bismil, a very close associate of Chandrasekhar Azad ji. Correct? So 11th of June, he was in the newspaper. He was in the news. So this is how questions crop up in history, particularly related to current affairs. Correct? Like I have just recently made a shorts on one of the festival of Himachal Pradesh, and that festival is Rolane festival. You can see the short, particularly in the section, the playlist. So in Rolane festival, it's a festival particularly celebrated in the Kinnaur region of Himachal Pradesh, where the fairies and the deities are worshipped. And Rolane, Rola and Rolane, these are the two terminology. Male is referred as Rola, female is referred as Rolane. A very beautiful festival. Similarly, few days back, Thai Pusam festival, it was in news. Okay, so there are many festivals. So this is how the questions usually crop up in the examination. Like this year, there was a question in this year itself, 2025. Araghatta. Araghatta is a Persian wheel. So similarly, things that are presently in news, go through them, particularly from the historical perspective. Secondly, whichever year you are appearing for the examination, was the Republic Day parade of that. Correct? Why? Because you will see the tableaus of many states, tableaus of different states depicting their culture. And in that case, probability is that questions can crop up from that. Like this year, Karnataka's tableau depicted Lakundi group of temples. So probability is that that question could have been asked, but UPSC did not ask a question. But there was a probability that Lakundi group of temples or temple architecture, there could be a probable question. Jagannath Rath Yatra, it's yet to begin, correct? So there could be a probable question in the coming year as well. So this is how you correlate things from the current affairs. Hope so the points are clear. Moving ahead. Various schools of art. Again, there have been a question on various schools of art. Gandhar School of Art, Mathura School of Art, and Amravati School of Art. So what are these questions? Let's focus upon them. Gandhar, Amravati, and Mathura School of Art. Gandhar School of Art. Okay. Now, as the name suggests, it's not an indigenous art. And Gandhar School of Art, it developed on the northwest frontiers of Punjab. It has a lot of Greek influence. Now, why it has a lot of Greek influence? Like Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great, it is believed that he came to India. Battle of Hydaspes was being fought, one of the famous battles of that time. And he came to the river Byas. After coming on the banks of river Byas, his army, along with his army, he went back to his country. Why? Because their soldiers were war weary. They were continuously fighting battles for 6.5 years. So while going back, Alexander distributed all his territories among his, people who were quite loyal to him. And he divided them into different satrapies or provinces. So one of the satrapi was given to Seleucus Nicator. So in the region of Afghanistan or the northwestern part of India, you will observe a Greek influence in the culture. Okay, because Seleucus Nicator, he ruled over the region of Kabul, Kandahar, Herat, and Balochistan. All these places were later on given to Chandragupta Maurya by Seleucus Nicator. So here you will observe Greek influence. And the statue that you will find here, it represents the structure of a Greek god Apollo. So there's a depiction of Buddha in similar manner. I'll give you a small example. If you see the Gandhar School of Art, the most dominant material in the Gandhar School of Art, particularly, is bluish gray sandstone, red sandstone, and so on. Depiction of Buddha. The hairs of Buddha are curly. So what does a curly hair of Buddha depict? When Buddha is sitting in Samadhi position, when he's sitting in Dhyana Mudra, what happens? Like the heat is falling on his forehead. So there are 108 snails that cover up his head. Okay? So hence his hair are shown curly. Apart from this, his earlobes are quite elongated, which actually depicts what? Which actually depicts the noble origin of Buddha. Since Buddha, he belonged to the Sakya clan, he was a prince. So when he was a prince, he had a lot of earrings in his gold earrings, in his ears. So he might have elongated ears. So elongated ears actually depict the noble origin of Buddha. If you observe Gandhar School of Architecture, Buddha is sitting in Bhumi Sparsha Mudra. Dharma Chakra Mudra or Dhyan Mudra. Maximum time he's sitting in the position of Dhyan Mudra. One can observe or one can find a protuberance over his forehead. Okay, a small protuberance over his forehead, which simply exemplifies full of immense knowledge. So all these are the features of Gandhar school of art. Okay, I'll repeat the points again. The hairs of Buddha are curly. He's sitting in a samadhi position. Maximum time the posture is related to meditation. Apart from this, the half closed eyes again suggests that he's sitting in a meditative pose. Apart from this, the meditation part, it is believed that he has elongated ear, which suggests that he had a noble origin. So these are the major features of Gandhar school of art. Bamiyan caves, Afghanistan, which is actually broken now. So Bamiyan statue in Afghanistan depicted what? The Gandhar school of art. Then comes Mathura school of art. See, these are the features of the Gandhar school of art. You can observe the elongated ears, okay, half closed eyes in the meditation. Apart from this, you can observe the hairs of Buddha are curly, correct? A little protuberance is observed on the forehead of Buddha. So all these are the features of Gandhar school of art. Clear? Okay. Mathura school of art. It is an indigenous art. Both Gandhar school of art and Mathura school of art was being patronized by Kushan dynasty ruler Kanishka. Now, Mathura school of art, it is an indigenous art and the most dominant material here is red sandstone. Okay, red sandstone, it is one of the most dominant material of Mathura school of art. If you observe Mathura school of art, here you will observe one thing. Now, Buddha, like if you observe the statue of Buddha, you'll feel that either he is having a, what we say, conversation with someone or he is listening to someone. He is surrounded by chanvars on both the sides. He is sitting in what we say Padmasan again. Now his head is bald in that case. Face and head are completely shaven. He has a muscular body. And in that case, in Gandhar school of art, one can observe that drapery, that the clothes that he's wearing, it has a fold on it. Okay. And particularly, see the clothes that he's wearing. He has a fold on these clothes. The drapery has folds. You can observe this. Okay. And the body is lean. But in Mathura school of art, which is the most dominant material is red sandstone, you can observe one thing. He has a muscular body. Face and head are completely shaven. No curly hairs. Surrounded by chanvars on both the side. It depicts that he's either listening to someone or he's speaking to someone. Okay. And mudra, Abhay mudra, you can observe here. Just we have studied about the mudra. So these are the features of Mathura school of art, which was being patronized by Kushan dynasty ruler Kanishka. Amravati school of art. Amravati school of art was majorly patronized by Satvahan dynasty rulers. And here, rather than focusing on individual features of Buddha, there is more emphasis, there is more focus on what? Stories associated with Buddha. Like Buddha's Mahabhinishkraman. Apart from Mahabhinishkraman, okay. Apart from Buddha's Mahabhinishkraman, there are different stories as well, like the story associated with Buddha's sermons and so on. So all these things are the features of Amravati school of art, and the most dominant material in Amravati school of art is white marble. So this is the major difference between Gandhar, Mathura and Amravati school of art. So Gandhar and Mathura, basically they were being patronized by whom? Kushan dynasty ruler Kanishka. And Mathura school of art, Amravati school of art was being patronized by Satvahan dynasty rulers. Hope the points are clear till here, guys. Okay. 3 Pitakas. I have talked about while back the sect of Buddhism. And there are 3 major sects of Buddhism. Hinayan, Mahayana and Vajrayana. Hinayan are referred as original followers of Buddha. They believed in original teachings of Buddha. Hin means lower, Yan means vehicle. So it is also referred as lower vehicle for salvation. And majority of the Hinayan literature is in Pali language. And this literature, it is in the form of 3 Pitakas. So 3 Pitakas means, 3 basically means 3. Pitaka means basket. So it is referred as 3 basket of books. And it is divided into 3 major parts: Vinay Pitak, Sut Pitak, and Abhidhamma Pitak. I repeat, Vinay Pitak, Sut Pitak, and Abhidhamma Pitak. Just understand, let's understand about this in next 2 minutes. What is Vinay Pitak? Vinay Pitak is nothing but books on rules and regulations. What rules and regulation needs to be followed by a monk or a nun? I gave you an example previously that, particularly speaking, Buddha, after attaining enlightenment, he delivered his first sermon and his father came to know about this. So delegations were sent for the 9 times, and 9 times these delegations became the disciple of Buddha. The 10th time the delegation was being sent, Buddha, he went back to his place Kapilavastu. Now, before going to Kapilavastu, he reached a place called as Rajgriha and started Buddhist Sangh. So, a person who wants to join Sangh, okay, he has to take 3 vows. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangam Sharanam Gacchami. I take refuge in Buddha, I take refuge in the teachings of Dhamma, I take refuge in the disciplinary rules and regulations of Sangha. Okay? So now, a person has to follow certain rules and regulations to be a part of Sangha, like meals at the fixed time of the day, not to use scented goods, not to own property. There were not to keep money along with you, to just rely on alms or bhiksha. So there were certain rules and regulation, disciplinary rules and regulation that needs to be followed by monks and nuns. So these people can become what? Paramita. Paramita basically means spiritually perfect. So book of rules and regulation is nothing but Vinay Pitak. So it is divided into 3 parts: Sut Vibhag, Khandak, and Parivar. In all these 3 books, like, different rules and regulations have been mentioned. Approximately 227 rules have been mentioned for monks and 311 rules have been mentioned for nuns. Apart from this, this Vinay Pitak is also referred as Panchashatak Siddhant because it was being written by more than 500 monks. Simple words, Vinay Pitak is nothing but book on rules and regulations. Then comes Sutta Pitak. Okay. So what is Sutta Pitak all about? Sutta Pitak, in simple language, in simple words, are the different sermons, are the different discourses of Buddha. And it is basically in the form of different suttas. So there are more than 10,000 suttas. Okay. So Dig Nikaya, Majjhim Nikaya, that is Dig Nikaya means long discourses of Buddha. Majjhim Nikaya, medium length discourses of Buddha. Then short discourses of Buddha or kindred sayings of Buddha. So all these are Dig Nikaya, Majjhim Nikaya, Samyutta Nikaya, Anguttara Nikaya, Khudaka Nikaya. So there's a beautiful story which is referred as Sonadanda Sutta. So this is the 4th sutta of Dig Nikaya. So I'll give you an example for easier understanding. So there are different stories in all these suttas, and these moral stories have deep lessons. I'll give you a small example. There was a Brahmin whose name was Sonadanda. And particularly speaking, he lived in the region of Champa, which was being conquered by Bimbisar. And Bimbisar also patronized this Brahmin named as Sonadanda. Now, the kingdom of Ang was later on being visited by Buddha. And as I've told you, Buddha was known for his wisdom. So Sonadanda came to know about this. And Sonadanda, he was a very learned Brahmin. He knew 4 Vedas. He was expert in Upanishads and everything. So he said that now I'm going to visit Buddha because he's a very learned personality and probably I'll get to learn something new from him. So he was ready to go. But there were different other Brahmins who were supporting Sonadanda. He said that, in fact, you are also very knowledgeable in comparison to Buddha. And we personally believe that Buddha should come to you to meet you. So initially thought, yes, they are saying right. But he said, no, I'll go and meet Buddha. So when he was going to meet Buddha, he had a lot of questions in his mind. will actually Buddha ask me any question which I couldn't answer? If I couldn't answer these questions, what will happen? In that case, my followers, they'll feel that I don't have any knowledge. So I pray that Buddha should only ask me those questions which actually belongs to Brahmanism or which I know. Okay. He went to meet Buddha. As soon as Buddha saw him, so Buddha respectfully told him to sit nearby. He sat there. So Buddha asked him a simple question. Sonudan, what are qualities of a Brahmin? Very beautiful and a philosophical story with a deep message. Okay. What are the qualities of a Brahmin? Sonudan became very happy. This is the question whose answer I know it perfectly. He said that I have all the qualities of a Brahmin. So Buddha replied, please narrate at least 4 to 5 qualities that you have. He said that I wear the sacred thread which the Brahmins wear. Buddha said, okay. I have the knowledge of the 4 Vedas. I have the knowledge of the Upanishad. Buddha said, okay. I have the wealth. Buddha said, again, okay. For 7 generations, both the parents, from the 7th generation, both the parents and my parents are all Brahmins. Buddha said, again, okay. And 5th, I am virtuous as well. Buddha said, okay. Now Buddha told Sonadanda that if any one of the qualities removed, will you still stay a Brahmin? He thought for a while and he said, yes. If wealth is removed, I'll still stay a Brahmin because I have the sacred thread and so on. Okay. Again, if any one of the qualities is removed, still you'll stay a Brahmin? Yes. Apart from wealth, if the sacred thread is removed, I'll still stay a Brahmin because I have the knowledge of the Vedas. Okay. Again, if any one of the qualities is removed, still you'll stay a Brahmin? He said, yes. For example, for 7 generations, if my parents were not a Brahmin, but still have the knowledge of the Vedas, Upanishads and so on, I'll still stay a Brahmin. Now Buddha asked him, again, suppose if any one more quality is removed, still you'll stay a Brahmin? He thought for a while and he said, yes. If in that case, suppose if I remove the knowledge of the Vedas, okay, Upanishad, I'll still stay a Brahmin because I'm a virtuous person in the end. Buddha said, this is the true quality of a Brahmin, virtue. So this entire episode finds mention in Sonadanda Sutta, which is the 4th sutta and a part of Digha Nikaya. So there are different such suttas. Angulimal Sutta, you might have heard about this, Tevija Sutta, Lohika Sutta, and so on. So all these are the part of Sutta Pitak, which is a part of 3 Pitakas. Then comes Abhidhamma Pitak. In simple language, in simple words, these are philosophical doctrines associated with Buddhism. Very simple words, philosophical doctrines associated with Buddhism. Like small example I'll give you. We have studied a while back 4 Noble Truths and 8-fold Path, also referred as Ashtangika Marg or Madhyam Marg. Okay, so all this finds mention in Dhamma Sangini, Pugala Pannati, Kathavatu, Yamak. All these are pairs of questions and answers, debates and discussions, and so on. So in totality, this is referred as 3 Pitakas, that is 3 basket of books, which are majorly written down in which language? Pali language. Clear? Moving ahead. Buddhist Council. Now, there were totally 4 Buddhist council. Actually, there are 6 Buddhist council. But actually the status to the council, there are only 4 council which was given the status of a council. So now let's understand about the first Buddhist council in short. First Buddhist council was held at a place called as Satapani Caves, Rajgriha. Okay. Now, first Buddhist council was being patronized by Ajatashatru, whose original name was Kunik. He was a ruler of Aryanka dynasty. What is the outcome of the first Buddhist council? There were certain disputes between Vinay Pitak and Sutta Pitak. So these disputes were being resolved and Abhidhamma Pitak was being discussed. Yet there is no compilation of 3 Pitakas. I repeat, yet in the first Buddhist council, there is no compilation of 3 Pitakas. Vinay Pitak is separate, Abhidhamma Pitak is separate, Sutta Pitak is separate. There's a dispute between Vinay and Sutta. So these disputes were being discussed and resolved in the first Buddhist council. So Vinay was being recited by Upali and Sutta was being recited by one of the favorite disciples of Buddha, Anand. Okay? Second Buddhist council. Second Buddhist council was held at a place called as Vaishali. And it was being patronized by Shishunaga dynasty ruler Kal Ashok, who is also referred as Kaka Varna. Okay? So second Buddhist council was being patronized by Kal Ashok or Kaka Varna. Now, what happened in the second Buddhist council? Now, there were many disputes between the monks in second Buddhist council. Like there were 10 contentious issues at that time. Like, should we store salt in the horn? Is it necessary that we should take bhiksha on daily basis? Is it necessary that we have to take meals on the fixed time of the day? Is it necessary that we have to take meals only in one part of the day? Correct? So there were 10 contentious issues that were being discussed. And now there was Shiism in Buddhism. So now Buddhism was basically divided into two parts. That is Theravada, and second one was Mahasanghika. Theravada, they believed in original teachings, whereas Mahasanghika to an extent were liberal. In the coming years, Theravada became Hinayan and Mahasanghika became Mahayana, and this occurred in fourth Buddhist council. In simple words, although Hinayan and Mahayana, they cropped out of fourth Buddhist council, the genesis of Shiism in Buddhism was in second Buddhist council. Okay? So, in second Buddhist council, the Buddhist followers were being divided into two parts. One was, yes, Theravada, referred as true followers of Buddha, and Mahasanghika, referred as liberals. Then comes third Buddhist council. Now, third Buddhist council, it was held in Patliputra, and it was being patronized by one of the mightiest rulers of the Mauryan Empire, Ashoka, who is also referred as Devanamapiyadasi, who is also referred as Chand Ashok, who is also referred as Priyadarshini. So, the third Buddhist council was held in Patliputra and patronized by particularly Ashok. Okay? Now, it is believed that Ashoka, as a part of third Buddhist council, he sent missionaries to the nine different places in different directions to spread Buddhism. Okay? Like, I'll give you one of the finest example. His son, Mahinda. Okay? His son, Mahinda, he was sent to Ceylon or Sri Lanka. Then, Majinta Thera, he was sent to Kashmir and Gandhar. Then, Mahadev Thera, he was sent to Mahesh Mandal. This is the southern part of India, particularly Mysore. Then Rakhita Thera, he was sent to Vanvasi, South India. Yonak Thera, he was sent to Aprantak, that is Gujarat. Mahinda Thera and his daughter Sangamitra was also sent to Ceylon, Sri Lanka, to spread Buddhism. Son and Uttar Thera, they were particularly sent to the region of Swarnabhumi, that is Burma and Thailand. Okay? So, in 9 different directions, the missionaries were sent to spread Buddhism. So, this was as a part of third Buddhist council. Apart from this, third Buddhist council also saw the compilation of 3 Pitakas. Easy to remember. Third Buddhist council, 3 Pitakas. Okay? So, I'll repeat the points again. Third Buddhist council, it saw the compilation of 3 Pitakas. Hope so the points are clear. I'll repeat. Vinay Pitak and Sutta Pitak were discussed, the disputes were being resolved in the first Buddhist council, and Abhidhamma Pitak was being discussed. Second Buddhist council, it saw the actual Shiism in Buddhism. Shiism basically means break in Buddhism. Theravada and Mahasanghika. Third Buddhist council, here we can observe in third Buddhist council, there was compilation of 3 Pitakas, and it was being patronized by Ashok. Fourth Buddhist council. Fourth Buddhist council was being patronized by Kushan dynasty ruler Kanishk. One of the striking feature of the fourth Buddhist council is, this is the only council to be held in Sanskrit language, whereas the previous 3 councils were held in Pali language. So in simple words, fourth Buddhist council was held in Sanskrit language, whereas the previous one was in Pali language. Okay, first thing. Second major thing that we need to remember, this council saw the division of Buddhism into two parts, Hinayan and Mahayana. Many Buddhist scholars do believe that there was one more council which was held at Tambapani caves in Sri Lanka. And it was patronized by a local chieftain whose name was Vatagami Abhay. But it could not get the status of a council since it was not being patronized by a major ruler but a local chieftain. So this was about the fourth Buddhist council. Like fifth Buddhist council, it was particularly held around 1870s or 71. And it was held in Burma. Then sixth Buddhist council. Okay, the fifth Buddhist council, it is believed that there were 729 slabs and there were various Buddhist inscriptions written on these slabs particularly, which depicted the life of Buddha and Buddhist manuscripts and so on. So this is the feature of fifth Buddhist council which took place in 1871. Okay, sixth Buddhist council approximately around 1954 and it was held at a place called as Kaba A again in Burma. So particularly, these are the things about the Buddhism that you guys need to remember. Apart from this, in Buddhism, please also go through the different bodhisattvas. Questions probably can be asked from the section of bodhisattvas. Please go through different terminologies. Like there is a terminology called as anika. Anika basically means impermanence. There is a terminology called as paramita. Paramita basically means spiritually perfect. Another important terminology, pavaran. Pavaran, it is a ceremony which is being performed after the monsoon season for confession of sins done by the monk and nun. So that is nothing but pavaran. Then apart from this pavaran, you can also go through different terminology like sana, vinana, roop, vedana, sensation. Roop means form. Vedana means sensation. Vinana and sanna, perception. Sankhar, mental formation. Okay. Uposat, ceremony. So all these are different terminologies from where we can expect questions, particularly in Buddhism. Hope you understood the Buddhism part. Okay. Any question, any query? Like students who are new to the platform, they can download the PDF of this marathon session from, yes, history_Alok Ojha, my Telegram channel. Okay, guys. Now moving ahead with particularly Jainism. Well, let's start with Jainism. The word Jainism, as we have discussed previously, Buddhism and Jainism are offshoots of Shramana movement. The word Jainism has been derived from the word Jina, which basically means conqueror. Jina is also derived from the word Jitendriya, which again means conqueror. Conqueror of what? Conqueror of senses. As per Jainism, there are 24 Tirthankars who have propagated different teachings of Jainism. Now let's explore about the process of becoming a Tirthankar. As per Jain literature, there are 24 Tirthankar and all these Tirthankars have been mentioned in some or the other Jain literature. Now these Tirthankars have to undergo through 5 basic processes. Garbha Kalyanak, Janma Kalyanak, Diksha Kalyanak, Gyan Kalyanak and finally Nirvana Kalyanak. In Garbha Kalyanak, particularly the first stage, it is believed that the Atman or the soul of the Tirthankar enters into mother's womb. Then comes Janma Kalyanak, the birth of the Tirthankar. After living his worldly life, Tirthankar completely renounces his worldly life. And that process is referred as Diksha Kalyanak. After going for the Diksha Kalyanak, there is a process referred as Gyan Kalyanak, wherein the knowledge is being acquired. That is Gyan Kalyanak. And finally comes the soul leaves the mortal body. And that process is referred as Nirvana Kalyanak. So every Tirthankar has to undergo through these 5 basic processes. Garbha Kalyanak, Janma Kalyanak, Diksha Kalyanak, Keval Gyan Kalyanak and Nirvana Kalyanak. As we have discussed, there are 24 Tirthankars in Jainism. The first one being Rishabhnath or Adinath, whose symbol was bull. There are, like the 23rd Tirthankar is considered as the most important one, 23rd and 24th. The 23rd Tirthankar was Parshavnathji, and 24th Tirthankar was Vardhaman Mahavirji, who is also referred as Sanmati, Nathputra or Ativir. There are two basic sects of Jainism, and as per these two basic sects of Jainism, Digambar and Shwetambar, it is believed that there are different ideological perspective of Digambar and different ideological perspective of Shwetambar. As per Digambar, females cannot attain moksha. And in that case, all the 24 Tirthankars are male. But as per Shwetambar, rather it be the male or a female, anybody can attain moksha. Okay? So as per Shwetambar, the 19th Tirthankar, Mallinath, oftenly referred as Mallibai, is a female. Her symbol is Kalash. So particularly as per Digambar, all the Tirthankars are male. Whereas as per Shwetambar, the 19th Tirthankar, Mallinath or Mallibai, is a female. There's a Mallagudi Jain temple dedicated to Mallinath, the 19th Tirthankar. Now, the most important one being Vardhaman Mahavir, 24th Tirthankar. Let's explore about him. Vardhaman Mahavir. His father's name is Siddharth. His mother's name is Trishla. Vardhaman Mahavir, it is believed that he has an elder brother named as particularly Nandi Vardhan. Okay? So, it is believed that Vardhaman Mahavir is also referred as Sanmati, Ativir or Nathputra. Why he is referred as Nathputra? If you remember, like we have seen the kingdom of Vajji. And the kingdom of Vajji is also referred as Ashtakul. Why? Because it was made by 8 royal families. And one family was Natrik family, whose head was Siddharth, father of Vardhaman Mahavir. Hence, Vardhaman Mahavirji is also referred as Nathputra. At the very early age of 30, Vardhaman Mahavirji, he renounced his worldly life. And he lived a life of a wanderer. He lived a life of an ascetic for the next 12 years. And finally, at the age of 42, at a place called as Jrimbrik Gram in Bihar, he attained true knowledge. He attained the knowledge of senses. And basically, that process is referred as Gyan Kalyanak. He attained the Gyan Kalyanak on the banks of river Rijupalika. He delivered 55 sermons. Agni Bhuti, Vayu Bhuti, Susharman are basically some of the followers of whom? Are followers of Vardhaman Mahavir. Now, as per Digambar, Vardhaman Mahavir was never married. But as per Shwetambar, Vardhaman Mahavirji was married. And Yashoda was his wife. He had 2 daughters. One was Anuja and the other one was Priyadarshana. In fact, Shwetambars believed that his daughter Priyadarshana was married to one of his disciples whose name was Jamali. Okay? So this is majorly about Vardhaman Mahavir, the 24th Tirthankar. Now let's understand about the 5 cardinal principles of Jainism. Guys, we have to go a bit fast. Okay, because there are different topics that we have to cover. After this, I have to cover the Mauryas, in short, Shungas, in short, Kanvas, then Sangam, Guptas, Harshvardhan, and so on. So 3 hours more session would be there, I guess, 3 to 4 hours, approximately. Okay, so now let's understand about the 5 cardinal principles of Jainism. Satya, Ahimsa, Achurya Asteya, Aparigriha, and Brahmacharya are considered as the 5 cardinal principles of Jainism. Now, the initial 4 principles, that is Satya, Ahimsa, Achurya and Aparigriha, was given by the 23rd Tirthankar Parshavnathji, whose symbol was snake. Whereas the last principle, Brahmacharya, was given by Vardhaman Mahavirji, whose symbol was lion. Okay? Now, let's understand within short about these principles. Satya. Satya basically means one should always speak the truth and follow the path preached by the Tirthankars. Apart from this, one should earn his livelihood through honest means. Ahimsa. Now, Jainism believes in strict non-violence. It believes in strict ahimsa. particularly speaking, as we have discussed earlier, like in the previous part of the session, about the concept of ahimsa of Chanda Yoga Upanishad. Like there's one connotation in our mind that hinsa basically means physical violence. Hinsa is of three kinds. That is violence in thoughts, violence in words, and violence in deeds. Thinking about somebody else, thinking ill about somebody else is also kind of hinsa, is also kind of violence. Apart from this, speaking in abusive language to anyone, speaking in slang language to anyone is again a kind of hinsa. And third, the physical violence. Jainism believes in strict ahimsa or strict non-violence. Correct? Now, complete non-violence is not possible. For example, if I'm drinking water, there are certain microorganisms that are present in water as well. So, Jainism believes that minimum possible hinsa can be done in that case. So, achurya or asteya. Now, what is achurya or asteya? One should not claim anything that does not belongs to him, or it would be considered as stealing. I'll give you one of the finest example. Jain monks are so fundamentalistic in character, particularly one should only take alms that is required. Taking excess than that is considered what? It is considered stealing. So achurya is non-stealing. One should not claim anything that does not belongs to him. Concept of aparigriha. This concept is called as non-possession. Now I'll explain this concept with the help of a beautiful story, and this story is associated with 4 to 5 important characters. One character is Sakatal. The other character particularly is Thulabhadra. The other character, Thulabhadra, is Shriyak. And there's another character referred as Kosha. So with the help of this 2-minute beautiful story, you can easily understand the concept of aparigriha or non-possession. Okay? Dhananand was the last ruler of Nanda dynasty. And as I've told you about the character of Dhananand, that he was a very greedy ruler. He was a very cruel ruler. He used to impose lots of taxes on his subjects, and rather than spending the money on the welfare of his subjects, he used to sponsor his lavish lifestyle. Now, in the court of Dhananand, there was a person named as Sakatal. There was a minister named as Sakatal. Now, various Jain legends, various Jain scholars believe that Sakatal knew about a hidden treasure which belonged to the Nanda dynasty. But Sakatal did not tell about the treasure to Dhananand. And in fact, Dhananand knew that Sakatal knows about the treasure. So, in that case, Dhananand was continuously forcing Sakatal to tell about the treasure. But Sakatal was not telling about the treasures. And the reason being, Sakatal knew one thing. And Sakatal knew that this person will sponsor his lavish lifestyle and he will not spend even a penny for the welfare of his subjects. So, this person, Sakatal, was forced to resign from his post. He was being removed as a minister. But Sakatal requested that either of his sons should be made a minister. That is Thulabhadra or Shriyak. Thulabhadra, a very handsome personality, a very intelligent personality, a very smart personality. But he was not at all interested in any sort of ministerial work. In fact, he was in love with a lady named as Kosha, and he was completely distracted from his path. So, his another son, Shriyak, he was made as a minister in the court of Dhananand. Now, one fine day, Dhananand wanted to check the loyalty of Shriyak. And he asked Shriyak that, cut your father's head and bring it to me, or kill your father. Shriyak was very astonished. But like it is believed that, many Jain scholars do believe that, Sakatal agreed to this. And Sakatal asked his son Shriyak that, give me poison initially, and in that case, I will die due to poison. And the blame specifically in an ethical manner won't come on you. So this is what happened. And after some time, Thulabhadra came to know about this. And when Thulabhadra came to know about this, that his father has sacrificed his life to save his son Shriyak, he felt pity about this. He felt guilty about what he has done in his younger ages. Now he said that he finally renounced everything. He left Kosha and he went to a spiritual guru. And the spiritual guru's name was Sambhuti Vijay. So as he met Sambhuti Vijay, his spiritual guru, He learned the techniques of meditation. He learned everything from him. So now he became a Jain monk, Sthulbhadra. Now, the time came when there was a test. Now, the test of what? The test of everything. The test of a patience of a monk. The test of the processes, that is the process of Satya, Ahimsa, Acharya and Aparigriha of a monk. So, during the monsoon season, every monk had to take a particular vow. And he has to stick to that vow for the next 3 to 4 months. Some monk took a vow that they have conquered fear. Now, how will they prove this? They will be meditating in front of a lion's den. Some took a vow that they would be meditating near the snake's hole. So now it was a turn of Sthulbhadra. He said that for the next 3 to 4 months, I would be staying in the palace of Kosha so that I will understand, so that I will get to know whether I have completely renounced everything or not. In that case, he stayed in the palace of Kosha. Kosha tried to attract him in many ways. But at this point, Sthulabhadra was completely calm, cool and composed. Finally, after 4 months, he came back and he told everything to his guru, Sambhuti Vijay. The fellow monks, particularly, they started particularly saying that this is a very easy task. In that case, the next monsoon, one monk said that I would be staying in the court of Kosha, in the palace of Kosha. The monk went there. And as soon as he saw Kosha, he was attracted by the beauty of Kosha. And now Kosha said to that monk that I want a diamond necklace which is available in the region of Nepal. The monk, he left everything in search of what we say diamond necklace. He got that diamond necklace and gifted it to Kosha. Kosha threw that diamond necklace in the dustbin and said to that monk, you have actually not learned what is non-possession. In simple words, if you want something, you have to sacrifice something. You have to renounce everything. And this is the thing that you need to learn from Sthulabhadra. So, Aparigriha basically means non-possession. Correct. I'll give you a small example that particularly these days you might be seeing that there are many young people, there are many young, approximately around 20, 25, 30 years of age, who are taking Diksha. They are distributing all their wealth among the poor people. They are living a life of an ascetic, a sannyasi, a vairagi. So particularly Aparigriha basically means non-possession. You don't need to have any money along with you. You don't need to have any property, anything. So this is nothing but non-attachment. And finally comes the concept of brahmacharya, that is celibacy. This concept was given by Vardhaman Mahavir, and the initial 4 concepts were being given by 23rd Tirthankar Parshav Nathji, whose symbol is snake. Clear? Okay. So let's understand within next 2 minutes about the sects of Jainism. As discussed earlier, there are 2 major sects of Jainism, Shwetambar and Digambar. Now, what is the difference between Shwetambar and Digambar? Now, there is a text called as Paristhiti Parvan, and this text was written by Hemchandra. And as per this text, there is an origin of Shwetambar and Digambar mentioned in this. Now, what does this text actually mentions about sect of Jainism? Let's understand. During the reign of Chandragupta Maurya, there was famine in the region of Patliputra. And there was migration of Jain monks under the leadership of Bhadrabahu towards South India, particularly a place called as Shravanbelagola in Karnataka. So certain Jain monks under the leadership of Bhadrabahu moved towards Shravanbelagola. It is also believed that Chandragupta Maurya also migrated along with Bhadrabahu towards this region. After 12 years, Bhadrabahu came back to Patliputra. And when he came back to Patliputra, there were ideological differences between Bhadrabahu and Sthulabhadra, who stayed in Patliputra itself. So, the followers who migrated to Shravanbelagola and came back to Patliputra of Bhadrabahu were referred as Digambar, whereas who stayed back in Patliputra along with Sthulabhadra were referred as Shwetambar. Simple words, the followers of Sthulabhadra are referred as Shwetambar, whereas the followers of Bhadrabahu are referred as Digambar. Now let's understand about the basic philosophy of Digambar and Shwetambar. Digambar monks, they are completely naked. They do not have any apparels, they do not have any clothes on their body. They believe that Dig means 4 directions or Disha, and Ambar. Ambar means sky. These are their apparels. Digambar monks are characterized by three major things: Pichi, Kamandal, and Shastra. Pichi. Pichi, it's a broom made up of fallen peacock feather. For example, if the monks are walking and they have to sit down at a particular place, first of all, with the help of that broom, they will, what we say, clean that space so that if any small organism is there, okay, it won't die when they sit. So Pichi is a broom made up of fallen peacock feather. Kamandal. Kamandal, it's a water container, okay, in which they carry water. And Shastra. Shastra are scriptures through which they deliver their sermons. The female Digambar, they wear white saris, and the female Digambar are referred as Aryikas. So, Digambar monks usually are naked, and the female Digambar, they wear white sari, referred as Aryikas. Shwetambar. Shwetambar, as the name suggests, they wear white clothes. Okay? Now, Shwetambar are not that fundamentalistic. In simple words, the rules and regulations of Shwetambar are not too extreme in comparison to Digambar. Okay, I'll give you one of the examples. Just Google it and go through the system or the, what we say, process of Paryushan. Sorry. The process of Paryushan of Shwetambar and Digambar. So here rigorous fasting is being done, and particularly by the Digambar monks. So Shwetambar monks, they wear white clothes. Shwet Vastra. Shwet means white clothes. Okay, so this is the basic and the major difference between Shwetambars and Digambar. Okay, now before I begin with Jain literature, let me tell you something about the important Jain temples. And usually UPSC has a tendency about asking questions on important Jain temples as well in the form of locations. Now I'll start with one of the Jain temple which was quite in news these days. Palitana Jain temple. Any idea where this Jain temple is located? And why this temple or why this place Palitana of Gujarat was in news few months back? Any idea? Yes? Yes, guys. Palitana. This is a place or this is a Jain temple which is located on Shatrunjaya hills in Gujarat. Many Jain scholars believe that 23 out of 24 Tirthankars have sanctified this place by their visit. 23 Tirthankars have visited Shatrunjaya hills. And it is believed that except one Tirthankar, everyone visited here. The 22nd Tirthankar, Naminath, whose symbol is conch shell, did not visit this place. Okay? Palitana, a place in Gujarat, was recently declared as 100% vegetarian city of India. Hence, this place, Palitana Jain temple, was there quite in news few months back. Another important place, okay, particularly is Bahubali statue. Have you heard about the statue? I'm not talking about the statue of Bahubali from the movie Bahubali. Okay. Bahubali statue is particularly related to Bahubali. And Bahubali, he was a son of the first Tirthankar, Rishabhnath or Adinath. Okay. And there's a beautiful and interesting story associated with this statue. Okay. Now, what is the story behind the Bahubali statue, which is a 59 to 60 feet statue? It is a monolith that is carved out of a single rock. After every 12 years, there is a Jain congregation that is held. So what is the story behind the Bahubali statue? Let's explore. The first Tirthankar, Rishabhnath or Adinath, he had two sons, Bharat and Bahubali. After some time, he renounced his worldly life and started living a life of an ascetic after distributing the kingdom between his two sons, Bharat and Bahubali. After some time, his son Bharat told to Bahubali that, surrender your kingdom to me. Bahubali said that, I would readily surrender the kingdom to you because you are my elder brother. But in that case, if I meekly surrender the kingdom to you, people will laugh at me and they would say, A person who cannot protect his kingdom, how would he protect his subjects? So there was a battle that now it sowed the seeds for battle. There was an important minister who knew that if these two, if the armies of these two brothers will fight, there will be huge loss of men and material. So why don't there would be a direct fight between these two brothers, Bharat and Bahubali, to which both of them agreed. There were three different kinds of warfare: Netra Yudh, Jal Yudh, Malla Yudh, and everything. In every warfare, Bahubali emerged victorious. And finally, Bahubali realized that my father, Rishabhnath ji or Adinath, has renounced everything, has renounced his worldly, lifestyle for the welfare of the people, and we two brothers are fighting for the kingdom. He gave the entire kingdom to his brother and went in the jungles to meditate. He meditated continuously for 1 year in Kayotsarga position, standing position. Meanwhile, his brother Bharat also realized his mistake and came in searching for Bahubali. Finally, he met Bahubali. And Bahubali, after this, he moved towards the region of Mount Kailash, and it is believed that he attained moksha as per different Jain scholars. Many years later, there was a dynasty in the region of South India which was referred as Gangavasi dynasty. And the ruler of Gangavasi dynasty, Chamunda Rai, his mother, she had a dream. She had a dream about the statue of Bahubali. Now, the other day, she spoke about this dream to his son, Chamunda Rai. And she said that there are two mountains. You have to stand on one side of the mountain and shoot an arrow on the other side of the mountain, on the opposite mountain from where you are standing. And when you will shoot an arrow, you will observe the pratima or a shadow of Bahubali. And you can carve out an idol of Bahubali. His son Chamunda Rai did the same. 22 years it took approximately around 22 years to carve out the statue of Bahubali from an entire mountain. It is a 59 to 60 feet statue located in a place called as Shravanbelagola, Karnataka. Now, then comes the time for Pran Pratishtha. Now it is believed that when the Pran Pratishtha was going on, this person, Chamunda Rai, he became a bit egoistic that I have constructed this Bahubali statue. So I will initiate the process of Mahamastak Abhishekam. Abhishekam is considered complete when the entire water or dravya, it flows from the head to toe. But water did not flow below the chest. There was a local deity whose name is Kushmandana Devi. She came in the form of an old lady or a child in a small water pitcher. And she poured the water on the head of Bahubali, which directly flowed through his toe. And a small pond was formed in front of that. Pond in Kannada basically means Belagola. Hence, this place is referred as Shravan Belagola. Every 12 years, there is Jain congregation held at this place. So, Bahubali statue, it is located in Shravan Belagola. Okay? Another important temple, Mallagurdi Jain Temple, Tamil Nadu. As I have told you, as per Jainism, or particularly as per Digambar, there are 24 Tirthankars. Okay? Female cannot attain moksha, and all the 24 Tirthankars are male. Whereas, as per Shwetambar, rather it be male or a female, irrespective, who have followed the process preached by Tirthankar can attain moksha. So, as per Shwetambar, 19th Tirthankar was Mallinath, whose name was Mallibai. And temple dedicated to her is located in Tamil Nadu. Then another important temple is Lodhruv Jain Temple located in Rajasthan. Okay? Lodhruv Jain Temple located in Rajasthan. Please answer in the comment section. There is a very beautiful temple located in the region of Mount Abu, Rajasthan. Name that temple. Answer this in the comment section. Okay? So these are the important Jain temples. Now let's speak about Jain literature. Just a second, guys. Now, before I speak about the Jain literature, let me tell you about one important concept. I guess I've missed that concept in these slides. Just hold on for a second. Yes, the concept has been missed in the slides. So, just give me 1 second. Session has become too long, guys. Isn't that so? Now, medieval India session, as I've told you, like previously right now, that medieval India session probably will be on next Sunday. I'm not pretty sure about this, but I'll try my best that on next Sunday, we'll come up with a marathon session on medieval India, wherein we will cover important topics related to Delhi Sultanate, 5 important dynasties of Delhi Sultanate, administration of Delhi Sultanate, Mughals, administration of Mughals, Marathas, administration of Marathas, Bhakti and Sufi. So I'll try to cover these topics within 8 to 9 hours marathon session. I would be conducting small sessions on medieval India as well, wherein I'll cover everything. Apart from Mughals, I'll also cover Vijayanagar Kingdom, Bahamani Kingdom as a part of different sessions. But 70 to 80% of the medieval India majorly comprises of these 3. That is Mughals, Marathas, and particularly about the Delhi Sultanate, 70 to 80%. So that I would be covering in marathon session, and the rest would be covered as a part of small topics. Okay. So coming back to this point. Now, this concept is referred as 9 tattvas of Jainism or 9 tattvas of Jainism. Let me explain you this complex concept with the help of a simple example for better understanding of the concept. Okay. Now, suppose you are on island A and you have to go on island B. You have a boat. Now, initially, you observe that there is a hole in the boat. Okay? You observe that there is a small dent, there is a small hole in the boat. And you ignore this problem. And you take your boat into the waters. After some time, you observe that water has started entering into the boat. And after some more time, you observe that if you do not remove the water, fix the hole, your boat will capsize. Okay? Now let's come back to the concept. Jeev, Ajeev, Punya, Pap, Bandh, Asraf, Samvar, Nirjara and Moksha are referred as 9 tattvas of Jainism. Now what is Jeev and Ajeev? Jeev basically means a entity having soul. Ajeev, that is non-living being. So, soul is majorly characterized by what? Soul is majorly characterized by consciousness, which is also referred as Vivek in Hindi. I'll give you a small example. Even a dog is a living being. We are living beings. But what separates dog from us, or what separates what we say the lower being from the higher being? It is a consciousness. Correct? There's a constant interaction between the Jeev and Ajeev. Correct? Like I'll give you a small example. The entire earth is made up of 5 elements of the earth. Now these 5 elements help in sustaining the different living beings on it. So there's a constant interaction between Jeev and Ajeev. Punya. Punya basically means performance of good karmas. Now I'll give you a small example about philanthropic and charitable activities. Now what is Punya karma? Punya karma is something that you actually do not remember even after doing that. Isn't that so? I'll give you a small example about this. There was a wealthy merchant, a Nagar Seth, and he was involved in all sorts of philanthropic activities, charitable activities. He used to help out people a lot. Now, particularly, it is believed that like he had opened up gaushalas, he had opened up orphanage, he had opened up old age home. He has done everything for the welfare of the people. Now, one fine day, what happened? He became quite poor. And since he became quite poor, his wife, they started living in a small home. Okay. Now, once upon a time, his wife heard about what we say, the narrations that were being made by the people of the king. They were speaking that anyone who is ready to sell their punya karmas to the king can sell it. Now, she was quite astonished about this, that how can one person sell his punya karma to the others? She talked about this to his husband and told him that you have done many punya karmas, you have done many charitable activities, philanthropical activities for the welfare of the people. You can go to the king, tell him about this, and king will give you money. And in that case, you can restart your business. And once you get the money, once your business is established, you will repay back the money to the king. He said that this is illogical, that how can I sell my punya karmas to the king? But on the insistence of his wife, he, agreed. Now, the next day, he headed towards the king's palace. And his wife gave him, few chapatis, so that he can have them on his way. Now, he was going and he felt hungry and thirsty at the same time. He saw a river and he started to quench his thirst. He stopped there and started having some water. Now, he wanted to have some food. He had 4 to 5 chapatis. There were 2 to 3 dogs that approached him. And he gave 1 chapati to them, later on 2nd chapati, 3rd chapati, and so on. So he was not left with any chapati. Finally, he reached the palace of the king. Now, king asked him, yes, please tell me what kind of karmas have you performed throughout your life? So he said that I have opened up gaushalas, I have opened up orphanages, I have opened up old age home, and so on. Okay. So king said, these are not the punya karmas. So this person was quite astonished. He said that if this is not the punya karma, then what is punya karma actually all about? He said, no, this is not the punya karmas, you may leave. So sadly, he started leaving. As soon as he reached the door, king stopped him and he asked him, did you do any punya karma while coming to this place? So he said that, I actually do not remember about this, but I think so I haven't done any punya karma while leaving my home and coming to this palace. So king asked him, did you feed any dog on the way? So he said, yes, I recollect. Yes, I had fed 2 to 3 dogs with 2 to 3 chapatis that I had. King immediately ordered his treasurer to give him 30,000 gold coins. This person was very astonished. I've talked about so many punya karmas to the king, but in that case, king did not give me a single penny. And the karma that I haven't remembered actually, king has given me 30,000 gold coins. Out of surprise, out of astonishment, he asked this to the king. So king replied in a very beautiful manner, punya karmas are those karmas that you actually do not remember. Do good for the people and forget what you have done. In that case, if you do not forget about what you have done, you will remain, you will suffer in that case. Correct? So this is nothing but punya. Pap. Pap basically means performance of bad karmas. So these punya and papa karmas are responsible for bondage of soul. And soul is trapped in the process of birth, death. Correct? There are many karmas that are being performed by us knowingly or unknowingly. And that process is called as asrav. Asrav basically means influx of karmas. I'll give you a small example. Like usually people have an habit of smoking. I'll give you a small example for better understanding of the concept. Usually people have an habit of smoking and initially they begin this process with what? Like it's just a normal thing that we are starting with. But with the passage of time, they start getting addicted to that. So there are many karmas that actually increases with the passage of time. Rather it's frequency or it be its intensity. So many things that we do perform, it basically depends on what? We initially start because of ignorance, we were unaware about it and so on. Now, samvar. Samvar basically means self-realization. Now, what is asrav? Asrav is nothing but hole in the boat. Correct? I'm a person in the boat. I've taken my boat into the waters. I have observed that there is a hole in the boat which is leading to influx of water. Asrav is influx of karmas. Now, until and unless I take my boat to a small island, I remove all the waters, I fix the hole, I won't be able to, again take my boat into the water. So my first responsibility is to remove all the waters, otherwise my boat will capsize. True? So, here specifically asrav basically means the hole in the boat. So, the realization that I have to fix this hole is nothing but samvar. Samvar is self-realization. So, there is something called as bhava samvar and drava samvar. In bhava samvar, the first process is mental calmness. First of all, try to, what we say, keep your calm. And when you're calm in that case, when you're like in simple words, I'll give you a small example. Just you can observe in your daily life as well, when you're too angry or when you're too when you're too sad, and in that case you take a decision, in 90% cases you will land up taking wrong decisions. Why? Your brain is not stable right now. So bhava samvar basically means mental calmness, self-realization. Then comes nirjara. Nirjara basically means whatever karmas that you have performed, now you have to destroy them. Now, how will you destroy them? By performing good karmas. That is nirjara. And finally, this is nothing but moksha. So, samvar is self-realization that I have to fix my boat. Asrav is hole. Samvar is self-realization that I have to fix the hole. Nirjara, I am fixing the hole. And after fixing the hole, I'll again bring the boat in the water. And finally, I'll reach my destination, that is island B. This is nothing but moksha. So in simple words, this is the concept of 9 tattvas of Jainism. Hope you understood the concept. Now let's speak about the important Jain literature. Please remember these numbers. Now, as per Jain literature, there are 12 angas, 12 up-angas, 10 prakirnas, 6 Chhed Sutras, 4 Mool Sutras, and 2 Kulika Sutras. Okay? Now, what are angas? Angas are the discourses of different Tirthankars. Up-angas are the explanation to those sermons and discourses. Prakirnas. Prakirnas are nothing but various doctrines associated with Jain philosophy. While back we have seen about what? 9 tattvas of Jainism. Jeev, Ajeev, Punya, Pap, Bandh, Asrav, Samvar, Nirjara and Moksha. This is nothing but the part of Prakirnas. We have seen about the 5 cardinal principles of Jainism. That is Satya, Ahimsa, Astyachurya, Aparigriha and Brahmacharya. So particularly these are Jain philosophies. 3 Ratnas of Jainism. Samyak Gyan, Samyak Darshan, Samyak Charit. All these are the philosophies associated with Jainism which falls in Prakirnas. Chhed Sutras. These are the disciplinary rules followed by monks and nuns. Like while back, like just an hour before, we have seen specifically about Buddhism. Okay? And in Buddhism, I have talked about the concept of Buddhist Sangha. I have talked about the concept of Vinay Pitak. In Vinay Pitak, I have talked about the disciplinary rules for monks and nuns that needs to be followed. True? So in that case, I have told you, one should have a meals at the fixed time of the day. One cannot use cushion bed. One cannot use scented goods. One cannot keep money. One cannot have property. So all these are rules and regulations that needs to be followed by monks and nuns. Okay? So that finds mention in Chhed Sutras. A person aspiring to become a monk or a nun has to follow certain rules and regulations. And these are mentioned in Mool Sutras. So what is the difference between Chhed Sutras and Mool Sutras? In Chhed Sutras, the rules and regulations are mentioned for who has become a monk or a nun. Whereas in Mool Sutras, a person who is aspiring to become a monk or a nun finds mention in Mool Sutras. Then comes Kulika Sutras. In simple words, it is the summary of the entire Jain philosophy. Okay, so these are the important Jain literature. Apart from this, you can also observe another important Jain literature, Mahapurana. Mahapuran, it is divided into two parts, Adi Puran and Uttar Puran. Adi Puran was composed by Jinsen, whereas Uttar Puran was composed by Gunabhadra. Another important text by Bhadrabahu was Kalpa Sutra. There's Rashtrakuta dynasty ruler Amogh Varsh who has written a beautiful Jain text referred as Ratnamalika. So these are the important Jain literature. Clear? Jain councils, as we had seen while back about the Buddhist council, there were totally 4 Buddhist councils, correct? The first Buddhist council, it was held at Rajgriha. Second Buddhist council, it was held at Vaishali. Third, Patliputra, and fourth, Kashmir, correct? Similarly, there are 2 Jain councils. The first Jain council was held at Patliputra around 3rd century BCE, and it was patronized by Shwetambar propounder whose name was Stulabhadra. Okay. Second Jain council, it was held at 2 places. One was held in Mathura and the other one was held at Vallabhi in Gujarat. The one which was held in Mathura was being patronized by Skandela, and the one which was held at Vallabhi in Gujarat was being patronized by Devar the Gani. Okay. So second Jain council was held in 2 places, Mathura and Vallabhi in Gujarat. In Mathura, it was being patronized by Skandela, whereas in Gujarat or Vallabhi, it was being patronized by Devar the Gani. The second Jain council saw the compilation of 12 Angas and 12 Up-Angas. So this is majorly about the important Jain councils. Hope so the point is clear, guys. Any question, any query, any doubt? Please feel free to ask. Yes? The aspirants who are new to the platform, who are watching my videos for the first time, let me tell you, you can download the PDF of this session from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. And in that case, you can directly ping me on Telegram if you have any kind of doubt related to history. Okay? So, particularly, you can download the PDF of the session from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Okay, guys? Now, let's move on with the next important empire, that is Mauryan Empire. So, who was the founder of Mauryan Empire? Yes, any idea? Who was the founder of Mauryan Empire? Yes, very famous one, Chandragupta Maurya. Guys, I have already covered particularly the various rulers of the Mauryan Empire as a part of Ancient Indian History series in quite depth and detail. Here I am going to discuss only the important points which are important from the exam perspective. The detailed video has already been covered as a part of Ancient Indian History series. Okay? So now let's move on with Chandragupta Maurya. The last ruler of Nanda dynasty was Dhananand. As discussed earlier, Dhananand was a very greedy ruler. He was a very cruel ruler. He used to impose all sorts of taxes on his subjects, and rather than spending that money for the welfare of his subjects, he used to sponsor his lavish lifestyle. There was one scholar in the court of Dhananand whose name was Chanakya, also referred as Kautilya, also referred as Vishnugupta. It is believed that, let's go into the background of Chanakya. Like when Chanakya was small, he had a symbol of snake on his teeth. And when he was quite small, he was playing outside his home. And an astrologer visited his home. And he spoke to his mother and said that if your son has a symbol of snake on his teeth, canine teeth, in that case, particularly, he'll become a great minister, or he'll become a great scholar, or he'll become a great king. Instead of being happy about this, his mother started weeping. After some time, Chanakya came in and asked the reason, why are you weeping? She narrated the entire story. He said that in that case, you should be happy. Your son is going to become an important minister. Your son is going to become a great king. So she said that okay, I should be happy in that case, but if you become a great minister or a great king, you'll have a lot many enemies and you'll die at a very early age. And I don't want that. Immediately, Chanakya picked up a stone and broke his teeth. This simply exemplifies one thing. Chanakya never ever had the greed for the kingdom or the power. But still, he became an important minister in the court of Dhananand. Once upon a time, there was a famine in the region of Patliputra. And at that time, the peasants were suffering since peasants were suffering. And in that case, peasants were unable to pay the taxes. In such a situation, rather than working for the welfare of the peasant, King Dhananand increased the taxes from 8 to 12 times. All the peasants, all the cultivators and the farmers came to Chanakya and said, please go and explain your king. He has lost his mind. In that case, Chanakya goes to Dhananand. The entire palace, the entire darbar was full of ministers, and Chanakya said to Dhananand that here you should, give relief to the peasant from, or the peasant should be exempted from payment of taxes. Now, this person, he got annoyed and he said, you are a pandit, you are a priest, do your duty. Don't teach me what is the duty of a king. Chanakya felt humiliated, he felt insulted, but he could not utter a word. Why? Because he was a normal scholar, he was a normal minister in the court of Dhananand. And Dhananand was a great emperor. Days passed by, but there wasn't any change in the attitude of Dhananand. One fine day, Chanakya got infuriated and he went to Dhananand and said, you have completely lost your Rajya Dharma. You have forgotten your Rajya Dharma. Dhananand, he got so angry that he kicked Chanakya in the chest. And as he kicked the Chanakya in the chest, you might have seen the pic of Chanakya. He has a knot over his head. Okay? This knot got opened. Immediately he took a vow, immediately he took a pledge, until and unless I destroy you. Until and unless I destroy your kingdom, I won't reveal my face to you. In that case, this statement given by Chanakya was taken lightly by Dhananand. Chanakya now moved from Patliputra to Takshashila. And many historians do believe that Chanakya was a graduate of Takshashila University. Finally, it is believed that at Takshashila, he met a person named as Chandu, who is often referred as Chandragupta Maurya in the coming years. Now, Chandu or Chandragupta Maurya, he was given training in Shastras and Shastra, simple words, in warfare as well as academic scriptures. At that time, Alexander the Great was attacking India. Alexander was such a ruler, you can imagine the strength and the vastness of the army of the Alexander, that many historians write that if Alexander is passing through a particular place and if there's a river nearby, and if his army is thirsty and they are halting near the river side, they will dry up the rivers. That was the strength and the vastness of the army of Alexander. Such a huge army. Now, Alexander had reached till the river Byas. Now, Chanakya suggested Chandragupta Maurya, if he is such a great ruler, such a great emperor, it is not just because of hard work. He might have deployed certain strategy. Go in his army and learn certain strategy. After some time, due to his personal reasons, Alexander had to go back. Since all his soldiers were war-weary, they were homesick since they were fighting battle for past 6.5 years. Alexander, while going back, he distributed his provinces or the captured territories. Like there was a famous battle of Hydaspes, that was being fought on the banks of river Jhelum. Okay, so he had conquered many territories. Porus, one of the most important Jat ruler, he played a very important role in driving out whom? Alexander. So particularly speaking, in that case, not driving out Alexander, rather than saying, he faced the army of Alexander and he showed a lot of valor and courage. Although he lost, but still Alexander was very happy with the courage that was being exemplified by him. Okay. So Alexander, while going back, he returned the kingdom. Okay. And one more fact that you need to remember, when Alexander was coming to India, there were many kings who meekly submitted to him. King Ambhi of Takshashila was the first one to submit to Alexander. Okay, Porus fought bravely. Now, Alexander was going back. He distributed his property. He distributed the conquered kingdom among his loyal, governors, and divided into different satrapies. So he gave Kabul, Kandahar, Herat, and Balochistan to Seleucus Nicator. Now, Chanakya felt that if I can drive out Alexander, who is Dhananand, in overconfidence with a very small army, Chanakya and Chandragupta Maurya attacked Patliputra. By the evening itself, the entire army, it got thwarted out. They came into a particular village, and one incident drastically changed Chanakya's life, where he saw that a lady is feeding his child with a khichdi, that is dal rice. And this child has directly put his fingers into that khichdi, and his fingers got burnt. Immediately his mother said, "You are a fool like Chanakya. You should eat it from circumference, so that you will quench your, what we say, hunger. Apart from this, you'll suffice your hunger, and apart from this, it will become colder." Immediately Chanakya realized his mistake and came up with a theory which is referred as Saptanga theory, which is relevant even today in the every branch of the administration. And with a proper planning, Chandragupta Maurya and ruler named as Parvatak attacked Dhananand and dethroned him. After dethroning him, it is believed that Chandragupta Maurya became the new ruler of the Mauryan Empire. Now, Chandragupta Maurya, as soon as he became the emperor, it is believed that Seleucus Nicator wanted to fulfill his master's dream to conquer India. But at this particular point of time, Seleucus Nicator was being defeated by Chandragupta Maurya. Seleucus Nicator had to surrender Kabul, Kandahar, Herat and Balochistan to whom? Chandragupta Maurya. In fact, Seleucus Nicator also married his daughter Helen to Chandragupta Maurya, and Chandragupta Maurya in return gave a gift of 500 elephants to Seleucus Nicator. Chandragupta Maurya in Greek and Latin literature is also referred as Sandrokotas or Androkotas. Chandragupta Maurya, he also improved the, what we say, trade. How? By constructing a road from Patliputra to Takshashila. Okay. Now, I'll give you a small example. You might have heard about something called as Grand Trunk Road, GT Road. Now, Grand Trunk Road, okay, this name was given by Lord Auckland. But the genesis of the Grand Trunk Road is actually goes back to which road? Sadak-e-Azam, which was being constructed by Sher Shah Suri. The same road, the length was being extended. Now, coming back to the ancient period, this road was referred as Shahi Sadak, which extended from Patliputra to Takshashila. Later, it extended from the different parts of Patliputra. It extended from the region of, this Dhaka to the region of Kabul and so on. So, GT Road, which was later on called as, GT Road by Lord Auckland. So, initially, it was nothing during the ancient period but Shahi Sadak. So, Shahi Sadak is from the region of Patliputra to Takshashila, and it was being constructed by whom? It was being constructed by Chandragupta Maurya, which promoted trade and commerce. As I have told you a while back, during the reign of Chandragupta Maurya, there was famine in the region of Patliputra. And due to this famine, the Jain monks, certain Jain monks under Bhadrabahu migrated towards the region of Shravanbelagola in Karnataka. Now, along with Bhadrabahu, Chandragupta Maurya also visited the Shravanbelagola and he did not come back. Many Jain scholars, particularly Hemchandra in his book Paristhiti Parvan, mentions that Chandragupta Maurya committed Salekhna. I repeat, Chandragupta Maurya committed Salekhna during the end of his reign. What is Salekhna? Salekhna is fast unto death. So this finds mention in a book called as Paristhiti Parvan, written by Hemchandra. Points are clear? Yes. Another important ruler, Bindusar. Just a second, guys. Bindusar. Bindusar, his original name was Simhasen. In fact, he was given the name Bindusar by Chanakya. Okay. Now, there's a beautiful story associated with the birth of Bindusar. Like, king usually used to consume small doses of poison so that he can develop a possible he would develop a possible immunity against the enemy attack. Isn't that so? Like, it is not that you can only fight with a king and kill him and destroy him. Kings were also being poisoned. So what did Chandragupta Maurya used to do? He used to add small doses of poison in his food so that his body will become poison resistant. Now, one fine day, he was having food along with his wife, Durdhara. Okay. Now, since he was used to this poisonous food, but he did not, and at that time, Durdhara, she was pregnant. She was approximately 5 to 7 days away from delivery. Both of them were having food. And as soon as he took 2 to 3 bites, he immediately realized that there is poison in this food. And as he was able to stop this lady, Durdhara, immediately she started vomiting blood. Immediately, Chanakya was being called in. Vaidya, Bheshaj or Mishak, physician, doctors were being called in. And they said that we can either save the child or the lady. Chandragupta Maurya left the entire decision to his guru, Chanakya or Kautilya. Now, Chanakya suggested that you have to save the fetus, that is Bindusar. And in that case, if he suggested that you have to save the Bindusar, immediately the queen's head was cut so that she will fall down. And when she will fall down, the entire blood flow will move in the upward direction rather than going towards the fetus. Then the belly of the Durdhara was cut and kept in the fresh goat fetus for the next 5 to 7 days. And when on the 5th or the 7th day, the boy was born, he was given the name Bindusar. Simple word, strength of a drop of a goat's blood. Okay. Can you imagine the surgical technique at that time? Okay. If you do not believe this, you can also Google one more thing. What? There's a princess named, Vedic princess named as Vishpal. Prosthetic limb surgery was performed approximately around 3000 BC to 2500 BC. Her entire leg was being replaced of the queen named as Vishpal. There are many such rulers as well who are known for their different activities in the ancient and medieval period. If you search about what we say one ruler of Gujarat, he was a Sultan of Gujarat. I was reading one fine day an article about him. His name was Mahmud Begada. Have you heard about this person, Mahmud Begada? Mahmud Begada is considered as a poisonous ruler. He used to consume high doses of poison and his body developed immunity in such a manner that if he wears a cloth one time, he will discard that cloth. And this discarded cloth cannot be worn by anyone else. Why? If anyone else wears his clothes, he will die. Such was the poison in his body. He used to consume approximately 15 to 20 kgs of rice on daily basis. You'll find it surprising, but if you don't believe this, you can Google it about this person, Mahmud Begada. He is also referred as a poisonous ruler of Gujarat. I have also made a shorts on this Mahmud Begada. Okay, so Bindusar, coming back to Bindusar. So this was a birth story of Bindusar, whose original name was Simhasen. Bindusar in Greek and Latin literature is referred as Antriochates. I repeat, he is referred as Antriochates. Like we have discussed how particularly Chandragupta Maurya, he was referred as Sandrokotas and Androkotas. Similarly, Bindusar was referred as Antriochates. He is also referred as Amitra Ghat. Now, what is Mitra? Mitra means friend. Amitra, foe or an enemy. So, Amitra Ghat means slayer of foes, destroyer of enemies. So, this is majorly about Bindusar. Now, during the tenure of Bindusar, okay, many historians believe that it took approximately around 11 years for Bindusar to bring Movendars under control. Now, who are Movendars? Movendars are particularly, they are referred as Cholas, Cheras and Pandyas. So, the South Indian kingdoms were brought under nominal control by Bindusar after a prolonged attack of 11 years. and they are referred as Muvendars. And Bindusar was being succeeded by his son, whose name was Ashok. The most powerful ruler, not only of the Mauryan Empire, but also considered as the most powerful ruler along with Samudragupta Maurya as of the entire ancient India. Okay, now let's understand about Ashok. Now just give me a second. Okay, like the Mauryan Empire was basically divided into 5 major provinces. Central provinces had its capital at Patliputra. Northern province had its capital at Takshila. Southern province at Swarnagiri. Eastern province at a place called as Tosali. And the western province at a place called as Ujjain. In central province, the king was assisted in performance of his duties by council of ministers. And at this time, Bindusar was there in the central provinces. Now, like it is believed that Bindusar had more than 100 sons. Okay, many historians believe that approximately he had around 16 wives and more than 100 sons. Now, Bindusar actually wanted his son Sushim to become the ruler. But he was not that competent enough. The most competent enough ruler at that time was Ashok. He was expert in scriptures as well as warfare skills. But he did not want Ashok to become the ruler because Ashok was born out of a Brahmin lady. Again, there are dissenting opinion. Was she born out of a Brahmin lady or a Shudra lady? But many do believe that he was born out of a Brahmin lady whose name was Shubhadrangi, wife of Bindusar and mother of Ashok. Now, it is believed that particularly Ashok was that competent enough. But Sushim, he wanted to acquire the power. So Sushim suggested his father Bindusar that Ashok should be given the region or the province of Ujjain. So when he stays away from Ujjain, he can focus on Patliputra. So Bindusar, during his reign, made Ashoka the governor of Ujjain. When Ashoka was moving or heading towards Ujjain, on the way he stopped at a place called as Vidisha. And here he met a local banker's daughter whose name was Devi and married her. Mahendra, Ujjainiya, Sangamitra are sons and daughter of Devi and particularly whom? Ashok. It is also believed that like Battle of Kaling, after Battle of Kaling, Ashoka embraced Buddhism. But many historians and Buddhist legends believe that Ashoka embraced Buddhism much before the Battle of Kaling because his wife Devi, she was disciple of Buddha. She was follower of Buddhism. And under the influence of Devi, basically Ashoka got converted into Buddhism. So Ashoka now, he became popular governor of the region of Ujjain. Now there was outbreak of civil revolt in the region of Takshila. And when there was outbreak of revolt in the region of Takshila, what happened? Not civil revolt, there was outbreak of revolt. So what happened? This person, Sushim, suggested his father Bindusar that immediately dispatch Ashoka from Ujjain to suppress the revolt. So that what will happen in that case, if Ashoka goes to Takshashila to suppress the revolt, and the revolt is so horrific that in that case, Ashoka will die. And I will become the ruler in the Patliputra. And Ashok knew that this entire plot has been created by his brother Sushim. But still, Ashoka followed the orders of his father Bindusar and moved towards Takshashila. The revolt was being suppressed. And by the time Bindusar passed away. Bindusar, he was follower of Ajivika sect. And when Bindusar passed away, immediately it is believed that Ashoka killed his 99 brothers to acquire the throne of Mauryan Empire. How did Ashok come to know that all his brothers were involved in a conspiracy against him? Because although Ashoka was in Ujjain, although Ashoka went to suppress the revolt in Takshashila, he still had a minister whose name was Radhagupta. He was sitting in Patliputra and providing all the information to Ashoka in Ujjain. Why? Because Ashok had promised him, if I become the ruler, if I become the emperor, you would become my prime minister or Pradhan Mantri Adhyaksha. Hence, particularly in that case, it is believed that Radha Gupta used to provide all the information. Clear? And now Ashoka became one of the important ministers. So Ashoka killed his 99 brothers to acquire the throne of Mauryan Empire except one, whose name was Upatissa. Okay? Now, Ashok, he is also referred as what? Ashok is referred as Chand Ashok. That is Ashoka the fiercest. Ashoka the fiercest. Ashok, he is also referred as Priyadarshini, the most beautiful one. Ashok, he is also referred as Devanama Piyadasi, that is beloved of gods. Now, one incident drastically changed Ashoka's life, and that incident particularly is Battle of Kaling. Now, Battle of Kaling, it occurred in 261 BC. Many historians have dissenting opinions about this. Why Ashok attacked Kalinga? Many historians have different opinions on this. So this battle occurred in 261 BC, and this battle was completely full of bloodshed. More than 1 lakh person were killed in the battle, and more than 1,50,000 were made as prisoners of war. Correct? More than 1,50,000 were made as prisoners of war. Ashoka saw himself, he was completely anointed from head to toe in blood, as though somebody has performed his Mahamastak Abhishek in blood. Ashoka saw the battlefield, it was completely full of bloodshed. Immediately, Ashoka dropped his weapons and said that if this is the way to win over the people, I don't want to be a Chakravartin. Chakravartin basically means ruler of 4 directions. It is not necessary to win over the people by war. That is Bheri Ghosh. We can also win over the people by love and peace. That is Dhamma Ghosh. So Ashoka embraced Buddhism post, what we say, yes, post Kalinga War. So although it might be a partial truth, just like a while back I have told you, many historians believe that Ashoka embraced Buddhism way before Battle of Kaling. And many do believe that he embraced Buddhism immediately after the Battle of Kaling, which occurred in 261 BC. Okay? Now, Ashoka, as soon as he embraced Buddhism, he sent missionaries in different parts to spread Buddhism. We have studied. He sent missionaries in 9 different parts. He sent his son, Mahendra Thera, to Ceylon. He sent his daughter, Sangamitra. He sent Rakhita Thera, Majhim Thera, and so on. So this is majorly about the major, what we say, rulers of Mauryan Empire. Now, after Ashoka, the power of Mauryan Empire started declining. Okay. Now, how the power of Mauryan Empire started declining? Like Ashoka had a son named as Mahendra. Now, Mahendra, he was sent to Sri Lanka or Ceylon to spread Buddhism, along with a branch of original people tree. Sangamitra also accompanied Mahendra. Another daughter was Charumati. Another son, whose name was Jaluka, he was given the region of Kashmir. Ashok's son, Jaluka, he was given the region of Kashmir, and there was another son named as Tivra. Kunal was given the major part of the kingdom. Now, as per many historians, it is believed that through a conspiracy, this person Kunal was being blinded. And although Kunal was sitting on the throne, the kingdom was being run by whom? The kingdom was being run by 2 sons of the Kunal. One was Samprati and the other one was Bandhu Palita. And Bandhu Palita is also referred as Dashrath. I repeat the points again. There were weak successors of Ashok, which actually led to the decline of the Mauryan Empire. Mahendra, son of Ashok, who went to Sri Lanka to propagate Buddhism. He was also being accompanied by his sister, Sangamitra. Charumati was his daughter. Kunal was one of the sons of Ashok. Tivra was one of the sons of Ashok. And Jaluka was also one of the sons of Ashok, who was given the region of Kashmir. Major part of the kingdom was given to Kunal. But as per many historians, through a conspiracy, Kunal was being blinded. So although he was sitting on the throne, his kingdom was being managed by 2 of his sons. One was Samprati, and other was Bandhupalita, who is also referred as Dashrath. Okay, so this is majorly about the post-Ashok period. Now let's speak about the Mauryan administration in short. Again, I have covered the Mauryan administration in quite depth and detail as a part of Ancient Indian History series. Okay, now let's understand about the Mauryan administration. The role of king, Mantri Parishad, provincial administration, district administration, and village administration. King or Rajan, he was at the apex of the administration, and king was assisted in performance of duties by council of ministers. These council of ministers were referred as Mantri Parishad. I repeat, these council of ministers were referred as Mantri Parishad. Okay? Now, Mantri Parishad or council of ministers was headed by a prime minister referred as Mantri Parishad Adhyaksha. I repeat, king was at the apex of the administration. King was assisted in performance of his duties by council of ministers referred as Mantri Parishad. Mantri Parishad was being headed by Mantri Parishad Adhyaksha or prime minister. So who used to appoint the Mantri Parishad Adhyaksha? He was being appointed by the king. Got it? Now, he was being appointed by the king. Now, let's move ahead. As per Kautilya's Arthashastra, there were approximately around 33 to 34 important departments. And the head of these departments were referred as Amatyas. So I'll give you a small example. Sanidhata, ministers. Sanidhata, he was the head of the royal treasury. Akar Adhyaksha, he was nothing but the mines superintendent. Swarna Adhyaksha, gold superintendent. Sita Adhyaksha, head of agriculture department. Lavan Adhyaksha, he was head of salt department. Durgapal, Durga basically means fort. So, governor of forts. Antapal, governor of frontiers. Then Potwa Adhyaksha, weights and measures. Patan Adhyaksha, ports department. Okay, so there were different departments which were being looked or overhauled by different ministers. So this is about the central administration. As discussed earlier, that the Mauryan Empire was majorly divided into 5 provinces. That is, just now we have seen central, northern, southern, eastern and western. The capital of central provinces was Patliputra. Northern province was Takshila, southern Swarnagiri, eastern Tosali and western Ujjain. So in the center there was king who was assisted by council of ministers referred as Mantri Parishad. But in these provinces there were provincial governors, and these provincial governors were referred as Kumar Amatya. I repeat, these provincial governors were referred as Kumar Amatya. Okay? Now, then comes district administration. Now, provinces were further divided into districts. And who is going to look into the administration of the district? Rajuka, Yukta and Pradeshika. This year's UPSC question. So, Rajuka, Yukta and Pradeshika were the district officers. So, what was the role of Rajuka? Rajuka was a revenue officer. Yukta, he was a treasury superintendent or treasurer. And Pradeshika, he was a tax collector. So, these are the officers particularly related to district administration of the Mauryas. Okay. Now, there were certain cities and cities were referred as Nagar. Nagar was headed by Nagaradhyaksh or Nagarika. Now, they were further divided into what? They were further divided into villages. So, the basic unit of administration was village. And particularly, village was referred as Gram. And Gram was headed by Gramika. Okay? Now, there is one Gram, means one village. So, one village was headed by one Gramika. There are 10 villages. And these 10 villages will have how many Gramikas? 10 Gramikas. So, these 10 Gramikas will choose one person among themselves who is going to be the head of 10 villages. And such person was referred as Gopa. So, in simple word, Gramika was the head of one village. Gop was head of 10 villages. Okay. One Gramika, 1 gram, 1 gramika. 100 gram, 100 gramika, 10 gop. So 10 gop will elect or choose among themselves one person who is going to head 100 villages, and that is referred as Thanak. In very simple language, in very simple words, please do not get confused. Head of one village was Gramika, head of 10 villages was Gop, and head of 100 villages was Thanak. 1, 10, 100. Clear? So this is about basically the major part of the administration of the Mauryas. The Mauryan administration spy system was quite effective and efficient. Now, the spy department, it was being headed by Good Purush. And there were majorly two kinds of spies, Sansthan and Sanchari. Sansthan, they used to collect the information from within the kingdom and provide the information to Good Purush. Whereas Sanchari, they were wandering spies. They used to wander from one place to the other and collect the information from the outside places and provide or furbish the information to whom? Good Purush. So Good Purush, he was the head of the spy department, and particularly speaking, Good Purush, there were two kinds of spies under him, Sansthan, who are stationary spies, and Sanchari, who are wandering spies. So Sansthan and Sanchari, there were two kinds of spies who worked under Good Purush. So this is majorly about the spy department. In fact, even females were deployed as spies, and females were referred as Wish Kanyas. Correct? Females are oftenly referred as born spies. Isn't that so? Jokes apart, coming back. Now, before we go for the society part, this is about, we have seen about the spy system. Now, if we talk about particularly apart from the spy system, the defense system of the Mauryas was also quite effective. It is believed that Mauryans had a war council which consisted of 30 members, and totally there were 6 committees associated with war. Infantry, cavalry, elephant, chariot, navy, and transport. So, particularly speaking, there were 6 committees, and these 6 committees were referred as a war council. In each committee, there were 5 members. So, in total, there were how many members? In total, in the war council, there were 30 members. Okay? Now, there was a proper recruitment process in these 6 committees and also into the infantry, cavalry, and elephant. Just imagine the strength and the vastness of the army of Chandragupta Maurya. You can imagine the vastness of the army of Ashoka by the figures that I am telling you right now of the army of Chandragupta Maurya. In the army of Chandragupta Maurya, there were approximately around 6 lakh infantry. Okay, there were approximately around 6 lakh infantry, 30,000 cavalry, approximately 9,000 war elephants, and 1,000 chariots. Correct? So this was the strength and the vastness of the army of Chandragupta Maurya. Now there are important concepts or important words that you need to remember. One word is Maula, and other one is Bhartiyakas. So Maulas are hereditary warriors and Bhartiyakas are mercenary soldiers. So they were also the part of the defense system of the Mauryan army. Okay. Society, it is believed that marriage was usually monogamous. Okay. Polygamy was a privilege of the royal class. Apart from this, there was a concept of Stridhan, or the concept of Stridhan gained prominence during the Mauryan period. Now, what is Stridhan? Stridhan basically means one thing, like it is believed that Stridhan is acting like an economic security for the women. How it is acting like an economic security for the women? Like whenever a girl is born, she is getting certain gifts in the form of money, jewelry. Okay. After her marriage, she gets gift in the form of landed property, money, jewelry. All these things belongs to her. Why? Because this will work as an economic security for the women in adverse situations like divorce, or in adverse situations like widowhood and so on. So the concept of Stri Dhan, although it was prevalent from the time of the Vedic period, it got the prominence during Mauryan period. Okay? Any crime against women was punished severely. And there was a special officer, what we say, referred as Ithijika Mahamatra. I repeat, there was a special officer referred as Ithijika Mahamatra for the welfare of the women. Hope so the points are clear. Okay. Now let's speak about Ashoka's rock edicts in short for the next 5 minutes. Like there are 14 major rock edicts and 3 minor rock edicts of Ashoka. There are 7 major rock edicts and 3 minor pillar, there are 7 major pillar edict and 3 minor pillar edict of Ashoka. So I repeat, 14 major rock edict and 3 minor rock edict. 7 major pillar edict and 3 minor pillar edict of Ashoka. So let's understand about the important rock edict of Ashoka. Now, I'll give you one of the example. One of the rock edict is major rock edict number 3. Okay. Now, particularly speaking, major rock edict number 3, one can find the mention of what? Rajuka, Yukta and Pradeshika. As I have told you a while back about the role of Rajuka, Yukta and Pradeshika, who are the district level officers in the Mauryan Empire. Correct? So, when Ashoka started spreading the philosophy of Dhamma, initially Rajuka, Yukta and Pradeshika played a very crucial role. So, they find mention in major rock edict number 3 of Ashoka. Then comes major rock edict number 5 of Ashoka. It is one of the most important rock edict because here it is mentioned that Ashoka says, every human is my child. Apart from this, there is a special officer who is being appointed to spread the philosophy of Dhamma. And that is Dhamma Mahamatra. I repeat, special officer referred as Dhamma Mahamatra, whose only responsibility it is to spread the philosophy of Dhamma, mentioned in major rock edict number 5 of Ashoka. Okay. Then, major rock edict number 7 and 12, it speaks about the policy of religious tolerance. And apart from this, major rock edict number 12 speaks about an officer referred as Ithijika Mahamatra. Just we have studied. And what was the prime responsibility of Ithijika Mahamatra? He was responsible for the welfare of the women. Major rock edict number 13, 1-3, it is considered as the largest rock edict. It mentions about different kingdoms like Cambodia, Bhoja and Andhra. It also mentions about different Greek kings like Alexander, Antiochus, who is also referred as Amityaka. Another important Greek, king, that is Ptolemy, also referred as Turumae. Another important king, also referred as Maga. All these kings, Greek kings, find mention where? In Ashoka's rock edict number 13. So this is considered as the largest rock edict. Entire Battle of Kalinga finds mention in major rock edict number 13 of Ashoka. Okay. Coming to the pillar edicts. So, pillar edict defines different virtues, good qualities. Pillar edict number 6, it describes about the works done by Ashoka in Dhamma policy. Rumindei pillar edict, very important. Ashoka visited Lumbini to commemorate the birth of Buddha. And it is believed that many believe that the entire Lumbini was exempted from payment of taxes. Okay. Ashoka declared Lumbini completely exempt from taxes. Only the agricultural taxes. Okay, guys. Not the entire Lumbini. So this finds mention in what? Rumindei pillar edict. So why did Ashoka exempted Lumbini from payment of agricultural taxes? There's a reason behind that. And the reason was Lumbini was birthplace of Buddha. And to commemorate the birth of Buddha, Ashoka took this decision. And this finds mention in Rumindei pillar edict. Okay. Sarnath pillar edict. Ashoka, so it is believed that this is a place where Buddha delivered his first sermon. Nagarjuni Hill Caves located in Andhra Pradesh, Barbara Hill Caves located in Bihar. Okay. Now let's understand about one of the important books written by Megasthenes. Megasthenes was a Greek ambassador in the court of Chandragupta Maurya, and he has given a vivid description of India in his book Indica. The original copy of Indica has been lost. We come to know about the description of India from the Megasthenes Indica through the writings of different Greek writers such as Arrian, Strabo, Diodorus, and so on. So how did Megasthenes describe India in his book Indica? He said that India is a quadrilateral shaped country. India is surrounded by water bodies from all the sides. There is rainfall in India throughout the year. There is absence of slavery in India, which might be an exaggerated statement. There have been no famine in India so far, again an exaggerated statement. He also talked about the Indian elephants and Libyan elephants, and he said that Indian elephants are stronger than Libyan elephants. In fact, he spoke about a tribe which is referred as Derdai tribe of Kashmir, and he said that Derdai tribe of Kashmir, they domesticated ants which were referred as gold-eating ants, and these ants were of quite huge size. They were the size of whom? Size of a fox. So this finds mention in Megasthenes Indica that there was a tribe named as Derdai tribe of Kashmir which domesticated gold-eating ants of the size of a fox. Okay, so he has mentioned about this. He has mentioned about the efficient spy system of the Mauryas. He mentioned about the defense policies of the Mauryas. He also mentions about the society at that time. He said that Indian society was divided into 7 classes. My friends, I have used the word class, not caste. So here he said that Indian society was particularly divided into 7 classes. Okay, and what are these 7 classes? Philosopher, herdsmen, cultivators or farmers, artisans, soldiers, counselors, and magistrates. Okay, philosophers were exempted from payment of taxes. So these are the major things that finds mention in Megasthenes Indica. Now next 5 minutes we'll understand about Kautilya's Arthashastra. Kautilya, also referred as Indian Machiavelli. Okay. Arthashastra. Now, if we go by the literal meaning of the word Arthashastra, I have covered this quite depth and detail, Megasthenes Indica and Arthashastra, as a part of Ancient Indian History series. You can go through the series as well. Now, if we go by the literal meaning of the word Arthashastra, Arthashastra, it is not only a book on economics, but it is a political statecraft. And in fact, Kautilya's Arthashastra can be considered as the first book on geopolitics. Okay, now Arthashastra, like the opening lines of the Arthashastra, what a beautiful opening lines. These are Praja Sukhe Sukham Rajya, Prajacham Hitam Hite. If the people or the subjects are happy, in that case, the king is happy. If the people or the subjects are prosperous, the king is prosperous. Okay, Kautilya's Arthashastra, it is divided into 15 books or 15 adhikarnas. It has 150 chapters which comprises approximately around 180 topics or covers 180 topics. There are 380 karikas or verses and 6,000 shlokas. In 1909, Arthashastra was translated into German language by Jacobin. And Arthashastra mentions about different theories. One such important theory of Arthashastra is Saptanga theory. This is not Mandal theory. This is Saptanga theory. Saptang basically means to run the administration, there are 7 limbs of the administration. The Swami or Rajan or the king, he is at the apex of the administration. Okay? Now, king is assisted in performance of his duties by council of ministers, Mantri Parishad, and different ministers, that is Amatya. Their prime responsibility is to protect the people, Janpad. For this, they construct different forts and they are referred as Durg. Different types of Durg, Jala Durg, the fort which is located or surrounded by water bodies. Antardweep, the fort which is, just a second. Jaladurg, the fort which is surrounded by different water bodies. Antardweep, the fort located on a secluded island. Giridurg, hill, the fort located on a hill or a summit of a valley. Then Vanadurg, one basically means aranya or jungles, the fort located in jungles or forest. Nargdurg, the fort which is guarded by warriors, which is guarded by the warriors and so on. So different types of durg have been mentioned. Dand here does not mean punishment. Dand here particularly means a strong army. Then comes Kosh or treasury. Then comes Mitra or alliances. So Arthashastra mentions about how we should maintain diplomatic alliances. How? Now let's understand. There are three kinds of Rajyas. One is Samarajya, which is of equal status, equally powerful. Hina Rajya, inferior status, which is not powerful in comparison to the other kingdom. And Balwan Rajya, which is more powerful than the other kingdom. That is called a superior status. So here we have, depending upon the type of Rajyas, these kind of diplomatic relations needs to be maintained. Simple words. First one is Sandhi. Suppose you are not a strong ruler and your opponent is a more strong ruler in comparison to you. Here you have to go for a treaty. That is referred as Sandhi. Vigraha. You are a strong ruler. Your opponent is not that strong. But if you fight a battle, there would be huge loss of men and material. In that case, keep him deterred. That is Vigraha. Asan. Never initiate a battle. And once it is initiated, never back down. Fourth, Yan. Never ever leave your enemy half dead. Attack, destroy, kill. Sanashray. In that case, you are not a powerful ruler. Your opponent is a powerful ruler. Now you are ready to go for a Sandhi, but that person is not ready for a Sandhi. Now what should you do? You should go to another powerful ruler. Because your opponent powerful ruler might attack you, but he won't be attacking another powerful ruler. That is Sanashray. Dvaidi Bhav. Your opponent might be a powerful ruler, but there are certain other rulers who are not that powerful. In that case, what needs to be done? Particularly, in that case, just make an alliance of other rulers. This is called as Dvaidi Bhav. So this is a part of Sadgun. There are four enemies of the king. This is not karma, this is kam. Kam means excessive desires. So kam, krodh, lobh, harsh. Excessive desire can destroy a king. Excessive anger can destroy a king. Excessive greed can destroy a king. And harsh, overjoy, can also destroy a king. So there are three types of kings: Dharma Vijayi, Lobh Vijayi and Asura Vijayi. So what is Dharma Vijayi? Dharma Vijayi means he has followed the policy of conquering other kingdom. He had conquered other kingdom. But in that case, what happens? If the other ruler, he submits to him, he accepts his suzerainty, it is your responsibility to give him his kingdom back. Dharma Vijay. Lobh Vijay. Lobh Vijay means a greedy ruler. A greedy ruler what will he do? He will spare the life of the other king only under one condition or one pretext. And what is that? When he will conquer that kingdom completely. And Asur Vijay, he will also conquer the kingdom and he will also kill the king. So king should be Dharma Vijay. Why Arthashastra is referred as first book on geopolitics? Because it is said that state is like an organism. An organism has to grow. And when organism has to grow, it has to be feeded. So how will the state expand or how will the state grow? When it will expand its territories. And if it do not expand its territories through matrimonial alliances, through diplomatic alliances, it will perish with the passage of time. So in that case, state is like an organism. Hence, Kautilya's Arthashastra is also referred as what? It is referred as the first book on geopolitics. Various battle formations have also been mentioned in Kautilya's Arthashastra. Just read Mandal theory also, because in Mandal theory there are different concepts like Ari. What is Ari? Ari means enemy. Then comes Mitra. Mitra means friend. Ari Mitra. Ari Mitra means friend of an enemy. So all these are part of the 6 to 7 layers of Mandal theory. So please go through Kautilya's Arthashastra as well. Now, particularly speaking, just within 2 minutes we'll speak about Shungas and Kanvas. After the decline of Mauryan Empire, like the last ruler of the Mauryan Empire was Brihadrat, and he was being overthrown by his own commander-in-chief around 185 BC, whose name was Pushyamitra Shung. And Pushyamitra Shung, he established one important dynasty which is referred as Shunga dynasty, which was a Brahmin dynasty. Pushyamitra Shung, we come to know about Pushyamitra Shung in a book called as Malvika Agnimitram, which was written by Kalidas in the coming years. Pushyamitra Shung, he was a fanatic Hindu. I'll give you a small example. Like when Ashoka embraced Buddhism, many historians do believe that he constructed more than 84,000 stupas across India. Okay. And when Pushyamitra Shunga came to power, he destroyed many stupas. Pushyamitra Shunga, he was being succeeded by his son Agnimitra. He also finds mention in a book called as Malvika Agnimitram. Although a Brahmin ruler, but still he revered and respected other religions. Why? How do we come to know about this? Sanchi Stupa originally was constructed in bricks by Ashoka. It was destroyed by Pushyamitra Shunga. It was being reconstructed by son of Pushyamitra Shunga, Agnimitra Shunga, in stone now. Okay? So this simply exemplifies, although he was a Brahmin ruler, but still he revered and respected different other religions. He was being succeeded by his son Vasumitra. He protected at his kingdom at that time from the attack of Yavanas. Who are Yavanas? These are Indo-Greeks. And the last ruler was Devabhuti. Shunga's capital was usually at Patliputra, but there was another seat at which place? Besnagar in Vidisha, which is located in Madhya Pradesh. Heliodorus, he was a Greek ambassador. Okay, he was a Greek ambassador in the court of Bhagbhadra, and Bhagbhadra used to sit in the court of Vidisha. Okay, you might have heard about Heliodorus pillar inscription of Vidisha, a very important one. So Bhagbhadra was another important ruler of what we say Shunga dynasty. Hope so the points are clear about Shungas. Shunga was being, like it is believed that Shunga was being again succeeded by which important dynasty? It was being succeeded by Kanva dynasty. It was again a Brahmin dynasty. The Kanva dynasty's, what we say, roots go back to the Kanva Rishi. He was being succeeded, the Devabhuti, as we have seen, Devabhuti, he killed whom? He killed particularly, Devabhuti. Just a second. Devabhuti was the last ruler. He was being killed by Devabhumi. He was being succeeded by Bhumimitra, succeeded by Narayan, and then succeeded by Susharman. Now, Susharman, the last ruler of Kanva dynasty, he might be killed by whom? He might have been killed by a person named as Simuka. And Simuka, he was the founder of Satavahan dynasty. So Shungas and Kanvas were the major dynasties in the Mauryan period in the northern part of India, which cropped up after the decline of Mauryan Empire. And in southern part, particularly around the region of Andhra and Maharashtra, there was another important dynasty that cropped up, and that was Satavahan dynasty. Okay, hope so the points are clear, guys. Any question, any query, any doubt? Yes? Now again, within next 15 to 20 minutes, we'll see about the Sangam Age. Now let's continue with the Sangam Age. Please correct one thing. Like we have studied right now a while back, that the last ruler of the Shunga dynasty, Devabhuti, he was being killed by whom? So he was being killed by Vasudev Kanva. I repeat the point again. The last ruler of Shunga dynasty, that is Devabhuti, was being killed by Vasudev Kanva, and he laid the foundation of another Brahmin dynasty, which is Kanva dynasty. Okay, so please make that necessary correction. Now coming up with Sangam epics, Sangam councils, and here we are going to discuss about Sangam epics and Sangam councils. So pay attention carefully. I will be covering the Sangam age in more depth and detail, and in the other lecture as well. And previously I have covered Sangam age as a part of Ancient Indian History series. So you can go through that series as well. Okay. So totally there were 3 Sangam councils. So Sangam age, as per different historians, it ranges from 2nd century BC to 1st century AD. Basically, there were three major Sangam. First Sangam was held in Madurai, that is the old part of Madurai. Second Sangam, particularly, it was held in Kapadapuram. It is located in, I repeat, the second Sangam was held at a place called as Kapadapuram. And this place is located in Tirunelveli district of Tamil Nadu. Then, the third Sangam, what is the significance of the second Sangam? The most important literature, that is Tolka PM. There was a direct question in the UPSC prelims examination. What is Tolka PM? So Tolka PM, it's a book on Tamil grammar. And particularly this book on Tamil grammar was written in the second Sangam, which was held at a place called as Kapadapuram. And the book Tolka PM was written by Tolka PR. Then comes third Sangam. Third Sangam was held at a place called as Madurai. Majority of the Sangam literature was written in third Sangam. Okay. So first Sangam, Old Madurai. Second Sangam, it was held in Kapadapuram, which is located in Tirunelveli district of Tamil Nadu. And the third Sangam, it occurred in specifically Madurai. In second Sangam, one of the striking features is a book referred as Tolka PM was written. Tolka PM, it's a book on Tamil grammar. It was composed by Tolka PR. Okay. Apart from this, particularly the majority of the Sangam literature was being written down in the third Sangam. All the three Sangam were being patronized by Pandyan dynasty rulers. Getting the points clear? Now let's understand about the important Sangam epics. Now there are 2 to 3 major Sangam epics. The first one is Shilpadikaram. And this Sangam epic, Shilpadikaram, particularly, it rotates around 2 to 3 important characters. First character is Kovlan. Second one is Kannaki. And the third one is Madhavi. So the story of Shilpadikaram or the epic Shilpadikaram, it rotates around these three characters. Now it's a love story. And apart from this, it also has a religious significance as well. Kovlan and Kovlan and Kannaki are a newly married couple and they are living a very blissful life. Now, although Kovlan is married, he has an extramarital affair and he falls in love with another important lady whose name was Madhavi. And his wife, Kannaki, comes to know about this, but she is a chaste wife. Now, there's a festival dedicated to Lord Indra. And in that festival, Kovlan sings a song which Madhavi feels it is dedicated for her. And the theme of the song is betrayal. Similarly, Madhavi sings a song which Kovlan feels it is dedicated towards him. Again, the theme of the song is betrayal. And in that case, Kovlan finally realizes his mistake and leaves the lady Madhavi. And he comes back to his wife, Kannaki. Okay? Now, particularly speaking, his wife Kannaki. Now, both of them, Kovlan and Kannaki, they migrate to another place called as Puhar. Now, they were completely destitute. They were penniless. They did not have a home to live. In that situation, his wife Kannaki offered him an anklet, a jeweled anklet. And she said that, go and sell this an anklet to a goldsmith. And whatever money that you accrue, you can start a simple business with the help of that money. To which Kovlan agreed. Now, Kovlan went to the goldsmith to sell that anklet. And when he went to the goldsmith to sell that anklet, at that time, similar anklet the queen had. Okay, and that was lost. So, goldsmith immediately caught Kovlan and handed him over to the king by saying that he is the person who has sold the anklet of the queen. Without any scrutiny, without any investigation, immediately Kovlan was beheaded. Now, it was in the evening time. Kannaki came searching for his husband Kovlan. And when Kannaki came searching for his husband Kovlan, she came to know that her husband has been killed by the ruler. She came to the court and she became so angry specifically that she took out her second anklet and said, this is my anklet and not the queen's. And she cursed that entire kingdom will fall down into ashes. And many historical legends too believe that it happened in that manner. It is believed that specifically even today, Kannaki Amman is worshipped in different parts of India, particularly southern part of India, and also worshipped in different parts of Sri Lanka. Kannaki Amman or Kannaki Devi. Okay, so this entire story has been narrated in a book called as Shilpadikaram, and the book Shilpadikaram was written by Ilango Adigal. I repeat, it was written by Ilango Adigal. Manimekalai, again another important epic. It was written by poet Satanar, and this epic was written by whom? Poet Satanar. And who is Manimekalai? Manimekalai is daughter of Kovlan and Madhvi, not Kovlan and Kannaki. So she is daughter of Kovlan and Madhvi. So it is a story of Manimekalai. Kundalkesi. So Kundalkesi, another important epic which was being written by a poet whose name was Nath Kuthanar. I repeat, it was written by a poet whose name was Nath Kuthanar. So Kundalkesi was written by him. Kundalkesi specifically rotates around the two important characters. One character is Bhadra and second character is Kalan. So specifically Bhadra, during the Bhadra later on becomes a Buddhist nun whose name is Kundalkesi. So the entire story rotates around these two characters. So these are the important Sangam epics. Apart from this, there are three important dynasties of Sangam Age: Cholas, Cheras and Pandyas. Guys, I'll take this chapter Cholas, Cheras and Pandyas in quite depth and detail, and I've already taken this chapter in quite depth and detail, particularly as a part of Ancient Indian History series. Apart from this, I will also take another session, a small session, 30 to 40 minutes session, particularly on Cholas and the village administration associated with Cholas. Because time and again questions have been cropped up in the UPSC examination. What is Panvarium? What is Erivarium? So all these terminologies are related to the village administration of the Cholas, because village administration of the Cholas was exemplary. The navy of the Cholas was again very exemplary. So we'll study the Cholas in quite depth and detail. So in Sangam Age, these major things that you need to remember. Students who are new to the platform, I'm repeating the things I'm repeating things time and again. I'm not skipping the major part of Sangam Age. I repeat, I'm not skipping the major part of Sangam Age. I have already covered Sangam Age as a part of Ancient Indian History series. I'm trying to cover important perspectives, important literature, and so on. Okay, guys? Sangam society is also important. Terminologies are important. The caste system that you need to study is also important. As I've told you, I'll be covering this chapter in quite depth and detail as a part of another session. Okay? Now moving on with Gupta Empire. So within maximum next half an hour, we'll be completing our marathon session, where, as I've told you, I'll be covering the important topics ranging from prehistoric culture, Indus Valley civilization, Vedic civilization, Mahajanapada, Buddhism, Jainism, Mauryan Empire, a short introduction of Shungas and Kanvas. Apart from this, short introduction of Sangam Age, a short introduction of Gupta Empire, and a very short introduction about the Pushyabhuti dynasty founder, or Harshvardhan. Okay? Now let's speak about the Gupta Empire. Different historians have different opinion about who was the founder of Gupta Empire. So many believe that Chandragupta I was the founder of Gupta Empire. And many believe that particularly Sri Gupta was the founder of Gupta Empire. Now I'll give you a small example. Now history specifically works on the basis of evidences. True? Now I'll give you a very small example. There's a ruler named as Chandragupta II. He is also referred as Vikramaditya. And Vikramaditya had a daughter named as Prabhavati Gupta. And there is an inscription related to Prabhavati Gupta, particularly Pune copper plate inscription. And the opening lines of Pune copper plate inscription says that Maharaj Sri Gupta was the founder of Gupta Empire. From there we can infer that Maharaj Sri Gupta was the founder of Gupta Empire. Okay. Now, with the arrival of Guptas, there was revival of ancient Hinduistic practices. Gupta rulers are majorly followers of Vaishnavism. Now, what is Vaishnavism? Like Hinduism is majorly divided into two to three major parts: Shaivism, Vaishnavism, and Shaktiism. Shaivism is worship of Lord Shiva. Vaishnavism is worship of Lord Ram or Lord Krishna or Lord Vishnu. And Shaktiism is worship of various goddesses like Goddess Lakshmi, Goddess Uma, Goddess Parvati, Goddess Kali, and so on. Majority of the Gupta rulers are followers of Vaishnavism, and particularly speaking, they are the worshippers of Lord Vishnu. How do we come to know about this? On the coins of Gupta, we can observe Garud, and Garud is Vahan of Lord Vishnu. Okay? Garud praying a snake is a Vahan of Lord Vishnu. We can also observe one of the motifs of Goddess Lakshmi on the coins of Guptas. And Goddess Lakshmi is consort of Lord Vishnu. So from this we can infer that Gupta rulers were followers of Vaishnavism. Although Gupta rulers were followers of Vaishnavism, but still they revered and respected various other religions. Okay, I'll give you a small example. Like there was a Chinese traveler whose name was Yijing. According to this traveler, Maharaj Sri Gupta, he has ordered a construction of Mrigashikhavan for the pilgrims who are coming from Tibet and China to Bodh Gaya. So this simply exemplifies one thing. Although Gupta rulers were worshippers of Vaishnavism or Vishnu, but they still revered and respected various other religions. So Maharaj Sri Gupta was the founder of Gupta Empire. Chandragupta I. We'll go a bit faster. Chandragupta I. He is considered as a real founder. Now, why real founder? Because actually the process of imperialism and expansionism starts from now. Okay? Like it is believed that he got Patliputra in dowry. He married Kumar Devi, a Lichavi princess. And from here onwards, he got Patliputra in dowry. As I have told you previously itself, matrimonial alliance is one of the way to increase one's stronghold, to increase one's powers. True? We have seen the example previously. We have seen the example of Magadha Empire. Magadha was one of the strongest Mahajanapadas. And how did King Bimbisar improve his influence? Or how did he embolden his influence? Simple words. Matrimonial alliances. He married, Lichavi princess. Apart from this, he married, Kosla Devi, the prince of Kosal Mahajanpad. He married the daughter of a chief of Madra clan of Punjab. So in this manner, he, increased his influence. Similarly, here we can see Chandragupta Maurya married Helen. And Helen, particularly speaking, she was daughter of whom? Seleucus Nicator. In the coming years, in the medieval India, you will see Akbar strengthened his position by how? He strengthened his position by entering into the policy of matrimonial alliances. He had many Rajput wives. True? Apart from this, in fact, this policy was also followed by the Britishers. How? The entire region of Bombay Presidency was given to the Britishers just at ₹1 in dowry. By whom? Portuguese. The Portuguese princess Catherine Braganza was being married to whom? Prince Charles II. And this is how the Bombay Presidency went to the English East India Company. Similarly here, the Gupta rulers, they followed the policy of matrimonial alliances. And he got Patliputra in dowry. He assumed the title Maharaja Dhiraj, that is King of Kings. And we come to know about the expansion and particularly the policy of imperialism that was being followed by Chandragupta I through Mehrauli iron pillar inscription, which is located near Delhi. Hope so the points are clear. So this is majorly about Chandragupta I. Hope so the points are clear. Samudragupta, most important Gupta ruler. Samudragupta, also referred as Napoleon of India or Indian Napoleon by Vincent Smith. We come to know about Samudragupta from Allahabad Prashasti or Allahabad pillar inscription. And the author of Allahabad Prashasti was Hari Sen. He was also one of the courtiers, one of the historians in the court of Samudragupta. And Hari Sen, he has mentioned about the expansionist approach that was being followed by Samudragupta in Allahabad Prashasti. Now, what kind of expansion did Samudragupta followed? Let's understand. During the time of Chandragupta I, the kingdom extended majorly from Patliputra to Allahabad. Okay? Majorly extended from Patliputra to Allahabad. Now, what happened? Samudragupta, he conquered the different parts of northern India and brought different parts of southern India under nominal control. So from Patliputra, he defeated major kings towards the south of Patliputra. He also defeated major regions or major kings of northern part of India, which is also referred as Aryavarta. One among them included the Kotas of Punjab, who had symbol as trident bull and Shiva. He also defeated the Pratyant. Pratyant means border states, okay, which included Samtata, which is located in East Bengal, presently Bangladesh, Dawak, Assam, Kamrup, Assam, Kartipura, Kashmir. So all these places were brought under nominal control. He also defeated 9 tribal republics. So particularly speaking, the entire northern part of India was majorly under the control of Samudragupta, except certain parts of Gujarat and Malwa. Why? Because even at that time, certain parts of Gujarat and Malwa were being ruled by Sakas. And Sakas had a good control over these regions for approximately 1.5 to 2 centuries. So Gujarat and Malwa, they were strategically very important. Now, why Gujarat is important, why Malwa is important, we'll come to know about this in depth and detail in medieval India, but I'll give you a small hint. Gujarat being a coastal state, okay, it has it is a place for important, it is an important place from the perspective of trade and commerce. And Malwa, which is located in western part of Madhya Pradesh, opens the doors of South India. In simple words, Malwa is door to South India. Hence, Gujarat and Malwa are the 2 important places which are of strategic importance, and both were under Sakas. Samudragupta, in one of his coins, he is depicted as playing Veena. Hence, he is also referred as Kaviraj. Samudragupta is compared to various Vedic gods like Yam, god of death, Kuber, god of wealth, Indra, god of rain, or Purandar, that is breaker of forts. It is also believed that Samudragupta had performed many Ashwamedh Yagnas. And specifically, it is believed that although he was follower of Vaishnavism, but still he revered and respected various other religions. The king of Sri Lanka, whose name was Meghavarman, he requested to build a monastery at Bodh Gaya. So, in fact, it is believed that he was given the permission to build a monastery at Bodh Gaya. Apart from this, the land was being donated by Samudragupta. Hence, he is also referred as Anukampavav. Anukampavav basically means a person who has compassion or karuna. Okay? He issued many gold coins. So, Samudragupta basically is also referred as Napoleon of India or Indian Napoleon by Vincent Smith. Moving on to the next one, Chandragupta II. Now, there is a different story about how Chandragupta II came to power and diplomatically how he acquired the region of, how he acquired the region particularly of this, Gujarat and Malwa, which was under Sakas for many centuries. So let's understand about this. Try and understand this concept now. Now, there is a book called as Devi Chandraguptam, and specifically this book Devi Chandraguptam narrates a very different story. Now, what does the book Devi Chandraguptam narrates? It is believed that, many historians do believe that, immediately after Samudragupta, his elder son succeeded, whose name was Ramagupta. Now, Ramagupta was not that competent enough in comparison to his younger brother Chandragupta II, who is also referred as Vikramaditya. But still, he sat on the throne. Now, this person, Ramagupta, he was being defeated by whom? Saka ruler Rudrasimha III. I repeat, he was being defeated by Saka ruler Rudrasimha III. And now, this person, Rudrasimha III, put forward a condition in front of this person, Ramagupta. And he put that condition that you have to surrender your wife Dhruva Devi to me. And if you surrender your wife Dhruva Devi to me, I'll pardon you and give you back your kingdom. Now, Ramagupta, he became ready to surrender his wife. This was not liked by his younger brother, whose name was Chandragupta II. Now, Chandragupta II felt that a person who cannot protect his wife, how will he protect his subjects? How will he protect his kingdom? And in that case, it is believed that he killed Rudrasimha III, and he became the next ruler of the Gupta Empire by dethroning his brother Ramagupta. This is one part of the story. The other part of the story says in this manner. Now, Sakas were having a very strong command, a very strong control over the region of Gujarat and Malwa. Now, particularly, how to eradicate the Sakas from this region and establish a control over Gujarat and Malwa. So, it was a strategic move. Many historians believe that it was a strategic move that was being played by Chandragupta II. And what was that? Chandragupta II, he had its capital at Patliputra. Now, in central India, he married Kuber Nag, a Naga princess. And from Kuber Nag, he had a daughter named as Prabhavati Gupta. I repeat, specifically Chandragupta II, he married Kuber Nag. And from Kuber Nag, he had a daughter named as Prabhavati Gupta. Now, he married his daughter Prabhavati Gupta to Rudrasen II, and he was a Vakataka ruler ruling in the region of Deccan. So, simple words, in Patliputra, Chandragupta II is there. He married in Central India to Kuber Nag. In South, in Deccan, he married his daughter Prabhavati Gupta to whom? Rudrasen II. So, in simple words, he is trying to encircle his enemy. Isn't that so? After some time, Rudrasen II passed away. Rudrasen II died. And when Rudrasen II died, virtually Prabhavati Gupta, she became the ruler of Vakataka. And finally, one fine day, Chandragupta II, by seeing this as an opportunity, defeated or dethroned the last Saka ruler, Rudrasimha III, and also captured the region of Gujarat and Malwa. And now, during the time of Chandragupta II, it is believed that Ujjain became the alternate capital of Guptas. Simple words, the eastern capital of Gupta was Patliputra, whereas the western capital of Gupta was Ujjain, the Nagari of Mahakal. Correct? So, particularly speaking, this person, Chandragupta II, is also referred as Vikramaditya. He is also referred as Sakar. Sakar basically means destroyer of Sakas. He issued a lot many gold coins. His court was being adorned by 9 Ratnas. One among the Ratna was Kalidas, okay, Amar Simha, and so on. Fahim, he was a Chinese traveler who visited India during the reign of specifically Chandragupta II. And Fahim has given a vivid description of India in his travelogue, that is 4Q Key. Got the points clear? Now let's understand about Kumar Gupta. One more thing about Chandragupta II. Chandragupta II is also referred as Param Bhagwat. I repeat, Chandragupta II is also referred as Param Bhagwat. Now, why this person Chandragupta II is referred as Param Bhagwat? Because he was worshipper of Lord Krishna. Okay? Moving ahead, Kumar Gupta. Kumar Gupta is also referred as Ashwamedh Mahendra or Mahendra Aditya, since he used to perform many Ashwamedh Yagnas. Apart from this, although he was worshipper of Lord Kartikeya, but still he revered and respected various other religions. And how do we come to know about this? He laid the foundation of the most important universities of that time, Nalanda University. Okay, I repeat, Nalanda University, which was an important seat of Buddhist learning. This university was later on being destroyed by Bhaktiar Khilji, one of the slaves of Muhammad Ghori, in the coming years. Okay, like we'll study, like Muhammad Ghori, he is considered as the third Muslim invader of India. And when Muhammad Ghori was going back to his country, or he was going back to Kabul, he left the administration of India in the hands of two loyal slaves. One was Qutbuddin Aibak, who laid the foundation of slave dynasty and Delhi Sultanate in India. And the second was Bhaktiar Khilji. So it was Bhaktiar Khilji, one of the slaves of Muhammad Ghori, destroyed Nalanda University. Okay, he also destroyed Vikramshila University. So in simple words, Gupta ruler Kumar Gupta, he laid down the foundation of Nalanda University. Points are clear? Moving ahead. So this is about Kumar Gupta. Then another important ruler of the Gupta dynasty was Skandagupta. He initially protected India from the attack of whom? From the attack particularly of Hunas. Apart from this, he also assumed the title Vikram Aditya. And we come to know about Skandagupta particularly from an inscription located at Kahom in Gorakhpur. Again, from Skandagupta, we come to know that although they were followers of Vaishnavism, but they still revered and respected different other religions. How? Because Skandagupta is credited with construction of idols of 5 Tirthankars. And we come to know about this from Kahom inscription located in Gorakhpur. Hope so the points are clear. Now let me give you a brief synopsis about certain different things about the administration of Gupta in next 5 minutes. Apart from that, I'll be talking about the different literature written down during the Gupta period. I will cover the literature part majorly as a part of art and culture. Okay. But here I'm talking about the important topics here. Okay. So, at the apex of the administration was king. King was supreme source of justice. Apart from this, king was assisted in performance of his duties by Mantri Parishad, same like the Mauryan Empire. King was assisted in performance of his duties by Mantri Parishad or Council of Ministers. And the Mantri Parishad or Council of Ministers was headed by Pradhan Mantri. In simple words, Pradhan Mantri acted as a channel of communication between Mantri Parishad on one side and the king on the other side. Okay? Now, there were different ministers in the Mantri Parishad. Now, these ministers were responsible for performing different duties. Okay? Moving ahead. Now, the entire, what we say, Gupta Empire was divided into different provinces. As we have seen previously, the Mauryan Empire was divided into 5 provinces. Similarly, the Gupta Empire was divided into different provinces. And these provinces are referred as Bhukti. Please remember the terminologies. Time and again, I have been saying one thing. UPSC has a tendency usually to ask questions based on terminologies. So, Bhuktis, these are nothing but provinces during the Gupta period. So, entire empire was divided into small provinces. Provinces were referred as Bhuktis. Now, these provinces were headed by whom? Kumar Amatya. And who are Kumar Amatya or Aryaputra? These are the provincial governors who are directly appointed by the king. Okay, moving ahead. Now, these provinces are further divided into districts, and these districts are referred as Pradesh. Pradesh is headed by Ayukt. It is further divided into Tehsil or towns, and these Tehsil or towns are referred as Pura, and Pura is headed by Purapal. Nagar means city, and Nagar or city is headed by Nagar Sreshtin. Then further, there are different, what we say, artisans community, that is which is headed by Pratham Kayast, Pratham Kulika in the Nagar. The basic unit of administration is village, that is Gram, headed by Gramika. And then comes Vithi, which is nothing but group of villages. So I'll repeat the points again in short. Just observe one thing. It is a decentralized form of administration. At the higher level, we have king. The administration is, king is assisted in performance of his duties by different council of ministers, referred as Mantri Parishad, headed by Pradhan Mantri. It is divided into various provinces. These provinces are referred as Bhukti. Bhukti is further divided into different districts. Okay, these districts are referred as Pradesh, which is headed by Ayukt. It is further divided into Taluka, Tehsil or town, referred as Pura, headed by Purapal. The basic unit of administration is village, which is referred as Gram, headed by Gramika. Vithi is nothing but group of villages. Vishti is a forced labor. So there's a difference between Vithi and Vishti. Vishti is a forced labor and Vithi is group of villages. Clear? Now, this is about the basic administration of the Guptas. I have covered the administration of Guptas again in quite depth and detail as a part of Ancient Indian History series. The people who are new to the platform, please, you can go through the playlist. You can directly search the playlist on StudyIQ's channel, that is English channel particularly, Ancient Indian History by Alok Ojha. Even if you can search, you can even search the Modern Indian History by Alok Ojha. Okay. Again, where to download the PDF of these sessions from? One can download the PDF of these sessions from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Okay. Then, let's come up with the important literature during the Gupta period. Just give me a second. मेघदूत रघुवंश कुमार संभव के ऋतु संहार विज्ञान शकुंतलम विज्ञान शकुंतलम विक्रमोर्वशीयम Malvikagnimithram. Now, as we have seen a while back, the court of Chandragupta II, also referred as Vikramaditya, was adorned by whom? It was being adorned particularly by the Navratnas. And one of the Navratna was Kalidas. Okay. Now, many historians do believe that Kalidas initially was a foolish poet. Okay. It is not, these words are not being spoken by me, these are the words of different historians. But how he became a wise poet, let's understand about this. Now, I'll tell you one story particularly. Now, there was a princess whose name was Vidyotama. And Vidyotama, she was very beautiful princess. Apart from being beautiful, she was very intelligent enough as well. Now, specifically, once upon a time, Vidyotama, she insulted her own guru when there was a specific shastrarth that was being going on. And she insulted her own guru. And now he wanted to take revenge. And Varuki, when he wanted to take revenge, he was going from that place. And now Vidyotama, like Vidyotma's father, he had put a condition. And that condition was particularly, whoever will defeat my daughter in Shastrarth. Shastrarth basically means what? Knowledge of the Vedas, knowledge of the different Shastras. I'll marry my daughter to him. But his daughter Vidyotma had put one condition, that the Shastrarth won't be conducted in verbal language. The Shastrarth would be conducted in sign language. So in this manner, many of the kings were being defeated. In fact, she also insulted her guru. Now, Varuki wanted to take a revenge for this. Now, once upon a time, he was going by the road and he observed one thing. One man, he's sitting on a trunk of a tree and is cutting the same trunk. So when he was passing by, he just said, "Are you fool? You will fall down." That person completely ignored the thing. He moved further. And when he moved further, he heard a sound that a person has felt. So this person came running to Varuki and said, "You are a great astrologer. How did you come to know that I'll fall down?" He said, "Please leave me. You are a fool, because it is a logical perspective. You are cutting the same branch of a tree. You are cutting the same trunk on which you are sitting." He said, no, you are a great astrologer. Please tell me about my future." He remembered one thing. He is the best person to take revenge from Vidyotama. So he gave him good ornaments, he gave him good clothes and took him to the court. And he said that you are going to get married to a prince, or you are going to get married to a princess. And in that case, you have to defeat her in the Shastrarth. Okay. Now, as I've told you, the Shastrarth need to be conducted in which language? Only sign language. Now, what happened here? Vidyotama, she said this. Kalidas said this. Vidyotama was quite impressed. He's such a knowledgeable person. In fact, Vidyotama wanted to say this specifically, that there is only God. There is only Atman or soul. Okay. And what did Kalidas infer? Kalidas inferred that particularly, if you slap me once, I will slap you twice. And what did Vidyotma infer? That what Kalidas is answering? She inferred that there is not only Atman, there is Atman and Paramatman, soul and God both. She was impressed. Secondly, Vidyotma did this. Okay. Now, when Vidyotma did this, Kalidas did this. So, Vidyotma wanted to say the entire earth is made up of 5, elements. And in that case, she was impressed by the answer of Kalidas. She inferred that Kalidas is trying to say the entire earth, although it is made up of 5 elements, but until these 5 elements come together, the earth cannot be made. This is what Kalidas is trying to answer. This was inferred by whom? Vidyotma. But what was actually Kalidas saying? You slap me once, okay, and I'll box you. So Vidyotma, she was impressed and she said, now I will marry Kalidas. And she was ready to marry Kalidas at that time. And Kalidas, they both were married. And when both of them were married, after some time, after a few months, she came to know that he's a fool. And she started humiliating him. She started insulting him. Fed up of this insult, he left the lady Vidyotma. And he is referred as Kalidas because he was disciple of goddess Kali. And he worshipped goddess Kali and he was given a boon. He was given knowledge, he was given wisdom and everything. And later on, he became the minister in the court of Chandragupta II, also referred as Vikram Aditya. He is composer of different dramas, plays and poems. Some of the important poems of Kalidas are Meghdut. Megh means cloud, Dut means messenger. Raghuvansh, Kumar Sambhav, wherein he speaks about birth of Kartikeya in poetic manner. Ritu Samhar. Ritu means season. Samhar means emotions. Emotions of lovers in different seasons has been mentioned in Ritu Samhar. These are the famous dramas of Kalidas. And the most famous being Abhigyan Shakuntalam. You might have heard about this drama. Now this drama, it rotates around 2 to 3 important characters. One is Shakuntala, Kanva Rishi, then Dushyant, Vishwamitra. Now, what is the story of Abhigyana Shakuntalam all about? Let's explore within the next 2 minutes. Abhigyana Shakuntalam, one of the most important dramas and plays of Kalidas, reflects a very beautiful story. Vishwamitra. Now, sage Vishwamitra, who composed famous Gayatri Mantra, he was sitting in a meditation position once upon a time. And on the instructions of Indra, an Apsara was sent to disturb the meditative process of Vishwamitra. Now, the name of the Apsara was Menka. Now, after some time, Vishwamitra was attracted towards Menka. And he had a daughter named as Shakuntala from Apsara Menka. Now, Shakuntala, right from her birth, she was very intelligent because she had these things in her genes from her father Vishwamitra, and she was very beautiful because she has inherited this beauty from her mother Apsara Menka. But from her childhood itself, she was being discarded, and she was raised up in the ashram or Gurukul of Kanva Rishi. She was also very intelligent. Why? Because in the Gurukul, she used to see Kanva Rishi teaching the students about different Vedas, Puranas, Upanishads, and so on. And she grew up listening to these things. Expert in Sanskrit and everything. One fine day, Kanva Rishi had to go to some other place to perform Ashwamedha Yajna. And he left the administration of the entire ashram in the hands of Shakuntala and instructed her that if any Rishi Muni comes to the ashram, feed him proper food, give him a proper place to sleep and so on. Take care of that Rishi Muni. Now, at that time, the king of Hastinapur, whose name was Dushyant, he came hunting into the jungles. And when he was going to hunt a deer, a rishi stopped him and explained him specifically that this is specifically against the law of nature. You shouldn't hunt these animals because these animals are also creations of God like human beings. Just a second, guys. These are also creations of God like human beings. At that time, Dushyant and the Rishi, they both came to the ashram. And as soon as Dushyant saw this lady, Shakuntala, he was fascinated towards her. And similarly, this lady, Shakuntala, was also fascinated towards him. Now, Dushyant proposed her for marriage. But she was just staying in a Gurukul and he was a great king. So he gave her a ring and said that if you come to Hastinapur, show this ring. People will believe that you come from a noble origin. So she did the same. Now specifically, she took the ring and Dushyant went away. Then comes Durvasa Rishi. Durvasa Rishi, specifically, he is known for his wisdom. Durvasa Rishi is also known for his anger. If he is happy with somebody, he will give such a boon that not even Devtas can grant. And if he is angry with anyone, in that case, he will curse that person. And Durvasa Rishi arrives. Durvasa Rishi is standing on the entrance gate of the ashram and saying, Bhiksham Dehi. He's asking for the Bhiksha. And this lady, she's completely lost in thoughts of Dushyant. He called her twice, thrice, 4 times. And now he got angry and said, the person in whose thoughts you are lost, he will forget you. And he went away. After some time, Kanva Rishi comes to the ashram. And now this lady goes to meet Dushyant. On the way, she loses her ring while drinking water from a nearby river. And when she goes to Dushyant, Dushyant actually does not recognize her. And he asks, who are you? Now she comes back again to the ashram and explains the entire thing to her father, Kanva Rishi. I'm saying father because she was being actually raised by the Kanva Rishi. Now Kanva Rishi called Durvasa Rishi. And when Kanva Rishi called Durvasa Rishi, it is believed that Durvasa Rishi said that the place where you were drinking water, there was a fish. and that ring was being galloped by fish. Go to a particular market, there you will find that fish, and in her stomach, in the stomach of the fish, you will get that ring. Same thing was done. And finally, she took the ring, went to Dushyant. Both Dushyant and Shakuntala got married. And they had a son named as Bharat. And this entire episode has been narrated or depicted in a drama, Abhigyan Shakuntalam, written by Kalidas. Similarly, Malvika Agnimitram, it's a love story of Malvika, a maid servant, and Agnimitra. While back we have seen about Agnimitra, Shunga dynasty ruler. Okay, another important, Vikramo Vashiyam. Then there's another important play which is referred as Swapna Vasav Dutt. And Swapna Vasav Dutt was a play written by Bhas. It is a love story of Vatsa ruler whose name was Udayan. We have seen Mahajanapads just 2-3 hours back. So, Swapna Vasav Dutt, it is written by Bhas. It's a love story of Udayan. Okay. Kirti Arjunia. Okay. Please read Shishupal Vad, Ravan Vad, Kirti Arjunia. Apart from this, Panchatantra stories written by Pandit Vishnu Shankar Sharma ji. And coming with the last topic about Harshvardhan dynasty, again within next 2 minutes, let's understand. Vardhan, they were the feudatories of Guptas. Particularly, after the decline of the Gupta dynasty, there were all the feudatories started declaring themselves as independent. And one among them was Pushyabhuti dynasty founder Prabhakar Vardhan. Okay. Now, he had its capital at Thaneshwar, near Haryana. Now, Prabhakar Vardhan, he had two sons, Rajyavardhan and Harshvardhan, and one daughter, referred as Rajyashri. I repeat, Prabhakar Vardhan, he was a founder of Vardhan dynasty or Pushyabhuti dynasty. He had two sons, Rajyavardhan and Harshvardhan. He had one daughter, Rajyashri. After the death of Prabhakar Vardhan, Rajyavardhan sat on the throne of Vardhan dynasty or sat on the throne of Thaneshwar. Now, just besides Thaneshwar, there is a place called as Mathura and Kannauj. And the region of Mathura and Kannauj was being ruled by Maukries. Now, Rajyavardhan, he wanted to maintain good diplomatic relation with the Maukries. So, how to maintain good diplomatic relation with the Maukries? As I've told you, the best way is matrimonial alliances. So, Maukries at that time was being ruled by Grihavarman. So, what did Rajyavardhan do? Rajyavardhan married his sister, what we say Rajyashri, to Grihavarman, the ruler of Maukries. I repeat the points again. After death of Prabhakar Vardhan, Rajyavardhan sat on the throne, the eldest son of Prabhakar Vardhan. Now, the neighboring kingdom was Maukri, which ruled over the region of Kannauj and Mathura. Okay? Now, particularly speaking, this person, Rajyavardhan, he married his sister, Rajyashri, to the Maukri ruler Grihavarman, so that he can strengthen his position. But this was completely disliked by the ruler of Malwa, whose name was Devgupta, and another ruler of Bengal, whose name was Shashank. Why they dislike this? Because actually Rajyavardhan has strengthened his position by entering into matrimonial alliances with whom? Maukries. So what happened at this time? This person, Devgupta of Malwa and Shashank of Bengal, they created an alliance. And after creating an alliance, they actually killed Grihavarman, the ruler of whom? Maukries. So now, Rajyavardhan, his sister, became widow. Why? Because Grihavarman was being killed by Devgupta and Shashank. At any cost, Rajyavardhan now wanted to take revenge from both of them, Devgupta and Shashank. Please understand this in step-by-step manner. Okay? I'll repeat the points again within a minute. Pay attention carefully. Vardhans or Pushyabhutis were the feudatories of Guptas. After the decline of Guptas, it is believed that Prabhakar Vardhan declared himself as independent. Capital was Thaneshwar near Haryana. He had two sons and one daughter. Rajyavardhan and Harshvardhan were his sons. Rajyashri was his daughter. Now, particularly after the death of Prabhakar Vardhan, his eldest son Rajyavardhan sat on the throne. Rajyavardhan wanted to strengthen his position. So he entered into policy of matrimonial alliances with Maukris who were ruling in Mathura and Kannauj. How? Rajyavardhan married his sister Rajyashri to Grihavarman, who was the ruler of Maukri. But this was not liked by two rulers, Devgupta of Malwa and Shashank of Bengal. So Devgupta of Malwa and Shashank of Bengal killed Grihavarman, and this made Rajyavardhan's sister, Harshvardhan's sister's Rajyashi widow. Now Rajyavardhan wanted to take the revenge of his, what we say, specifically death of Grihavarman. Now Rajyavardhan, he attacked the kingdom of Malwa and defeated Devgupta. And on the way back, when he was coming to Thaneshwar, what happened? Shashank killed Rajyavardhan on the way. And Shashank now acquired the region of Kannauj. I repeat, Rajyavardhan wanted to take revenge from Devgupta of Malwa and Shashank. So Rajyavardhan attacked the ruler of Malwa, Devgupta. And when he attacked the ruler of Malwa, Devgupta defeated him. And when he was coming back to Thaneshwar, on the way, Shashank killed him. And when Shashank killed him, particularly, what happened? Now Shashank, he acquired the region of Kannauj. Now, Harshvardhan had two important responsibilities. First, to take care of the administration now, because Harshvardhan now sat on the throne of Vardhan dynasty. And second thing, many historians do believe this, Rajyashri, she went into the jungles to commit suicide because her husband died, his elder brother died. So she went to commit suicide. Now he had two responsibilities, to take care of the administration and to save his sister. He saved his sister, and now Harshvardhan, by creating alliances, he defeated Shashank. And now he also acquired the region of Kannauj and made Kannauj as one of its capital. He also defeated Dhruv Sen II of Gujarat. In fact, many historians believe that, or many historians have written in their books that Harshvardhan crossed the river Narmada and he wanted to defeat Western Chalukya ruler Pulakesin II. But Aiyol inscription mentions that he was brutally defeated by Pulakesin II. Hence, Harshvardhan could never capture southern part of India. He was defeated by Pulakesin II. Initially, Harshvardhan was follower of Heenan form of Buddhism. But under the influence of a Chinese traveler, Yun Sang, he became Mahayana follower of Buddhism. Yun Sang, also referred as Xuanzang. So he became Mahayana follower of Buddhism. Also believe that Harshvardhan convened, every 5 years, he used to convene a religious assembly. And he convened Kannauj assembly, particularly to promote Mahayana form of Buddhism and applaud whom? Applaud Yun Sang. It is believed that this assembly was being attended by 3,000 Brahmins and Jains, more than 3,000 scholars from Nalanda University, thousands of scholars particularly who were Mahayana followers of Buddhism. Many historians do believe that there were different violent clashes in the assembly as well. And Kannauj assembly lasted for 23 days. Later on, Prayag assembly was being conducted by Harshvardhan. Harshvardhan is credited with writing three important Sanskrit works. These are Priyadarshika, then Nagananda and Ratnavali. These are the three major works associated with Harshvardhan. In fact, Harshcharit was written by one of the court poet of Harshvardhan, that is Bana Bhatt. Okay? Guys, topics like temple architecture, since Gupta age is also referred as golden age of temple architecture. Okay, So all these topics would be covered in quite depth and detail as a part of art and architecture or art and culture. Apart from this, I would suggest you to please read Sakas, Kushans and Satvahans. Okay? Who were the first to give land donations? Who are Agraharas and so on. Please make a note of important terminologies. UPSC has a tendency to ask questions particularly on terminologies. Okay? Hope the marathon session was a bit fruitful to you. Hope the marathon session was interesting. Hope the marathon session was knowledge uploading. Okay? Guys, StudyIQ IAS English is coming up with GS Foundation course P2I, Prelims to Interview. And the course is referred as Pratigya. The evening batch 2026 and specifically the prices are very minimal, 28,999. In this course, specifically, different subjects would be covered basically from the foundation itself. Like I'll give you a small example. Suppose if I teach history to you, that is ancient India, medieval India and modern India, I won't be directly starting with the reference book. Initially, I would be starting up with the NCRTs so that the base is cleared. Then we'll go with the reference book and then we'll go with the pattern, the questions that crops up in the prelims examination and the mains examination. This will make your preparation quite dynamic, foolproof and solid. So please avail the benefits of this batch by using my code Alok Live. You can use my code Alok Live. Okay? This is one of the best offer. This offer is valid till 15th of June. Okay? Probably the last day is today. So you can avail the benefits of this offer. Aspirants, those who are new to the platform, you can download the PDF of this session from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Apart from this, if you have any question, any query, any sort of doubt, you can ping me on Telegram. So guys, a long session of approximately 7 to 8 hours. Now I'll stop my words. We'll see you soon, probably next week on medieval India. Therein, I'll be covering topics like Delhi Sultanate, 5 important dynasties of Delhi Sultanate, Bhakti and Sufi, Mughals their administration, Marathas their administration. Like the different dynasties of Gujarat, Malwa, apart from this Vijayanagar, Bahamani, all this would be covered as a separate section of medieval India. Okay? With this, I stop my words, guys. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Good night.